Wadau vipi? Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. How are you guys? Habari ya leo, habari ya jioni. Thank you for joining me in this awesome another show ambao tuko nayo jioni ya leo. Saa 4 imefika. Karibu sana wadau. Thank you so much for being part of this show. We have a great show lined up for you guys. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana. Nakwambia leo ni ile siku, we have a lot to discuss. We have a lot to discuss. Mambo mengi yametokea leo. Leo kulikuwa na wasee kule Narok. Kule kwa Masai Ndauo. And I tell you, mambo si imesemwa huko. Today, we look at the intrigues ambazo zimehappen kule Masaini and how the president was talking tough to the members of parliament. Bila alikuwa na wasukuma, wadau, alisema hivi, mpende msipende, this thing inapita. The financial bill will sail through. If maybe you are thinking it will be amended, it will not. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much for joining me. Asanteni sana kwa kunijoin. We look at this man, the one and only Ruto. Is this a dictator in making? Jamaa wa kifua manze, that if you don't toe the line, buda boss, itabidi umejipanga. The president is talking tough today. Thank you for joining me. Nijuze hapo kwa comment section, unatazama ukiwa wapi, nieleze mimi ni fulani nikiwa maeneo fulani. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana. Sinaona watu wameanza kuingia mbio mbio. Ninamuona Rafael Karani ako ndani, Steven Otieno ako ndani, Moses Mukuya ako ndani, Halima Haziz live from Uganda. Watu wa Uganda vipi? Karibuni sana. Nielezeni mnatazama mkiwa wapi. Karibuni kwa hii show yenyu, show fiti, show kali, show mmezidi kuipenda kila jioni jamaa. We sisi kama wana Mtembei, all we can say is thank you. Over 100 plus people watching already in just 2 minutes. Thank you so much. Like hii video kwa YouTube, asante sana. Namuona David Adongo ako ndani, namuona Joash Milera ako ndani. Unasema hivi, a one-term president. Namuona Kiplimo ako ndani. Asante sana wadau. Come in, let me know where you're joining me from. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana. Julius Ngiri unasema uko maeneo ya Malindi, karibuni sana. Unasema uko ndani, karibu sana kwa show. Paul Chebukatia, karibu sana Chebukati. Chebukati ulituachia nani bwana? Yae. Chebukati, are you watching? This is the man you announced as the president. I can tell you for free, wadau kuinje, man. It's about to get interesting. I see Millicent Othiambo ananiambia anatazama akiwa Siaya. Karibuni kwa hii show. Like hii video, share hii video hapo kwa Facebook, like hii video wadau. Karibuni kwa hii story, wacha tu discuss hii story. Uone jinsi Prezo leo ameongelesha ma MPs. Ameambia wajaribu waone. Sawa watu wangu, karibuni sana. Namuona Sami Starboy ako nayo, unasema ako locked, karibu sana. Civil Engineer World mnasema mko ndani from Kitui, karibuni sana. Nani mwingine hapa? Davis Kaivwa ako ndani sana. David Ayisi, sorry. Anasema hivi, Ruto anachimba kaburi, one term president. Sawa. Oscar na kuona. Karibuni kwa show. Thank you so much for joining. Like hii video tu kwa YouTube. Those of us in YouTube, like hii video. Tafadhali tu like hii video. Give it a thumbs up. Give it a thumbs up. It will help us. It will really help us. And thank you so much for always supporting Mtembei show. Wadau, mimi nitasema nini ila ni kuwashukuru tu sana for being so faithful, faithful in tuning in, faithful in coming into the debate and having decent conversations here at Mtembei Live. This, as I've always told you, it's not an extension of the government, neither a spokes panel or platform of Azimio. Hii ni show yako wewe unakujanga kwa hii show. Imagine inakuanga show yako. Hapa si bunge, hapa si bunge la watu, ni bunge lako. Bunge yako manze, bunge yako ambayo unajinice kuwa kwa simu, ukiwa ofisini, popote ambao unanichekia, from wherever you're watching me from, that is your comfort zone, and that is where you will be enjoying this show from. Asante sana wadau, karibuni sana kwa show. Thank you for being part of this wonderful experience. Ngapi wameingia? Let me know unanitazama ukiwa wapi. Fikirini Jacobs ananiambia following, karibu. Rafael Otieno, I see you my brother. Mdavadi Mdavadi Carol ako ndani, karibu sana, ananiambia anatazama akiwa maeneo ya E10, karibu. Oscar Youth wako ndani, unasema tumezoea. We huyu jamani kama Mseveni, we ule madamu wa Uganda, we we have a serious president. A joke manze, akisema it has to be whether you like it or not. Watu wa Lodo wanaona wameingia, namuona Johnson Lokwawi, nakwambia majina zenyu sawa. Lokwawi Johnston ako ndani from Lodwa, karibu sana my brother. Peter Ojuma unaniambia uko ndani. Pago ako ndani, unasema Ruto keep up the good job. Wana hasela, nakwambia mtafinywa na mtatii. Wanaazimio mnajifanya tu hapa na mtafinywa vile vile. Hakuna sukari ya Azimio na sukari ya watu wa Kenya Kwanza. Sukari kipanda ni sisi wote manze. Kakipanda tunapanda nayo. We Shawal, I see you, karibu sana. Let me know where you're watching me from. Aha, unasema kitawalamba. We hii inatulamba, si jokes. Hii inatulamba. David nakuona. Aha, nani mwingine hapa? Namuona jamaa anajiita Adongo David, karibu. Namuona Kings Mkudo. Acha nikuita tu jina hizi mbili, Kings KM. Ndio ingine manze imenishinda. Karibu sana Millicent Athiambo, karibu sana Julius Ngulu, I thank you, karibu sana. Nani mwingine? Said Salim nakuona, unasema niko ndani. Agri Amani unaniambia uko ndani. Let me know where you're watching me from. Like hii video ya ambao kwa Facebook, like hii video ya ambao kwa YouTube. Tufanyie tu ile kitu. It's just a favor. Ni free, imagine. Ni free, so like tusiogope. Usiogope hiyo ka thumbs, tupatie hiyo ka thumbs. Asante sana. Namuona Robert Mbivi, unasema uko locked ukiwa Kitui. Uko locked ukiwa Kitui. Huyu prezo ni yule prezo wa
na watu wanasema ati siku ya finance bill kila mjumbe ajulikane amefanya kazi gani ama amepiga kura upande gani. Mimi nakubaliana ya kwamba kila mjumbe ajulikane amepiga kura wapi. Mimi nangojea mbunge mwenye anaenda kupiga kura ati kupinga mpango ya serikali kuwapatia hawa vijana ambao waliwapigia kura ati ajira.
Prezo anangojea wadau. Wewe kama mbunge nakwambia Prezo anakungojea. Hebu endo joke parliament uone. Prezo wetu amekuwa GSU, anasema MP fanyeni fujo muone, jaribu kuangusha hiyo bill muone, jaribu tu kidogo hivi. Asikie tu imeanguka ama asikie wewe umepinga. Anasema atakuwa na watch. Prezo a joke. Ni ule prezo manze mwenye mkoa mnaambiwa na wengi ya kwamba prezo atakuwa mzuri, atakuwa mtulivu. Ni prezo ya wengi, ni prezo mpole. We sikia tu
ajulikane amefanya kazi gani ama amepiga kura upande gani. Mimi nakubaliana ya kwamba kila mjumbe ajulikane amepiga kura wapi. Mimi nangojea
we Wakenya mnangoja kama prezo anasema mimi nangojea raundi mtatii. Mtati nakwambia. It's about to become sweeter than sweet. Namuona Agri Amani ananiambia tutajua hatujui. Asante sana Robert Menza, I see you. Namuona Jacqueline Nyaga uko ndani, karibu. Kazungu Shikilizi uko ndani, karibu. Koech Manu, I see you. Aha, thank you for joining us. Wewe ambaye unajiunga nami, nani hapa? Rush Bill Were Wabusia, karibu sana kwa show. Robert Mbithi, I thank you for being part of the show. Shawal, asanti sana. Nani mwingine hapa? Peter Ojuma, I see you. Nani hapa? Pergo Achibela, I thank you for being part of this show. Wewe ambao unajiunga nami, asanti sana. Nakwambia huyu Prezo hacheki na watu, hacheki na wadhi. Raundi Prezo hacheki na wadhi,
ya kwamba kila mjumbe ajulikane amepiga kura wapi. Mimi nangojea mbunge mwenye anaenda kupiga kura ati kupinga mpango ya serikali kuwapatia hawa vijana ambao waliwapigia.
Anangojea. Na wadau, msisahau kuna wajamaa wa UDA wameanza kudai hizi stories hii. Prezo amewambia ninawacheki. My eyes is on you. Man. Dictator in making. Acheki. Today we are discussing Kenyans wanashtuka ya kwamba this guy kumbe anaweza kuwa mtafu kuliko Mseveni. Man, huyu jamaa si sevo. Huyu jamaa ni mzito. Wabunge wameambiwa jaribuni kidogo. Isikike tu mmejaribu kuoppose bill, mtajua hamjui. Wacha tusikize hii clip as even I invite you to join the show.
I am waiting for the members of parliament who will go and vote against the plan to give these young people, majority of them, they are voters. I am waiting for them to go and vote against the employment of these young people. I am waiting for members of parliament to go and vote against housing that would give these people a chance to own a decent home with 5% mortgage when you yourself as a leader is getting a mortgage because of the taxes paid by the people of Kenya of 3%. Mimi nangojea wale wabunge watakuwa ukule bunge ni tuwaone kwa macho kwamba wao wanapinga ati ajira.
Prezo anangoja aone kwa macho. Nakwambia anangojea. Fanyeni tu kidogo hivi. Isikike tu ati ijapasi. Wewe ulienda kupiga kura, ukachagua mbunge wako. Akurepresent wewe. Awe sauti yako bungeni. So ikiwa mbunge wako anafanyiwa hivi, wadau, mbunge anaambiwa ajaribu kidogo hivi. Aone wewe wewe utafanyiwa nini? Prezo ni ule prezo tulitaka. Kwa sababu anatujengea siku kila siku. Nakwambia Richard Adero anasema unanibamba hapa kwa comment section. Nijuze maoni yako hapo kwa comment section. Robert Meza, I see you. Ben Makori, I see you. Peter Manyi Patel, I see you. Njadhe Peter, I see you as well. Karibu sana kwa show. Hatem, I see you. Nixon Sney, I see you. Patrick Wesike, sorry, uko ndani. Peter Dirok, unasema uko ndani. Innocent Maina, uko ndani. Wadau karibuni. We over 250 going on. We karibuni. Hizo likes mtupe sana kwa Facebook, kwa YouTube. Give us the likes, give us the share. Share tu. Kwa hiyo page yako ishare. Let many see this show. Kujiunga nami kwa show si ngumu, kupitia link ambayo nimekutumia hapo. Hiyo link inajiita Mtembei TV, Mtembei Facebook, Mtembei Official. Bado homa inanikimbisha, so wadau mniombe hapa tu nyuma ya tente. Namuona Lydia Vihendo anasema huyu ataturamba. Richard Odero, I see you, and many who are joining in. Karibuni sana kwa show. So I was explaining jinsi ya kujiunga nami kwa show kupitia hiyo link ambayo nimekutumia. Hiyo ndio link unaingia nayo kwa show. Hiyo link inaitwa StreamYard. Hiyo link inaitwa StreamYard. Ukiiwasha inakuleta hapa kwa studio. Unaiwasha aje? Unaiclick tu, venye umetumia unaitap tu. Ukiitap inakuleta kwa StreamYard. Ukiingia StreamYard unafanya nini? Unawasha mic, unawasha kamera, alafu unajikuta uko kwa show. Nina watu kadhaa, so hata wewe fanya vipi? Ingia kupitia hiyo link umetumia na Mtembei Official, Mtembei TV, Mtembei YouTube, na unajikuta uko ndani kabisa. Ninamuona Dan Wanyama ako ndani, Somali Warrior ako ndani, Lydia Vihenda ako ndani. Karibuni wadau, tufanye ile kitu, and I ask you kindly, nifanyieni kile ka favor tu, si uniguzie tu hiyo ka like ka YouTube we. Asanteni sana wandugu ambao mmejiunga nami. Namuona jamaa anajiita Polo Guna, ndugu yangu kutoka kule maeneo ya Nyanza, karibu sana. Na jamaa Captain, huyu Captain na cheki na wadhi, huyu Captain ni kama tu Ruto, huyu jamaa ni mzii pia we Captain ako ndani, karibu sana. Jamaa anaitwa Konchela ako nyuma ya stage, na wewe pia unaweza jiunga na hao wandugu kupitia hiyo link. Wadada mmekaribishwa kwa hii show, wandugu mmekaribishwa kwa hii show, wana Azimio karibuni, wana Hasla Prezo ni ule mlisema huyu ndio wetu, Hasla ndo wetu, anatufanyia ile kitu huyu Hasla taki jokes. Tulimba jana tukasema nani anajua shida ya mama mboga ni Hasla, nani anajua shida ya bodaboda ni Hasla. Na leo Hasla anadai vipi? Jaribuni wabunge, just try. Hey, Polo Guna vipi?
Sir Jex, good evening.
I'm good my brother, how are you?
Fine, I'm doing good. Sasa bwana, imekuwa ngumu Sir Jex.
Yes sir.
Imekuwa ngumu bwana, hata kwanza kuanalyze ni ngumu. Unaona sijui, umejua hata siwezi laumu nini Rais Ruto. Umejua Ruto ni kama ako na problem. Ni kama ako na problem, ako na psychological problem. Ama ako na superiority complex. Na wacha nikuambie, juzi niliona unabii nyingine kutoka kwa mtumishi wa Mungu fulani.
Unabii
na mtumishi wa Mungu alisema, sikiza Jex.
Nasikiza bro, endelea.
Mtumishi wa Mungu alisema Mungu amefunga Ruto macho asione shida ya Wakenya sahi, kwa sababu Mungu anataka kufungua macho ya Wakenya. Huyu nabii aliongea kitu yenye nilisikia nikasema, hii kumbe ni Mungu, kwa sababu umejua hata kama uko insensitive namna gani, hata Ruto angekuwa ako insensitive kama fisi. Umejua fisi ndio inakuanga insensitive kabisa. Fisi inakulanga hata mkono ya mtu akitembea. Sasa kama Ruto anaweza kuwa kama fisi mwenye anashikanga hata mkono ya watu wenye wanatembea, yani ako insensitive mpaka hata watu wanalia, watu wa ajali. Na wakati aliongea kuhusu wabunge leo, ndio nilisema jamani, huyu jamaa hata ajui kama wabunge pia ni watu wako na manyumba na mabibi na mabwana. Yani anataka kuongea na mtu kama mtoto mdogo, kwa sababu aliiba kura na akashinda. Amejua ya kwamba hao watu wako intimidated. Yani ndio sababu nakwambia Ruto ako na superiority complex. Anajua ya kwamba hao wabunge wako intimidated, kwa sababu anasemanga Uhuru na Raila walikuwa na deep state na system na aliwashinda. Unaona? Sasa hiyo kitu iko kwa roho yake, na Mungu pia anatumia hiyo. And I tell you, tuliambiwa yule mwenye amepanda miti mrefu, ukipanda miti mrefu riski ya kuanguka na uvunjike ni rahisi kushinda mwenye kwa mti mfupi. Sasa hiyo miti yenye Ruto amepanda ni mrefu sana, na and I tell you, huyu jamaa anaenda kuanguka ile mbaya. Wacha nikwambie Mr. Jex, say as we speak, wananchi wenye wana support finance bill, wenye wana support finance bill ni like 7%. The rest 93% hawataki finance bill. Hata huyu captain huyu hataki finance bill. Hata yule mwingine mwenye tunafikiranga anapenda finance bill hataki finance bill. Sasa kama hata Wakalenjin hawataki finance bill, kila mtu wataki, Wameru hawataki finance bill, sijui Waluya wataki, sisi hatutaki finance bill, Mr. Jexa ako studio hataki finance bill, sijui nani hataki finance bill. Hii finance bill ya Ruto inaendaga kuchangia kina nani pesa? Hii ndio swali nakuuliza. Hii finance bill ya Ruto peke yake ndiye anaonanga. Alafu Jex, waje nikwambie hii finance bill kama Ruto atalazimisha, kwa sababu one, it is unconstitutional. Hakuna hii pesa itaingia kwa kikapu gani? Na hii pesa ikiingia kwa hii kikapu, kama sio tax ni levy, lazima iwe na authority yenye inaimanage. Unaona? Kama KRA wanaichukua kwa niaba ya authority fulani, alafu hiyo authority tunaambiwa procedures ya kwamba mimi nitakuwa nikikatwa pesa. Nilipiga hesabu leo nikajua ya kwamba mimi nitakuwa nakatwa 1400 ikiingia kwa hiyo kikapu, na nikikatwa 1400 ingie kwa hiyo kikapu. Nikuulize, hii pesa itawekwa kwa niaba yangu kwa sababu ni savings yangu, itawekwa kwa KRA, itawekwa kwa Central Bank, ama hizi bank zingine itawekwa kwa KCB, itawekwa kwa Equity? Na wakati sasa nataka kujenga, suppose sasa ninataka kujenga, nitaenda kuambia nani ya kwamba sasa nataka kujenga? Unaona? Na kama hii kitu yenye Ruto analazimisha, brother, hii kitu hakuna mwenye atakubali. Hakuna. Mimi niliandikia boss wangu email jana, nilimwambia hii kitu ikipita nisione ameguza pesa yangu kwa sababu mimi sijakubali, kwa sababu nitakana nikubali. Sijakubali pesa yangu ichukuliwe. Sasa niliambia boss wangu ya kwamba mimi wasinikate pesa ya kujenga nyumba. Niko kwa na account nyingine naekanga kidogo kidogo. Nilijaribu kuongea na bank niangalie kama nitajenga, lakini sio lazima nijenge kwa sababu ya serikali ati wananiwekea pesa. Na hiyo 1400 wanaweka kila month. Mimi nyumba yangu yenye nataka kujenga ikiwa 2 million, nitaweka hiyo pesa miaka ngapi, Mr. Jex? Unaona kama hii ni uwizi mchana? Tuseme ukweli, hata kama watanikopesha, okay, wanasema ya kwamba watanikopesha 60%. Sasa 40% ya 2 million ni pesa ngapi? Na 40% ya 2 million ikiwa hiyo pesa nitaweka muda gani? 1400 every month ndio nifike 40% ya 2 million. Sasa kitu yenye ninajua, huyu jamaa anatuibia. Na hii ni robbery with violence, kwa sababu huwezi amua ya kwamba unataka kuwekea watu pesa alafu tena unasema ya kwamba nitawekea by force, na mbunge mwenye amekataa ati nitamuona, alafu anasema ati hiyo kitu iwe atiwekwe watu wote wajue nani amepiga nani hajapinga, so that ajue vile na hao wabunge wanacheza na Ruto. Hao wabunge, siku na watu walikuwa kwa jeshi, kwani Ruto ametrain wapi? Ruto hata hajatrain taekwondo. Nani Babu Owino tunaonanga anacheza taekwondo. Sasa mbona watu wanakuwa intimidated na Ruto? Ruto hakuna training. Ruto hajatrain boxing, Ruto hajatrain taekwondo, Ruto hakuwa kwa military, Ruto hajawahi kuwa polisi. Ruto alitoka University of Nairobi akaingia alikuwa university akaingia YK92. Kutoka YK92 Ruto alienda kutrain kwa msitu gani? Ndiye threaten watu, aambie watu ati utakiona. Kwani Ruto atapiga mtu? Ruto anaweza piga ule mbunge mwenye alifungwa jela miaka 600, yule wa huko Trans Nzoia, ule mwenye alikuwa mwanajeshi. Ruto anaweza piga Babu Owino ngumi. Ruto, tukiwawacha tufungie Ruto na Babu Owino kwa nyumba, tuambie tuone mwenye atapiga mtu. Ruto anaweza piga Babu Owino. Ruto anaweza piga hata Opiyo Wandayi. Ruto anaweza piga Ruto ukimfungia kwa nyumba na wawe tu wawili, hata na huyu mbunge wa Kisumu Town huyu, Ruto anaweza piga Oron. Ruto anaweza piga Oron. Ruto kweli, kwa kusema ukweli kabisa, sasa tuongee kuhusu nguvu ya mtu. Jex, sasa ana threaten watu na nini? Ama
Paul Oguna ukumbuki alisalamia jamaa anaitwa Alfred Mutua akaona hiyo mkono vile ilimshika, hiyo mkono achana nayo bwana. Mkono ya Ruto usicheze nayo bwana.
Jex ni kama hujawahi nisalimia. Hujawahi nisalimia, ndio kwa sababu unasema hivyo. Kwa sababu hata mimi nikikusalimia mkono yangu ikikushika utaona niko na nguvu. Unaona? Na siwezi piga kila mtu. Hata mimi niko na nguvu yangu ya kutosha kujikinga, lakini sio yangu ya kupiga watu, na siwezi piga everybody. Unaona? Sasa tuseme tu ukweli. Kama mtu mzima ana threaten wenzake aseme ya kwamba mtakiona kwani watu wataona nini? Watu wataona ni nini Ruto ako nayo yenye iko secret, yenye ata-unleash, atatumia kuhama watu wenye watapiga kinyume na hiyo sheria. Mi naona hata kama nimeona unasema ati Ruto is worse than Mseveni. Mseveni, umejua Mseveni alichukua uongozi alichukua uongozi kwa upande wa revolution. Ni mtu alitoka msituni akaenda akachukua uongozi. Ruto amepigiwa kura na watu watu gege hawa. Ruto ni mtu alipigiwa kura, ama Ruto alipindua serikali. Labda Ruto alipindua serikali na tujui, kwa sababu kama mtu alipigiwa kura hawezi kuwa na nguvu ya kuambia wengine ya kwamba lazima. Mtu mwenye alipigiwa kura anabembereza. Mtu mwenye alipigiwa kura anajua maana ya demokrasia. Demokrasia hata kwa nyumba yako unakuja unauliza watoto wako, jamani, leo tunataka tukule ngege. Mwingine anasema hapana, mimi sitaki ngege, mimi nataka omena. Mwingine anasema hapana, mimi sitaki omena, mimi nataka usuga. Alafu mkae muangalie ni wapi kuna uzito. Hiyo ndio demokrasia. Alafu sasa ile yenye iko na uzito ndio inafaulu. Si ati wewe unakuja kwa nyumba unasema ati leo lazima watu wakule mbuta, na kama hutaki kula mbuta utakiona. Kwani hata kama wewe ni baba, wewe ndio unafanya kazi, wewe ndio unaleta chakula kwa nyumba, utaweka mbuta kwa mdomo ya kila mtu by force? Unaona? Hiyo sio demokrasia. Na tuombe sana Kenya, hata kama mnakatanga nisitane Biblia. Huyu jamaa ameandikiwa kwa ukuta mene tekela alparsis. Nilisikianga kuna mwanasiasa alisema jana ya kwamba Ruto ameandikiwa mene tekela alparsis. Labda Mungu anabadilisha uongozi yenye imekuwa Kenya au ya corruption kwa muda mrefu, na Mungu anataka kuitoa once and for good. Yes.
Aya. Oguna, nimekupa muda mrefu ili umalize kila kitu. Nimeona ulikuwa na mengi kwa moyo. Namuona hapa Robert Itego ako ndani, Bashir Chelegat na kuona, Tony Max I see you, Sofia Shaban I see you, Tony Max uko ndani na ujumbe kibao. Patrick Wasike I see you, Caroline uko ndani, Caroline sawa I see you, Achibela Pergo uko ndani, Pago sorry, Bashir Chelagat uko ndani, John Mungai I see you, Patrick Wasike, Yegon uko ndani, Liz M uko ndani, Patrick na kuona, Elijah uko ndani, Cyrus Muvuli I see you. Asante sana kwa kuingia kwa show, asante sana kwa kuwa miongoni mwetu, and I ask you kindly like your video kwa Facebook, like your video kwa YouTube tafadhali, like ni free. John David anasema Ruto ni Mkristo. David Ayasi anasema atishwi. Simon Wafula I see you. Unasema achana na Ruto please. Oh yeah. Sio sisi ni yeye. Msani Eric I see you, Lydia Bihenda I see you, Hollywood Ministry I see you, Sharon Mutai I see you, Joseph Mutua I see you, Patrick Wasike I see you, Johnson Logeli I see you. Jamaa tu ako na jina mbili so ako ndani. Kazungu Shikilizi ako ndani, Jackson Mumba ako ndani, Agre Amani ako ndani, John Damian ako ndani. Kujiunga nasi kwa show si ngumu, ni kupitia Facebook, YouTube na StreamYard. Hapo ambapo uko hapo ndio nakutumia hiyo link ambayo itakuja na jina ya Mtembei. Hapo ukiingia nayo hiyo ndio link inakutuma hapa. Hiyo link ambayo nimekutumia hapo inajiita Mtembei Official, Mtembei Facebook. It depends na ile site huko. Hiyo ndio natumia kujikuta uko kwa show. Niko na wajamaa wawili hapa, Konchela na Said Salim, hawajawasha kamera, so nashindwa kama niwape nafasi kwanza ama nije kwanza kwa captain ambaye ninamuona sura yake. Lakini pia unaweza jiunga nasi hapa kwa studio, si ngumu, kupitia StreamYard ambao nimekutumia hapo. StreamYard iko hapo kwa comment section, iko hapo kwa comment section, utaiona. Alex Johnson unasema uko ndani. Augustus Indakwa, I see you. Wario, I see you. Thank you so much kwa kutuma ujumbe wako. Ibrahim Abdul, I see you, and many ambao mnatuma ujumbe. Karibuni sana kwa hii show, karibuni sana kwa hii show. Captain, vipi? Huyu jamaa mlisema ni wetu, lakini kuna venye
unajua sasa Jix, habari zenu, habari Polo Guna. Nafikiri yako salama. Najua ametoroka, najua ni moto. Najua Polo Guna amepiga kelele sana bwana, hata
ni kamera amezima ako.
Bwana anatoroka. Ukiona mtu bado anaongelea mambo ya kura kuibiwa na tunaelekea karibu kwenda uchaguzi ya 2027, huyo achana na huyo. Sasa unajua Jix, mambo Polo Guna anaongea, kuna mahali rais alisema vizuri sana. Hizi kelele unaona watu wanapiga ni part of the politics. Hiyo ndio inafanya maendeleo itafanyika. Hizo kelele zao hizi zote wanapiga ni kati ya hiyo siasa tuko. Hizo kelele zao. Unaona? Nasikia echo, I don't know.
Endelea, nimezima.
Tukichagua wabunge,
endelea captain.
Tunachagua mbunge anaenda kurepresent sisi pale parliament, si ndio? Na tukichagua president, tunachagua president mwenye anakuja kufanyia kazi wananchi wote wa Kenya. Itakuwaje wewe mbunge mwenye umechaguliwa, umetumwa na wananchi, uende parliament pale urepresent mimi, alafu upinge miradi ya serikali ile rais anataka kutufanyia? Itakuwa aje? Hata mimi nataka ningoje vile rais amesema, tunataka kuona huyo anapinga hii miradi ya nyumba hii tunataka kujengea mwananchi wa kawaida. Na huyo mbunge mwenye atapinga, yeye anapewa 30 million anunue nyumba akishaapishwa. Lakini analipa na 3%. So tukitengeneza hii ya mwananchi ya kukata 3%, yeye mbunge huyu anaenda kupinga, lakini yeye apingi yake. Mbona? Isipokuwa tu hiyo bill imekuja na sarakasi zingine hapo katikati, but kwa upande ya nyumba sioni kama kuna ubaya. Sioni kama kuna ubaya. Na kwa ajira kwa vijana, najua sisi tunaangalia tu hii bill upande tu ule peke yake, ile tunaona iko negative, tunaanza kufuruta hapo sana, tunashindia hapo, lakini penye kuna uzuri hatutaki kuangalia pale. Unaona? Na hiyo ndio shida ya Wakenya. Hawatakangi kuona mahali uzuri iko, wanataka tu ubaya penye iko. Ndio wakuja hapa watupigie siasa hapa, siasa za shakawala candidate huko. Inafaa hiyo ipelekwe huko. Naona? Na kuna tena Obolo kuna anasema aliambia wabunge ati watakiona. Mimi sikusikia akisema mtakiona. Alisema yeye anangoja tu aone ule atapinga. Naona? William Ruto
akishaona atafanya nini bro? Baada ya kuona atafanya nini?
Ni wapi alisema mtakiona? Wapi alisema? Wacha kuongeza chumvi nani? Wacha kuongeza chumvi. Unaweza rudia hiyo video vizuri.
Siongezi chumvi wadau. Hata news imeripoti venye nina. Aya, tusikize wadau.
Hapana, Bolo kuna anaongeza nini chumvi yake huyu? Tunangoja kumuona, si ati tunataka upinge alafu utakiona. Unajua ukianzia mtu utakiona ni kama kuna kitu nitakufanya kwa sababu umepinga. But anataka kuona na macho yake. Bolo Guna ni mbunge wa constituency fulani. Yeye ndiye amepinga. Wacha tumuona akipinga. Unaona? Lakini hatujamwambia utakiona. Unajua ukisema utakiona ni kama umetishia mtu. Hakuna mtu amemtishia. but we want to see those people who are against the development of ordinary mwananchi through the national government. We want to see them. Sawa sawa, Jake.
Okay.
Yes.
Haya.
Waje kukuja kutuambia Kamago mambo yana makamago hapa ati president wa Kamago. Kamago si hata wao wenyewe wangeenda kumwambia Kamago wapigie kura. Kama wanaamini kwamba William Ruto alichaguliwa na Kamago, wao pia waambie Kamago wachagulie president. That is wrong. That is wrong.
Okay. Sawa sawa, naona nakwambia maoni inaingia mbio mbio. Watu tu wana maoni kibao, watu wanatuma maujumbe tu kibao. Asante sana kwa ujumbe zenyu wa Kenya, tunafurahia sana. Zidi kutuma ujumbe wako, acha tusikie maoni yako ni yapi. Wewe ulichagua mbunge, ulipomchagua ulimpa mandate gani? What was the mandate of your elected member of parliament? Ulimchagua tishiwe, ulimchagua ambio lazima afanye, asipofanya wewe ulimchagua kwa nini? Is the president right to demand that it must be done or else sawa. Huyu jamaa amedai, wacha tucheze hii clip kidogo tu wadao, naomba mvumilie tu dakika moja tu, sikai sana na hii video. Acha nicheze in form of news. Unajua labda nimeweka tu clip kwa ni mimi. Haya, sikiza maneno ya huyu mwanahabari pamoja na rais. Okay.
Magharibi, Rais
William Ruto ameonekana kuwatishia bunge wanaopanga kupinga mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2023 mwaka 2024 baadaye mwezi huu, akiashiria kwamba atakuwa macho kuona viongozi watakaochukua mkondo mbadala, akionekana kusema kura hiyo ni ya kumtetea Mkenya. Ruto alisema haya akiunga mkono pendekezo la mrengo wa Azimio la Umoja One Kenya kuwataka wabunge kupiga kura kwa wazi. Mwanahabari wetu Ruth Sarmoi ameshinda kule Narok na kutuandalia taarifa ifuatayo.
Kuifanya maombi haya.
Akizungumza katika ibada ya shukrani nyumbani kwa waziri wa mazingira Soipan Tuya katika eneo la Leshuta, Narok Magharibi, Rais William Ruto alitoa ukali wake kwa viongozi wanaopanga kupinga mswada wa fedha wiki ijayo.
Mimi nakubaliana ya kwamba kila mjumbe ajulikane amepiga kura wapi. Mimi nangojea mbunge mwenye anaenda kupiga kura ati kupinga mpango ya serikali kuwapatia hawa vijana ambao waliwapigia kura ati ajira. So mimi nangojea wale watu wataenda bunge kupinga ile kazi tunataka kupangia wale, na nijue watakuja kusimama wapi.
Okay, sawa. Maybe ni mimi sikusikia vizuri, lakini wadau najua
mmesikia vizuri. Kuna mahali amesema mtakiona.
Haya, wacha Wakenya wa
Hakuna. Alafu pale kwa comment section kuna Mtanzania anajiita Daniel Kamairo, anafuatilia sana kwa karibu hii mjadala, anatuambia tuaje matusi kwa viongozi wakuu. Bro, hakuna mtu anatusi viongozi wakuu. Tunawaambia ukweli. Hata mimi na support president wangu Ruto, lakini penye atakosea ndamwambia ukweli. Nyinyi mmekaliwa na mama kule Tanzania, pana letea sisi hapa. Tuko hivi James,
usichomee watu wa Tanzania kaka zetu bwana we.
Amesema hapo, yeye mwenyewe amesema. Anatuambiaje tusichomee nini? Tunatusi waongozi wakuu. Nani ametusiwa? Kuna mahali hiyo bill sio mzuri na lazima tuambie president. Sio eti anakuja kutuambia mambo ya Tanzania hapa.
Okay. Humphrey namuona ako ndani, Adero Machogu ako ndani, Baraza Divine na kuona uko ndani. Karibuni sana. Deng Bull Deng I see you. Patrick Wasike pia uko ndani, Aisha Juma uko ndani, namuona Roslyn Cruz pia ako ndani, Baba Adrian na kuona, Daniel Kamiro I see you, Lydia Vihenda I see you. Na wadada pia mnakaribishwa hii si show ya wandugu peke yao. Najua wandugu wanapitia mbio. So pia wewe wadada mmekaribishwa tu sana. Kuingia kwa show si ngumu. Unaona link ambayo nakutumia hapo chini, link ambayo inajiita Mtembei. Hiyo ndio link unaingia nayo kwa show. Hiyo link itakutuma StreamYard. StreamYard ukiingia unawasha kamera, unawasha mic. Ziko kwa hiyo app. unawasha kamera na unawasha mic, alafu unajikuta huko kwa show. Alafu tafadhali like hii video tu hapo kwa YouTube like tu, like hii video. Asante sana. Acha nianze hapa kwa kona na huyu jamaa anajiita Adero Mochogu. Adero Mochogu, habari ya leo kaka? Asha kamera, asha mic yako, sorry. Hapo kando ya jina kuna kuna mic.
Thank you.
Asha kamera, asha mic yako. Habari ya leo? Hapo kando ya jina kuna
Salama.
Thank you.
Asha
kamera, asha mic yako. Habari ya leo? Fanya hivi jamaa Adero, zima YouTube ama Facebook. Umewasha moja yazo, so ninakusikia mara mbili, mute moja. Uko kwa stream ya Dole, wachana ya stream ya, rudi hapo kwa Facebook. Okay, amepotea. Juu alikuwa akona feedback mbili. Acha nirudi basi kwa huyu jamaa anajiita Boraza Divine. Boraza Divine, habari ya leo?
Safi.
Aha, za kushinda kaka.
Sina jambo, labda ninyi naona mswada umenoga.
Nakwambia watu hapo wamejichocha nakwambia.
Lakini huyu jamaa huyo mwenye anatetea rais, huyu captain huyu.
Aha.
Atetee tu, lakini hata kila mtu anaona directly kwamba rais mwenyewe anajaribu kulazimisha hii vitu.
Aha. Kulingana na vile umemsikia, amesema vipi?
Rais amesema anangoja aone wale wanapinga watasimama wapi.
Aha.
Hiyo peke yake kama wewe ni mbunge inafaa utetemeke penye huko, kwa sababu rais hako na powers ya kukufanyia. Unajua hii ni Kenya bwana. Rais mwenyewe akishasema hivyo, huyo ni simba minguruma bwana. Simba kama amesha nguruma, wewe penye huko si ni kutoa jasho mpaka ndani ya viatu. Lakini sasa mimi nataka niseme hivi. We are a democratic country bwana. Tuwezi ona meli inaenda kuzama na tunasaidia kuzamisha kabisa. Hali ya maisha imetushika na hakuna mtu anapingana. Hata kwanza juzi niliona video nyingine pale ya Usingishu, hata hao wakicomplain wakisema by the way tulidhani handshake haitakuwa hivi. Ati bottom up, not handshake, bottom up. Hata tu kufikiria bottom up itakuwa hivi. Maisha pia imewakalia hao wenye walikuwa nasema Azora taware tawara. Azora taware tawara. Saa hii maisha na watawala wote. Maisha na tutawala sisi sote. Wenye tulisema Azora tawale, hata mimi by the way nilikuwa na support hii mambo na hasola hiyo. Wakisema vile alikuwa anasema mama mboga, siji nini, lakini siku hizi narrative imetoka kwa mama mboga. Imetoka kwa bodaboda, imeingia sasa watu wenye wako jobless na wale wako kwa mishahara. Ati unatafutia watu kazi, ati sijui unatafutia watu nini. Sasa unajua mimi I'm going the Omtata way. If they don't rectify chenye iko kwa hiyo bill yenye inaponza wananchi, atuta support hiyo bill. Na rais pia penye anaenda saa hizi, unajua watu wengi saa hizi rais amekosa ufuasi. Kwa sababu gani niseme hivyo? Hata leo hiyo Narok hiyo mimi nilikuwa na watch live. Ika happen by good luck ama bad luck. Tulikuwa kwa stadium fulani hivi ya boli ya mtaa hii, tukiwatch boli ya mtaa. Sasa mimi hapo hivyo nimeingia YouTube nikiangalia vitu ya Narok ikiongelewa, watu wananiambia unaweka vitu gani hiyo bwana? Kama hutaki kuangalia hii mpira si uzime hiyo simu yako. Asi imagine nani rais ndiye anaongea. Ikifika sehemu zingine bwana, maisha kama ilikuwa inayepeleka watu vizuri. Kama rais anaongea, watu wanatamani kuangalia. Unaona? Hata penye imefika kwa hii nchi yetu hii, hata rais atakuwa anasimama hapo kando ya barabara, watu wanapita wako na business yao wanaendelea. Kwa sababu chenye rais alikuwa anasema hakuna kitu alikuwa hakuna kitu ametekeleza. Sasa saa hii unajua ni kugamble tu, yani sasa ni kama rais ana gamble kurani nchi. Yes, tunaelewa hakuna fedha. Lakini sasa hata kama hakuna fedha, unatesa mtu kabisa mpaka last minute kabisa. So in short, najua wadau ni wengi, watu ni wengi, ndio tumeanza kutoa maoni, list inaweza jaa. Mimi nataka kusema hivi. Hii bill mazee mimi naomba isipite. Mimi sikukutana nayo public participation. Unajua watu wako na shughuli mingi here and there, lakini sasa mimi sikuparticipate, unaona? But sasa this habari inasema kwamba majority of the Kenyans wame reject hii bill, wanasema itupiliwe mbali. So mimi hata nikisikia hata mbunge wangu pia anajua ata support. Najua ata support lakini tutakutana na yeye. Pia ata support lakini maisha natufinya hata sisi. Tutakutana na yeye tena. Ata support tu lakini tukikuja huko kwa ground tutamkumbusha. Unajua hii miaka 5 unafikiria ni mingi, tutamkumbusha. Asanteni, lakini chenye mimi nasema Wakenya wenye wanasikiza na wote wenye wako karibu, najua kuna watu wako karibu na ushawishi wabunge nini, mtu mwenye anaweza enda kuongea na mbunge wake hata kama ni nini. Kenya ya saa hii bili ikipita watu wameisha. Kwanza mimi ni hasara, sina mshahara ati ya kusema ati mwisho wa mwezi ati nitakatwa sijui ati nini. Mimi na survive from hand to mouth. Ikiingia kwa mfuko ni kwa kukimbia kwa duka kuchukua, kuweka kumeza na kusahau. Kesho tena tubahatishe. Sasa mimi hata wakisema hiyo 3% hiyo labda iingie kwa vitu zingine kama sukari nini, hiyo tax hiyo iingie hapo hivyo, mimi niumilia hapo. Lakini wakipitisha eti housing levy hii levy kwani alijuaje ni manyumba ndio watu wanahitaji? Watu wanataka kulipa school fees, utajenga nyumba na mtoto akae kwa hiyo nyumba na hajasoma. Watu walipe school fees kwanza, wafanye vitu zingine. Angekuja public participation aulize watu wanataka nini, ndio hiyo kitu ipewe priority. Hapana kuja kupea watu priority yenyewe unafikiria utagongea. Sasa unataka hapana. Acha nisiseme mengi. Unajua hii Kenya pia spotlight kurunzi na tumulika mpaka bedroom.
Aya, shikilia hapo basi. Adero, vipi? Naona umerudi.
Yes.
Sasa uko sawa?
Yeah, niko sawa sasa.
Aya, nipe maoni yako. Huyu jamaa ni dictator ama ni hustler mzuri?
So, Mtembei, I have 2 issues here. One, starting with the DP, Rigiji. Now, from his statement, they took the oath of office kuwahudumia watu wote irrespective of where they voted. Now, the moment wanasema ya kwamba wabunge wote ambao watapinga hii, then they'll be left out for some developments in their area. That was quite unfortunate. That's one. Second, watu wanatuambia ya kwamba this, first of all, unajua hapa tunaangalia tu finance bill, the housing one, housing that 3%. The housing levy. It's not about the housing levy. Let's also look up, check about the VAT part of it. From 8 to 16, that's double. It's going to affect everyone, all Kenyans, even those hustlers. Yeah, they have been talking about. That's second. Now the third one. If you look about this the housing levy, those who are supposed to be deducted are those who are employed. Yeah, and that means that whoever will not be contributing will not enjoy these houses. That's according to them, right? Now, how comes again they are telling us that wabunge ambao hawataunga hii mswada, then they are against the hustlers. So which hustlers are they talking about here? Because as of now, hustlers, hao ni mama mboga, okay, hii 3% yao, how are they going to enjoy this? Hizi nyumba watapata wapi? There is something which is hidden here, and we need to speak the truth. Yeah, so that's a total lie, and this is a threat. Na president wetu ni kama ameingizwa baridi. Unaona? Because I'm very sure, like even the Kenya Kwanza MPs, I know they are as well receiving information from their constituents. All of them are against this bill because this one affects everyone. Because hatuna duka ya MP, hatuna duka ya mama mboga. Saizi unga ni 230, 220. Yeah. So it cuts across. So what I would like to say, like the government, in fact, they should treat people equally. They should leave out the threats. Let the people decide. And how I pray that this bill, ifutiliwe mbali kabisa. In fact,
Okay.
there is nothing in this bill which is favoring the common mwananchi. You know,
Okay.
ukiangalia vitu zenye wamepunguza, yeah, ni vitu kama ndege. Sasa nani atanunua ndege? Asula mgani atanunua ndege? Sio ni biashara yao, because wao ndio wanaweza nunua hizo vitu kama the things which are very expensive. Yeah. So unaona vyao, yeah, wamepunguza. But for the common mwananchi wamefanya nini? Wamepandisha. So this is a game. So we need to wake up. Thank you, Mtembei.
Aha, asante sana kwa maoni yako. Nitakuja kwako na maswali. Wacha kwanza niipe hawa wa ndugu zako nafasi pia, lakini namuona Ombwacha ako ndani, Patrick Wasike na kuona, Yego na kuona, namuona Eddie Atito ambaye pia kwa studio ako kwa comment section pia, namuona Evelyn Just ako ndani, Martin Wakibe ako ndani. Asanteni sana wadau. Huyu prezo ni ule prezo tulitaka kwa sababu tulisema hasla ndio wetu. Sasa hasla ndo huyu anafanya ile kitu. Karibuni sana wadau, tafadhali tusaidie kulike tu hii video hapo kwa Facebook na hapo kwa YouTube. Just like kulike ni bure, birashi ni bure kabisa, haina ada yoyote ambayo unatozwa. So like tu tafadhali, tusaidie kulike hii video Asante sana ambao mnatujoin watu wengi wanatazama. Thank you very much. Naja kwako jamaa, unajiita Edgar Atito. Huyu jamaa leo amesema jaribuni kidogo hivi. Kidogo tu hivi nione. What is your take Rikijina anadai jaribuni kuangusha muone kama waletea maendeleo sehemu zenyu. What do you think these guys are doing? Blackmailing ama ni dictator?
Jakes and all panelists, good evening.
Good evening, hi sir.
Good evening.
Now, there's a story in the Bible. You remember when Israelites were opposed to a system of governance, and they insisted that they needed a king. Now they were told about the consequences of having a physical king, but they said we want a king that we can go and worship, a king that we can have a conversation with. Despite all the warnings, they insisted, and eventually they were given. Now they started to face the wrath of people like David, Solomon, and the rest, and even Saul. So every choice has a consequences, just like we were told sometimes back in 2013. But again, back to the topic, Jakes, it's about Ruto being a dictator. And it is very true. We know who Ruto is. But first of all, we need to know and understand what is dictatorship. This is a form of government which one person or a small group possesses absolute power without effective constitutional limitation. Now, I want to say this. Since independent Jakes, we've been electing dictators in office. People who have no respect to the constitution, even Uhuru himself, and even Raila himself, Kibaki, all the presidents we've had before. We've seen them disobeying court orders, going against the constitution to sign some controversial policies. And now back to Ruto, because he's the president, however legitimate he is. But this is someone that we've seen doing things that are actually mysterious. Number one, when he was the deputy president, the manner in which he bought Langata Road primary school land was questionable, but he went ahead and did it. Despite the cries from the students, in fact, he tear gassed the student. It's only a dictator who will never listen to the cry of a child. That mzee mwenye alinyang'anywa shamba, a normal person would believe in equality, and who is of high integrity cannot do such a thing. Only a dictator can do that. But now this is a problem. This is a problem with the many African leaders. The tendency to selfish and to stay in power for a long time, breaking the constitution, making some amendments that favor them, like what is happening in Congo Brazzaville right now, and even to rule by force and intimidation. This is happening even in our parties. But again, if you listen to our leaders who are supposed to be symbol of national unity, Kenya, they say, is a democratic nation. Of course, you remember during election, they were saying that it was their democratic right, and they were saying they were elected democratically. Now, forcing MPs and threatening them, intimidating them, that if you fail to pass this bill, then I'll not give you or take development to your constituencies. You know, we're not supposed to beg development. This is our right because we all pay tax. The utterances that some of our leaders are making is actually disgusting, even to the international community's face. So, number one, I'll say that Ruto is a dictator, in fact, a bad one. Ruto was connected with the killing of Msando, Juma's death. The boy, you remember that police officer? He was connected. Then again, look at the people who are surrounding him. Most of them have committed economic crime. And what did they do? Well, it's official water. All their cases withdrawn. Only a dictator will do that. Now, coming back to this bill, you know, for a bill to become a law, it goes through several processes. It reaches a point that when it goes to the parliament, is either you agree with it or you agree, and then it is within your right, based on what your constituents are telling you that this bill is going to affect us negatively. Please, when you go to the parliament, do not pass it. If your constituents tells you that, and then president is threatening you that if you do, I want to give you development. Kwani, are we begging? We all pay tax. And now
lastly, shikilia hapo tu kidogo tu. Okay, sawa, malizia.
Lastly, like I said yesterday, that the issue of finance bill is quite wide and it's very complex to understand or to be understood by laymen like us. And therefore, we need enough time, though we might be late, but as we discuss it, we get to know about it. This thing is total crap, very bad if implemented. Let us all come out and reject it. There is no way you are forcing something on our throats that we must. Mpende msipende. That is a whole deputy president saying that mpende msipende. Hiyo ni ile mentality ya dio, ile wakati wa Moi. But again, the people who placed us in the 200 people that voted for whether aliiba or did not, lakini we are in a total mess as a nation.
Okay. Now, I'm sure someone has not agreed with your sentiments, Zamsando and all, and he has the right of rebuttal. Captain Vipi.
Poa sana, unajua hii maneno ndio unaona hata hawa kubwa wetu hawasikiangi vitu tunaongea hapa, ni kuchanganya maneno. Naona sasa mwenye wanataja wali conflict, hata Uhuru akiwa president ashamaliza term zake ameenda, bado wanasema Ruto ndio sijui nini Musando. Hiyo maneno iliisha, na unajua on such a like platform it was not even proved that Ruto was involved in such cases. And again on Langata Road, whatever the land as you are claiming, I think the land was for aviation, if I'm not wrong, not for Langata Primary. The one for Langata Primary ilikuja ikafensiwa na hiyo story ikaisha hivyo. Yeah, tunachanganya mambo, tuko kwa finance bill, tunaleta siasa zingine sa sijui mwaga gani. Anyway, sawa.
And the other thing,
Let
let me even make it interesting. let me ask you, in a court of law, you go prove your case. You go and substantiate your claims. You know, you can deal on hearsay so much until it's almost thought to be true. What backs your claim? Do you have facts? Do you have evidences? Has Ruto been charged in a court of law? It's one thing to allege, it's another thing to back your allegations. Now, your allegations have been actually, people will begin saying what you have said, but have they been proven in a court of law? Because we have a competent court, if you may want to say so. So why would you want to make such claims and maybe want to go and challenge? No, so let me ask you, can you substantiate your claims?
Jakes.
Yes, sir.
I think you guys were not keen when I was talking. When I was actually
we were very keen.
making my
So
submission.
many were very keen, including on the comment section.
I said he's being connected. I didn't say that he is the one.
You see, regardless of connection, it means you have to prove how he's connected. Regardless. You see, if you link someone to something, you have to prove, and because you're already saying he stands to be, or rather he holds responsibility to such issues that you have raised, right? Now, how do you substantiate that? Because we have DCI, we have criminal courts, we have the police, right? Because I wouldn't wish Kesho, in case Ulizwe Useme I was just in a live show, because it's important. It's very important. Unlike Parliament, here we are not really covered when we make such utterances.
The thing is, you know, even in the court of laws, before even the police arrest you, number one, they'll work with the lead. You see, they'll start with this allegation. Then they do their the investigation. If you are clean on it, you are free to go. But what I was saying, we've heard from public gatherings, from the from several quarters. But again, I'm not saying that he did it.
But they are not allowed in a court of law, because in a court of law is that he who alleges must prove.
Yet investigation starts with hearsay. Investigation starts with hearsay.
So if tomorrow we hear something
it's
about
being said that you did this, the police take the DCI takes.
Anyway, let's leave it here, and let me just say this: your sentiments are not the views of Mtembei as a TV station. It's you as Edgar, right? It's you as Edgar, and you have the right to have your opinion. So I won't gag you, neither will I. It's you. You know, you have a right to have what you think and believe, and what you have heard. If you believe it's true, it's your right, right? Yes, Captain.
That is very true.
Jakes, there's some things we've been seeing in this platform that are going on, but people are not very keen on what they are saying. I don't want to use Edgar Tito's example or whatever. Like you see now in comment sections, we have Kwame Kumi from Ghana is doing some advertisements here of marriage and whatever and what. What if the person is going some money? Will Mutembe TV be responsible for that? We should be telling people that on a recap side that when they account, it is that person, not Mutembe TV. And many others we've been seeing, but we keep quiet. That if somebody maybe is coming from a certain region and is supporting maybe Kenya Kwanza, anafaa kufinyiwa kabisa sana. Yes, it's okay. Kuna vitu zingine hata sisi tunafanya vibaya. Like the other day, Babu Owino was involved in shooting at DJ and whatever. Haijabrufiwa, kesi bado iko kotini. But sometimes I see some people, they want to incriminate Babu Owino against ascending to some other positions in politics. That huyu ni muuaji, alifanya nini. Tunaona tunanyamaza because he's from the other political side formation. some people want us to come there and be against Babu Owino. For what? And yet the case is in court. It's not right. So some things which are not proved, there's no need for us to be igniting some things which are not right, bro.
Dunia ina mambo. Dunia ina mambo. Kaka brother, leo umelala kwa studio.
Yes, ndugu yangu. Habari zenu?
Habari ya leo kaka. Kwani umelala mapema vipi kaka?
Alhamdulillah, sijalala mtu wangu. Mimi si ndege. Ndege ndio nalala mapema au kuku.
Sawa. Maoni yako ni yapi Leo tuna discuss Ruto the Dictator kulingana na matamshi yake kule Narok.
Narok alisema lazima Bila ipite. Kama alisema Bila ipite, hiyo si dictator. Ya watu wote kwa chini yake, chama yake kama kiongozi wa chama, na kiongozi yote wa chama, president yote akiingia kwa kiti lazima agenda zake ipite kulingana na chama, kwa sababu hiyo ni agenda ya chama, si yake. Watu wa chama ndio wamekaa chini wakaandika hiyo bill, si watu upinzani wamekuja kuandika bill. Ni watu wa chama ya UDA wameandika bill. Watu wa chama ya UDA ndio wako wengi kwa parliament, ikuwe ni senate, ikuwe ni assembly ya MP. So akisema hii bill ipite, na pia anaangalia na macho kali, anaangalia na kina nani atapiga no. Hiyo ni haki yake. Unajua pia kama kuna watoto lazima uchunge watoto wao. Kwa hata kama kuna mwizi, kuna pasta, kuna chokora, lazima uangalie na macho mzuri sana ni nani ataruka sheria zako au mpaka wako. Mimi kitu iko kama mtu wa pinzani au kama mtu wa Azimio, mimi nataka hiyo bill ipite. Hiyo bill ikipita ndio sisi wote pia tutafeel it. Unajua sasa kuna wengine wa feel it kwa sababu rotation ya pesa sasa inaendelea, ni hiyo Uhuru aliwacha ndio inaendelea. So hii budget yake ikipita ndio sasa mambo itaanza kuwa smooth au mambo itaanza kuwa hard. Unanipata mtu wangu? So kukua dictator na Afrika inatakana ongozo na dictator. Afrika bila kuongozwa na dictator hakuna mahali unaenda. Mtu nyeusi usimwekee uhuru nyingi. Mtu nyeusi ngozi yetu. Hao wanaweza kuja hata kukunya kwa mlango yako na unamlisha. Mtu nyeusi ni mtu nakaliwa ngumu, ndiye ashike kitu. Taku shule tolee kiboko, unaona watoto wana perform, si kila siku anaiba mtihani na nunua mtihani. Mtu nyeusi anatakana dictator. Na nasikia jamaa Atita ameguza hapa sio mambo ya msando sijui nini. Wacha nikwambie, ukitaka kukuwa leader, hii kitu nyinyi nanikatanga kila siku nikisema, ukitaka kukuwa leader lazima uwe na vitu vitatu. Kwa hii dunia lazima uwe na vitu vitatu. Hizi vitu vitatu kama uko nayo, hizi tabia tatu kama uko nayo, wewe ni leader kwa hii dunia. Kwa sababu hiyo leader ya dunia hapa si ya Mungu. Kama unasema kila leader anatoka kwa Mungu, hata Firauni alikuwa na Musa alikuwa. Sasa nani alikuwa ya shetani, nani alikuwa Mungu? Na wote walitoka kwa Mungu. Firauni Mungu alipea nguvu, Musa Mungu alimpea nguvu. Na walikuwa na watumwa walikuwa wanatumwa na wanapata making pale. So vitu vitatu lazima uwe na ukitaka kuwa kiongozi hii dunia, na inafanyika kwa kila nchi. Lazima uwe na pesa. Ukitaka kuwa kiongozi lazima uwe na chapa, kwa sababu ukishikwa au kitu kifanyika utajitetea. Lazima uwe unapenda Mungu. Si kupenda Mungu ile ukweli, ile kujifunika mabaya yako kwa Mungu. Ya tatu, lazima uwe muuaji. Kwa sababu gani? We cannot have two masters in one leadership. Hatuwezi kuwa na kiongozi mbili. Hata drug dealer inakuanga mmoja ndio powerful, au wengine ni brokenge. Huwezi kuwa na drug dealer mbili kwa inchi moja. Mmoja anakuanga powerful, wengine ni drug dealer. Nataka kupea example na mainchi ambao wameendelea. Angalia Amerika. Hao wakikuwa superpower, walikuwa superpower kuuza biskuti. So wamekuwa superpower kuua watu, kuuza silaha. Kwa sababu wao ndio wanatengeneza silaha. Wanaweka nyinyi unanyoroshana huko kama Iraq nini na wauzia silaha. Hao wanaendelea jengo chumi yao. Unakuwa superpower. The same na Russia, the same na China. So hakuna mambo ya kudanganyana hapa kusema kuua kama wewe kiongozi fai. Inafaa hiyo na part of leadership. Hata watume waliua. Hakuna mtume aliua au kuua. So alikuwa anaua binadamu ambao alitumwa achunge. So hizi vitu ni vitu ambao iko kwa leadership na ni vitu ambao wanatekeleza kwa leadership. So mambo ya kuleta excuse meua kama nyinyi waweze wewe kaa tu, lakini ukitaka kiongozi lazima ujitume kama njia kama hayo. So mambo ya Ruto kwa dictator, Ruto mimi siona dictator yake bado, sijaona. Bila pita yeye ni dictator. Sijaona dictator ya Ruto. Hiyo si dictator bwana. Dictator ni mtu kama sasa ungekuwa naongea juu ya Mseveni. Tunaelewana. Dictator ni mtu sasa kulikuwa anaongea kama nani? Niseme nani tena amekaa dictator? Mtu ambaye eleweki. Lakini sasa Ruto utamsema dictator, hata mwaka jaisha mtu wangu. Wewe umesema mweka jina dictator kwa sababu anataka budget ipite. Mimi siona baya hapo kabisa. Budget ile kipite kwa sababu hiyo ni agenda ya serikali. Agenda ya serikali lazima ipite na njia zote. By fire, by peace, by maombi, by anyways lazima ipite. Ndio agenda zao ifanywe. Mimi sioni dictator hapo ya Ruto. Hapo hata kama namtetea mimi namtetea. Kwa hiyo uongo na sitamtetea, lakini dictator mimi sijaona. Mimi sijaona dictator Ruto. Kama Ruto angekuwa dictator tungekuwa tunaongea hivi. Watu kwa napiga kelele kweli. Nyinyi mnajua dictator nini? Kukua dictator kweli. Hatungekuwa na freedom hivi. Sijaona mimi pale yao kusema yeye ni dictator. Sijaona. Anataka tu agenda ya hiyo budget ipite ili afanye maendeleo. Hiyo budget ipite ndio wale wa kuiba ibe, ndio hivyo tu. Kwa sababu mimi kwangu kurokota tax ni sawa, lakini unakota taxes zinaenda wapi? Kitu Ruto angepigana nao sana, angemletea pesa. Angepigana na corruption. Hii ndio kitu imekula Kenya mbele nyuma katikati juu chini, corruption. Kwa sababu hata hiyo pesa kirokota bado itakuwa watu bado naiba tu. Hata hii afand hii ilitolewa hii ya Masala fund hii bado kuna corruption iko ndani yake. Ruto angepigana corruption. Pesa zote akirudisha. Wale ambao wameshikwa na kesi ya corruption ifuatiliwe, wajulikane wako wapi, warudishe pesa. Kama wale magavana kama Waiguru pale mapesa walibeba na gunia. Hizo vitu kama hizo napaa pesa rudi. Ndio maana anatupima hapa, anasema Singapore ilikuwa ni Islam kama Kibira. Kwa nini Singapore imetuacha? Kwa sababu gani? Wale ambao wanaiba huko wananyongwa. Wapeleke kwa maombi. Unanyongwa. Kama umeiba nyonga mtu kichwa tupa Lake Victoria, mwili tupa Rift Valley. Ndio watu wagope kuiba. Kwa sababu kuiba ndio napea inchi na kuwa maskini. Hakuna kitu kingine ni kuiba. Unaona vile former president nini marehemu nini naitwa nani? John Pombe Magufuli. Bila alipigana corruption Tanzania. Ameweka Tanzania wapi? Hiyo ndio kitu Ruto alipigana sana corruption. Mimi dictator yake mimi sioni. Mtu ako na swali aseme.
Shikilia hapo tu kidogo nisome watatu ambao wanatuma maujumbe kibao hapa. Namuona Evelyn Just unasema corruption. Sasa hapo dunia ina mambo, umeongea sasa. Jackson Mumba uko ndani na kuona kwa ujumbe wako mrefu. Nani mwingine hapa? Watu wametuma ujumbe. Zidi kutuma ujumbe wako na zaidi ya yote zidi kulike hii video hapo Facebook, hapo YouTube. Like hii video tafadhali. Like tu. Mko wengi sana, naona mko wengi, mumejaja na nashukuru sana. Watu wa YouTube wako wengi, watu wa Facebook wako wengi, watu wa Mtembei Official wako wengi. Like hii video tafadhali. Wengi mnanitazama, wengi mnafuatilia hii show. Na mada ya show imebesiwa na hii clip ambayo nacheza. Hii ndio imeinform our conversation today.
Ati kupinga mpango ya serikali kuwapatia hawa vijana ambao waliwapigia kura ati ajira. I am waiting for the members of parliament who will go and vote against the plan to give these young people, majority of them, they are voters. I am waiting for them to go and vote against the employment of these young people. I am waiting for members of parliament to go and vote against housing that would give these people a chance to own a decent home with 5% mortgage when you yourself as a leader is getting a mortgage because of the taxes paid by the people of Kenya of 3%. Mimi nangojea wale wabunge watakuwa ukule bunge. ni tuwaone kwa macho kwamba wao wanapinga ati ajira ya hawa vijana ambao waliwapigia kura, wanapinga mpango wa manyumba ya hawa wangwana na 5%, ili hali yeye mjumbe anapata 3%. Si ni mzuri tujue ni kina nani watapiga kura against this finance bill, ama namna gani wananchi? Na mimi nataka niwaulize ndugu zangu, hapa nimesikia viongozi wameongea, wameongea wakasema tulikuwa wengi na tumejaribu, director hapa, chairman pale, waziri hapo, PS pale, CAS kona ingine. Kwa hiyo watu wote tumewapatia kazi. Si hawa ni viongozi? Na nimesikia viongozi hapa pia wamesema kuna viongozi wengine bado wako hapa. Hebu simameni nyinyi viongozi ambao bado mnangojea. Si mko hapa? Haya, hawa wapige makofi hawa. Nimesikia mmesema tupange hawa. Hiyo ni mzuri. Na mimi nataka niulize kule nyuma, wale watu ambao hawana kazi huko nyuma, hebu nione kwa mkono. Sasa my friends, sasa wale nani atazungumza juu ya wale? Nyinyi mmeongea juu ya hawa wachache wako mbele. Na wale
okay. Wadau, huyo ni Urezo anasema he's waiting to see wale ambao watabishana na hii bill wale ambao wabunge especially alikuwa ananena na wabunge, alikuwa anaambia I am waiting to see yule atadhubutu. Gachagua naye akasema if mnaangusha na nyinyi maendeleo kwenyu kuna venye. So let me ask, why did you vote for your MP? Ulimpigia afanye nini? A debate in parliament, apitishe vitu, aangushe vitu kulingana na jinsi yeye anaona inafaa, bila kutishwa, bila kusukumiwa, bila kuambiwa because the president is a mighty man yeye kukwambia na kungoja aone. Sio vitisho. Okay, or kama si dictator basi captain, is it not blackmail? Let me start with you, captain.
Unasemaje Jex?
Hivyo vile anafanya, anawa blackmail ama anafanya nini?
Walitumwa na wananchi waende wapinge serikali ama waende walete maendeleo?
Na walitumwa wafanye kila kitu yenye president anasema, whether good or bad, kwa lazima, ama walitumwa watumie pia wao akili zao wafikirie, kwa sababu hao ndio macho na fikra za wananchi.
Yeye alichaguliwa mbunge, akasaini akakula hot pale kwa bunge na akapatiwa immediately 30 million nini ya nyumba. Na ule mwananchi ana nyumba, wakitafutiwa nyumba kuna makosa, anaenda kupinga. Unajua iko hivi kuna mahali tunachanganya maneno hapa. Hii bill inafaa ungelete kila
na Pascal. Pascal, endelea. Washa mic yako Pascal.
Nataka nimuulize swali moja tu huyo bwana. Hao ambao walichaguliwa, the representatives, kuenda bunge, nataka huyu bwana atuelezee sahizi hizo nyumba ambazo anasema kwamba hawa ambao wametumwa huko kwenda kurepresent hawa wananchi huku watazipata kivipi, kwa sababu kulingana na vile hiyo levy vile inasema ni kwamba wewe utakuwa unalipa 3% na utakuwa unakatiwa ukishapata hiyo nyumba utakuwa unakatiwa polepole kulipia hiyo nyumba. Je, huyu mtu ambaye atakuwa hana ule uwezo wa kulipa hiyo nyumba ama kupata kutoa hiyo 10% ya kulipia hiyo nyumba atapata kivipi hiyo nyumba? Na akumbuke kwamba Duale alikuwa kwenye meeting akawaambia kwamba akaambia wananchi huko kwao Marsabit, akawaambia kwamba hii si ya watu wale ambao hawana kazi, ambao hawana pesa kule mashinani, ni hawa watu ambao wako na makazi na wako na pesa. Sasa nataka huyo aelezee, huyu mwananchi ambaye hana pesa atapata kivipi ile nyumba ambayo huyu bwana anasema kwamba hawa watu wanawasimamia kupata hizo nyumba?
Yule hana pesa, kuna kitu atakuwa amechangia? Jibu swali, atakuwa amekatwa 3%.
And who are the hustlers now?
Yeye ni mwananchi wa Kenya, masimu mwananchi wa Kenya. Yeye ni mwananchi wa Kenya, masimu mwananchi wa Kenya.
Ndio hiyo, ni mwananchi wa Kenya, ni sawa.
Na sasa yuko na haki ya kupata hiyo nyumba ama hana haki ya kupata hiyo nyumba?
Kama anaishi mjini, lazima anafanya kazi na atakata.
Swali, yuko na haki ya kupata hiyo nyumba ama hana haki ya kupata hiyo nyumba?
Ametoa pesa?
He is a Kenyan citizen. He is an elected of the Kenyan citizen. Sasa sio kwamba wale ambao wanafanya kazi peke yake, sio kwamba wale ambao wanafanya kazi peke yake, pia yeye alichangia katika hiyo serikali. Sasa yuko na haki ya kupata hiyo nyumba. So yule ambaye yuko na kazi peke yake, ni hizo nyumba ni za inasemekana kwamba ni za wananchi.
Ndio hayo,
na mwenye kufanya kazi peke yake.
Ulalamishi hapa ni 3%. Na sasa wewe unatetea yule hajatoa pesa kuwa atapata aje nyumba? Atapata nyumba, ametoa pesa ngapi? Jibu swali.
Sasa ndio hiyo sasa. Ndio kwa nini sasa watu wanalazimishwa? Kwa nini watu wanalazimishwa kulipa 3%? Kwa sababu wale ambao wako na uwezo wa kulipa wako tayari na nyumba zao. Wale ambao wako na uwezo wa kulipa wako tayari na nyumba zao. Wako tayari na nyumba zao. Sasa watakuambia kwamba hiyo ni pesa ambayo inatakikana iwe inaenda huko kuwapatia zaidi wale mabonyanyi wao wako na manyumba zaidi, na huyu mwananchi wa kawaida ambaye mlikuwa kumnasema kwamba ni hasla atabaki kudidimia hivyo kwa sababu hana uwezo wa kulipia 3% na kupata hiyo nyumba.
Kapteni ngoja kuchallenge
vizuri sana. Kama hautaki nyumba miaka hiyo 7, chukua pesa yako.
Kapteni wacha
So unaona Pascal,
vizuri sana hivyo.
Adero.
Pascal, that's what I asked when that's what I asked. Like here we are talking about those who will be deducted 3%. How about those who will not be able to
get 3%?
Yes, what will happen to them? And who are the hustlers in this case?
Because you are told that the ratio of those who are employed with the pay slips to those who are unemployed without pay slips, it is almost.
Yeah? Unajua hii hata Captain hii kitu unajua tu vizuri. Ni tu utaki kutuambia ukweli, being that you are supporting the other side. But the truth is,
do not support the government. Do not support the government because you are in support of the government. No.
Hii ni BBI ingine. Hii ni BBI. Hii budget ni BBI ingine.
Umesikia vile dunia ina mambo amewaambia.
Kwa sababu msikize Duale kama kuna hiyo clip ya Duale aki-address watu sioni wa Jia Marsabit, aliambia waziwazi, mpaka I commented on that hiyo katika hiyo mnini yake, akawaambia nyinyi ambao hamna pesa hata msianze kutetemeka, sisi tunapata wale ambao wako na pesa. Nyinyi ambao hamna pesa hapo katika hiyo lineup hamko.
Sawa.
So what does that mean? What does that mean? It means that he has already sidelined those people who are not working. So the question is, are they entitled to have those housing or not?
Waja nisijibu hiyo kwa leo. Lakini kama hajatoa pesa, analalamika ya nini na hajakatwa pesa yake yote?
Lakini yeye ni mwananchi wa Kenya. Yeye ni mwananchi wa Kenya ambaye yuko na haki na pia kupata hiyo nyumba. Hizo nyumba si wale ambao wanafanya kazi peke yake. Mwanzo wale ambao wanafanya kazi wako na tayari na nyumba zao. Wale ambao hawana nyumba ni wale ambao hawana kazi, wale ambao wako hohehahe.
Mwenye amechangia pesa, mwenye amechangia hii 3%. na mwajiri wake pia amekatwa ile pesa. Unataka asipatiwe nyumba, apatiwe mtu mwenye hajatoa pesa?
Sasa ni ile njia ile yale madhumuni zaidi ya serikali kujenga hizo nyumba ni za kujengea watu, kwa watu ambao wako na nyumba zao tayari na makazi zao, ama ni ya kujengea kwa kila mwananchi wa Kenya?
Hapana, sio watu wenye wako nini wale. Unaona hizi manyumba zinajengwa pale mitaani penye watu wanalipa pesa zile, unalipa landlord pesa mingi sana, lakini serikali imekuja ikachukua ile shamba, inatengeneza, inajenga manyumba za affordable payment, yani unaweza kuimudu kulipia. Unaona, sio ati unaenda kujenga huko Karen huko nyumba za affordable housing Karen. Nani ataingia?
Sasa yule mtu ambaye anashikule mtaani ni gani? Yule mtu ambaye anashikule mtaani ni gani?
Asla,
ni hasla. Na sasa kama yeye hana ule uwezo wa kulipa 3% na yeye anataka nyumba, kwa sababu ule mtaa ni ule ambao yeye anaishi, na zile nyumba zimejengwa katika ule mtaa wake, na tena ujue ya kwamba katika ule mtaa ambao zile nyumba zimejengwa, wale watu watakuwa displaced pale.
Wapi? Na serikali ilinunua shamba, nani amedisplacewa?
Hiyo serikali itakuwa imenunua shamba, kwa nini watakuambia kwamba kila mahali pale mtaani ambapo zile nyumba ambazo zitajengwa ni mahali ambapo kutakuwa hakuna watu?
Wewe nataka nikuulize, uko Kenya ama uko dunia nyingine? Uone nyumba zinaendelea kusimama pale Pangani? Kuna mtu amedisplacewa hapo?
Sasa hizo nyumba zimejengwa mahali ambapo hakuna watu.
Hiyo shamba ilipatikana, nyumba inaendelea kujengwa na hiyo shamba iko na mtu.
Sasa hizi kama hizo nyumba zinaendelea kujengwa, je, zinajengwa kwa kina nani? That's the question.
The contributors were 3%, ndio watakuwa.
Now what about this one not gonna, what about these people who cannot afford to contribute the 3%?
Kesi baadaye hawa. Hiyo ni kesi baadaye.
So hao hawajulikani katika hiyo serikali ya Kenya Kwanza.
Kama kesi baadaye. Wewe ndio unasema hawajulikani, hakuna mtu amesema hawajulikani.
Wewe ndio umenambia sasa hivi kwamba kesi baadaye ya hao. Sasa yeye mtu hohehahe atabaki kuwa hohehahe, na yule ambaye yuko na pesa ndo atazidi kuendelea. So it means that the 90% of the ordinary Kenyans, they will continue suffering, while the 10% of those people who can afford to pay that 3% will continue to thrive. That is what the government is telling us.
I don't think so. You are the one telling us. I don't think so. I don't think so. You are the one who are trying to tell us that.
No. I'm not the one who's saying so, because you have also said so. You have also said so.
We want these people to have the affordable housing.
Yes, because they are entitled. They are Kenyans. How walipiga kura?
15,000.
Hizo nyumba zinasemekana kwamba ni za wale watu wasiojiweza. Za wale watu wasiojiweza.
Kama kina nani wao? Nani hao unawasema wewe?
The ordinary hustlers. Sasa wale ambao you branded them as hustlers.
Wewe unataka kuruka serikali kwa nini bwana? Kila kitu
siruki serikali.
Wewe wacha kupinga bwana.
Sipingi serikali, lakini ninataka yule mtu ambaye wanasema kwamba wanamjengele nyumba, wampatie ile nyumba. Yuko na haki ya kila mmoja, yuko na haki ya kupata nyumba pale Kenya.
Ndio hivyo, lakini wewe mbona unapinga?
Mimi sipingi, lakini wewe ndio unaambia watu hapa kwamba kama hukutoa 3%, wewe kesi yako ni baadaye. Sasa wewe haujulikani, you are not in the equation.
Hapana. Wewe wacha kuweka maneno kwa mdomo yangu bwana.
Sio kuweka kwa maneno kwa mdomo ya mtu. You just said kwamba kesi yao hao ni baadaye. So if you cannot afford to pay, it means that you are not a Kenyan citizen. You are not counted in anywhere there in Kenya. Kama huna kazi, hiyo ni shida yako.
Kidogo tu wacha tukize Baba Adrian. Baba Adrian.
Wacha Tito kwanza aseme. Tito bado wako pale.
Captain hapana.
Captain hebu nyamaza kidogo.
Relax.
Sasa swali yangu.
Baba Adrian, endelea.
Yes, swali yangu ni Ruto amesema anaenda kuchengea watu manyumba. Nauliza kwanza, hiyo shamba iko wapi? Hiyo shamba ni ya nani? Na mtu akishalipa, tuseme mtu achangie kuinini, hiyo 3% ikatwe, ni nini itanionyesha ati nitakuwa na nyumba? How? Captain,
wakati unachangia NSSF unajuanga haje umechangia NSSF na NHIF? Hizo vitu mbili nataka ujibu hapo.
nikuulize kwanza, ukiwa unataka kujenga nyumba, unaweza jenga nyumba hewani? Si unafaa ukuwe na shamba yako? Sasa Nairobi shamba yetu iko wapi?
Hakuna. Hujaona nyumba yote Nairobi zinajengwa za affordable housing?
Unaweza niambia nijenge nyumba nijenge hewani?
Si wewe ujenge, ile serikali inajenga yani.
Hiyo shamba ni ya nani?
Wewe acha kurudisha watu nyuma.
Serikali.
Shamba ni ya serikali bwana.
Alafu unaweza utajuaje sasa utapata nyumba hapo?
Serikali haiwezi kosa mbinu ya kukuja kupeana manyumba. Kuna nyumba zimejengwa. Baba kwanza. Kuna manyumba zimejengwa hapa Kibera kando ya reli.
Nani amepewa hii? Ni nani ashapata nyumba hapo?
Watu walipata manyumba bro, hata mimi karibu nipate nyumba pale Kibera.
Mbona hukupata?
Na niliishi kwa reli. Mbona hukupata? Jina yangu ilitokea kama nisharuka kwenda kwingine. Sasa ikawa ni siwezi nikarudi Kenya kukuja kutafuta nyumba na niko na shughuli zangu zingine. Naona. Kwa sababu niliishi pale kwa reli, sikiza, niliishi pale kwa reli kando ya reli na jina yangu nilikuja tukahesabiwa na walikuwa wanachukua mpaka structure ya kila mtu. Unaona?
Naona unatetea nini mambo na unajua hata mimi ni Mkalenjin lakini hiyo
mimi najua shida inawasumbua ni Ndupia.
Hapana.
Ndupia inawasumbua. Ndupia inawasumbua, wacha serikali ifanye kazi.
Mbona hajarudisha nini? Hajateremsha bei ya nini sukari?
Sukari.
Najua tunaumia sana.
Ya mtu mwingine wachana na huyu Ndupia huyu.
Wewe unakula vizuri.
Edgar Tito ulikuwa umenua. Edgar Tito ulikuwa umeinua mkono, endelea. Edgar, acha kamera. Sorry, acha mic. Endelea
Yes,
kaka.
I hope I'm now clear.
Endelea.
Am I clear?
Uko sawa, endelea.
Jakes, niliinua mkono I think an hour ago. I wanted to respond to something else. But again, today I would love to stick to the topic.
Is it possible an hour ago? We are only 1 hour and a half. So it's not true.
So the thing is, Jakes.
True, eh?
Yeah, sure, you're right. But before I go to my point, mambo housing actually it's very complex, and that is why every now and again we are having such kind of arguments. But I want to get back to Dunia Ina Mambo when he said that Ruto is not a dictator. Now, my question to Dunia Mambo is this: then who is a dictator? At what point do we refer a leader as a dictator? And now, back to our president and the deputy president with their remarks today. You know, intimidating members of parliament that you must support, that if you don't support, nitaonana na nyinyi. You know, a member of parliament needs to make an independent decision as an individual when he thinks that is okay with him or as the constituents want. So by intimidating members of parliament that if you don't do this, I'll do this, or you see, or you'll realize that I am the president, that itself alone is a sign of being a dictator, because you are intimidating the people under you that if they don't do this, there's a consequence. So the remarks that were made today, I'll stick to the topic, Jakes. Sitaenda kwa housing kwa sababu if you listen to reasonings or how Captain is talking, anaongea kama Sudi. If you listen to Sudi's clip today, actually he has no valid points in regards to housing levy and all this finance bill. That is the same reasoning that I'm seeing here from Captain. They can't give any tangible, convincing reason as to why we should support that bill. So going back to my point, 8 years ago, Isaac Ruto said somewhere in Bomet that Deputy President of Kenya, Ruto, by
We cannot hear you. Umemute.
Unaona sasa uzuri ya kuongea kuhusu watu wengine vibaya. Mungu anazimanga peke yake.
We can't hear you. But ni sawa. Nyagaka, I see you raising your hand, Nyagaka.
Alinijibu swali, wacha nijibu.
Yes, wacha nizungumze kidogo. Niseme ya kwamba Jex, habari yako na wenzangu wote vijana.
Salama sana.
Yangu ni kusema ya kwamba anywhere in the world hakuna mahali tax inapendwa. Show me any country ambao wanapenda tax. Na hii tax ambayo inakuja on Thursday itapita na itatengeneza nyumba vile walifanya South Korea ama Malaysia ama Singapore. Ile Jex nakuambianga, ile kitu ambao we cannot stand and can make the whole system fail is corruption. Corruption, when Kenyatta and Raila were ruling Kenya, that's when they stole all the money from KEMSA. That's why the thievery was everywhere that you can think of. But huyu vile Sakayo ama mashamba ameanza ni mzuri sana. Amefunga hiyo yote. Amefukuza wale watu wa KEMSA. Amefukuza wale watu waliuza sukari baya. And that's exactly what we want. There is nothing the gentlemen from SBO are telling us, because, Jakes, they are criticizing what Oda is doing. In any democracy, the other party should have its own ideas, and they have none. You listen to, from Kalonzo to anybody, to Raila, to anybody, Mother, they are only criticizing the government. Every government is there to be criticized, including you guys, including me as a layman, but they are the leaders of the opposition. They should come up with any ideas that they can really criticize this government on. They're only criticizing the taxes. Who doesn't know there is nobody who don't like taxes? Gentlemen, show me one country that ukiongeza tax hiyo watapenda. Some of us have experience. Tumeona Obama vile alianza. No Republican voted for any of what he wanted. Lakini Kenya wanasema they will not vote and they will go to maandamano. Let them go to maandamano every day. Na wakutane na Kindiki na Kome. But in a democracy that we are trying to establish Kenya, the government of the day should tell us what they are doing, and the opposition should tell us what they want to do, so that they can convince the common mwananchi to vote for them. In August, 2 months from now, these guys will be there 1 month. What have you been doing? Ni maandamano. I mean, what a shame. Wacha nimalizia hapo niseme kwamba it's a very good Sunday. Tuendelee. Jakes, thank you very much. Asante. Sitaki kuzungumza sana.
Dunia ina mambo.
Ya Jack, wacha nijibu mzee kwanza, nijibu swali. Mzee wangu hapa anaita Nyapaka. Nyagaka. Kitu iko Nyagaka. Wewe kila siku ukiingia kwa studio unalalamika. Sasa hii wale ambao wako kwa serikali ni watu tofauti. Kitu lishatendeka, meshatendeka. Kama waliiba washikwe, waingizwe ndani, walipe pesa. Wao washikwe, wakatwe shingo, pesa irudishwe ya corruption. Mambo ya uhuru, Raila waliiba, mambo ya uhuru, Raila walimaliza Kenya, mambo ya uhuru, Raila. Hizo hata wakati Kibaki aliingia, Kibaki alikuwa anaongea juu ya Moi, na Moi ndiye alikaa 24 years kwa kiti. Nyinyi fanyeni kitu ambacho iko. Na wacha nikwambie, wewe ni mzee ambaye uko na umri kama Raila. Wacha nikwambie, mtu ameoa mama yako, hata kama wewe ni mkubwa hivyo, huyo ndio baba yako. So huyo ndio baba yetu, yeye ndio ametuoa na hiyo shida zote. So I'll move on. Mtu kufanya maandamano kwa sababu tax imepanda, ende usome news sasa hiyo, ende angalia Citizen. Morocco sasa hiyo wanaandamana juu high cost of living Morocco sasa hii. So kama wewe unaishi maisha ya mzuri, kwa tu maisha mzuri. Alafu jamaa aliniuliza utajuaje mtu ni dictator nani dictator anasema Ruto si dictator na kataa Ruto si dictator. Dictator ni mtu anaambiwa kitu asikii. Dictator ni mtu hataki kusikiza mtu yote, anafanya bila anataka anafanya bila katiba inakataa. Yeye ndio katiba na yeye ndio kila kitu. Ruto hajafikia mambo ya kusema yeye ndio katiba kama Museveni. Museveni alisema yeye aliingia na silaha, ukitaka kumtoa rudi kwa forest. Yeye ndio dictator. Yes, yeye amesema yeye dictator. Watu nasema hapa ni mambo ya kupitisha ni bill. Hiyo lazima ipite. Wapenda sipende, wacha bill ipite. Wale ambao wanapiga kelele hapa, wengi wao utapata waishi Kenya. Wengi wao wako nje. Wanakula rupurupu ya wazungu huko. Wanabembeleza wazungu huko.
Unajua hapo ndio saa zingine wanakasika, sababu Mkenya ni Mkenya, awe ako Kenya, awe ako nje, ni Mkenya. Haki za Mkenya hazipungui ati kwa sababu umeenda nchi nyingine. Ndugu yangu, dunia ina mambo. So wana haki kama wewe, kwa sababu wanatupa pesa.
Ukisikiza wanatoa opinion yao kulingana na mada. Bila wanatoa opinion yao kulingana na mada. Kulingana kwa vile wanatoa opinion yao kulingana na mada. Unajua wakati tax hapa, wanakata tax huko US.
Na wanatuma pesa zao Kenya, watanunua hizi manyumba bro.
Wanatumia familia yao, watumii wa Kenya.
Hapana, sawa tu. Pascal, wacha nikuje kwako kwa sababu wewe uko uraibuni. Kaka brother, wewe kama Mkenya, kwa sababu wewe ni Mkenya, haki zako hazipungui sababu kwa nchi nyingine. Asha mic yako kaka. Pascal, asha mic. Pascal, asha mic. Pascal, umeongea lakini hujawasha mic yako.
Nimewasha.
Unasema endelea.
Ndio nilikuwa nataka kumjibia bwana. Unasikia? Sisi ambao tuko nje ya nchi tuna contribute sana tena katika ujenzi wa hiyo nchi ya Kenya. Kwa sababu ile pesa tunatuma na huko Kenya ni pesa mingi sana. Unasikia? Na sasa ukisema kwamba eti wale wengi wenye kulalamika hawako Kenya, wale ambao hawako Kenya ndio mwanzo ambao wanajenga hiyo nchi.
Jex.
Yes, Nyagaka.
Huyu mheshimiwa amesema mzuri ya kwamba those people who stole from Kemsa should go to jail. I agree with you, na dunia ina mambo. Lakini vile huyu mheshimiwa alishakwambia kuishi Kenya, kutoishi Kenya, sisi wote ni wa Kenya. So what point are you trying to make? I am in the process of organizing a lot of us to build houses in Kisii. Is that Kisii in America or in England? So don't go there. Dunia una mambo, una ile station nyingine mnaenda mnazungumza one idea only. Hapa Jex anatuacha tunazungumza ile tunataka. And that's exactly what we want. But I will not defend myself. I'm not in Kenya. No. That's completely immaterial. Like I said, we educate people in Kenya. We send the money. It's there practically. Without the money that we remit to Kenya, Kenya will be bankrupt. So where you want us to go? So let us talk about the future. It is very good to criticize the government of the day. And that's what the democracy is all about. So all the ideas should be accepted. But the ideas that win will win. Vile nilishawambia ile taxi itapita na itatengeneza nyumba na ile kitu ambayo we don't want to hear about, even the smell of it is corruption. And that's what has made some of us leave Kenya, kwa sababu ukipita hata kwa barabara unasimamishwa na ulizo una pesa ngapi. And you know, kienda kwa ofisi fulani, there's so many of them. You guys know everything. Hiyo ni mbaya. Lakini kama sisi tumeletewa ideas ya kusema vile tunataka kusema, tusumbuze ile tunajua ama hatujui. Nikisema hii Jex anasema no that one this way. We agree with that. That's what the democracy is all about. Maliza.
Ja kujibu bwana, hata kama hiyo bili itapita, hata kama hiyo bili itapita, unajua taxes they're everywhere in this world. Unasikia? But there is a proper mechanism of managing those taxes. There is a proper mechanism of managing those taxes. Sasa si kusema kwamba eti watu wasiseme kwamba wasilalamike kwamba tax hivi. but how is it going to be managed? That's the question. Na sasa kama kutakuwa kuna mismanagement of the tax,
no.
What is the point? What is the point? What is the point? What is the point of people paying for that tax?
We are deciding the mechanism. We in UDA who won the elections 2022, we are deciding the mechanism. When you win, decide the mechanism. Will I not have any idea or anything to say about it other than complain? But Vile umesema, who decides the mechanism?
What mechanism? What mechanism? You can you tell the people of Kenya? Sio kwamba ati kujipiga kifua kwamba sisi watu wa Juda we are going to implement the mechanism. But can you make it clear to the Kenyan citizens to show them the right way that okay then this is the right way how we are going to manage these taxes that we are asking you to pay?
I think
so by now we are going to deduct the taxes and then who are going to be managing that mechanism?
They have said. If you by now you have not heard what Gashawa, Kenya, Ndungu, all these guys, what they have said is kind of late for you because it has always been discussed. Yours is to block, and you did not win the election. Why should you just block? Thank you, Jay.
Captain,
swali langu nilikuwa nataka hata si swali, ni kama maoni kwa Pascal Nyamawi, kwa sababu ananiuliza mwananchi wa kawaida mwenye labda hata kuwa ametoa hela na yeye mwenye ako nje ya nchi haujatoa pesa. Rais akikuja hapo penye huko umuulize utakuja Kenya utapata hiyo nyumba aje? Wachana na mwenye ako huku Kenya. Wewe uliza wewe mwenyewe mwenye huko Kenya, nikifika Kenya hii nyumba ya affordable housing nitapata namna gani na sijachangia? Sawa Pascal? Ndio nilikuwa nafikiri uko Kibera na sisi.
Mimi hiyo nyumba sitaki kwa sababu hizo nyumba mimi zangu ninajenga mwenyewe na I'm employing people, kwa sababu kuna watu ambao nimewaajiri ambao ile kama nyumba, kuna nyumba inajengwa, kuna watu ambao mimi nimewaajiri ninawalipa. Unaona? So I don't my own house even here in UK ambao wanalipia hizo nyumba unaweka 10% deposit yako, na kuna watu ambao wanaweza kununua kiwanja kwa ile bara council, wananunua kiwanja wanajijengea wenyewe. Unaona? So kwamba ni kila mmoja anaenda kwa hiyo association kwamba anatoa deposit alafu analipa hiyo nyumba, analipa polepole the affordable houses. Kuna wala ambao mtu anajiweza anaenda ananunua nyumba inakuwa approved by the bara council, then the bara council anapeleka plan yake, the bara council approves the plan and then anajenga nyumba yake mwenyewe. It is not a must. It is not that everybody is forced.
Unaenda mbali sana wewe, sababu unajenga zako, wewe jenga zako. Wacha sisi serikali wenye hatuna uwezo watujengee, serikali tujengee. Wewe endelea kujenga yako, wacha tungoja serikali. Hiyo tu.
Okay.
Lakini sasa unasema unangojea serikali, wewe ni wewe ambao uko na payslip peke yake na yule ambaye hana payslip, je, mtamfanyaje?
Okay. Kaka Pascal, wacha tusikize hapa jamaa anajiita Rigiji. Rigiji alikuwa na haya ya kusema.
Na wananchi ni viongozi wanadanganya wananchi. Sasa tukitoka hapo tukienda kutafuta chakula, watu wanasema hatukuwa tunajua hii barabara tunauliza na hii maji itatoka Okoti. Hii kwa hiyo bado pia sisi. Sasa nikaambia sisi hatuna namna nyingine ni hiyo. So nyinyi kama mbunge wenu wanasema watu wasilipe kodi, asiulize barabara kwa sababu itatoka wapi. Wengine wenye kuchochea ni watu marafiki yangu ya magazeti. Juzi Your Excellency on headline kubwa screaming Ruto gets in trouble with Mount Kenya MPs, they are opposed to the finance bill. Gazeti limetolewa usiku, nimeamuka nimetafuta gazeti nimesoma. Nimekuta ni mjumbe mmoja peke yake anapinga. Na wameandika Mount Kenya MPs. So nyinyi watu wa gazeti pia nyinyi wachochezi. And we must call you out. Who said it does not that headline? How stupid do you think Kenyans are? You write a headline about Mount Kenya MPs, about 80. Then inside the whole narrative, you put one.
Now, kakangu Pascal, Rigathi Gachagua anasema wabunge waki-oppose mambo ya tax nao wasiitishe barabara. Sasa swali ya mbunge kumtetea mwananchi, swala la bunge kumtetea mwananchi, I think ni haki yao, kwa sababu walitumwa na sisi wananchi kuangalia excesses za government, right? Au ndo macho yetu kuangalia serikali sifinye wananchi. Sasa mbunge akiambiwa wewe ukioppose sisi kama serikali nawe usitarajie maendeleo, je, hiyo ni blackmail ama ni mbinu gani hiyo wanajaribu kuimpose kabla hata discuss the other party ya hiyo speech yake?
Unaona, hiyo mwanzo ni dictatorship, that is open dictatorship, blackmail, kwa sababu huyo mtu, that member of parliament yuko pale ana represent maoni ya wale watu, unaona, ambayo wamemtuma kule bunge. Sasa si yeye kwamba eti yeye anaongea yale yule mbunge atakaongea pale katika bunge, basi ni kwamba eti ni yeye ameamua yeye. No, ni watu wake wale ambao walimchagua kule, kwamba wewe, manake wote si wote ambao watakwenda pale bunge. Sasa lazima wachague mtu mmoja. Sasa lazima alipatiwa maoni na wale watu ambao walimchagua, wakamwambia sisi hatutaki hiyo kitu.
Okay.
Unaona? Na hao ni Wakenya. Na ni Wakenya wanataka pia, wako na haki ya kupata hiyo maendeleo. A good example ni yule member of parliament wa Githuraya msini wapi wa Mshomba. Unaona? Si yeye ni wa UDA, alienda akawauliza watu wake wa ile nani constituency yake, akawauliza, je, mimi kabla sijaenda kule bunge kulingana hii nani house levy hii mambo ya nyumba nini na nini na nini, je, mnataka nikakubali ama nikakatae? Akaambiwa waziwazi na wale waliomchagua kwamba wewe unaongea sauti yetu, si sauti yako. Sasa ukienda kule ni useme no, sisi ndio hatutaki hiyo. Unaona? So it is the same thing. Sasa akisema kwamba eti wale wabunge ambao watakataa, then it means that ignore wale watu ama blackmail the people that this member of parliament is representing in that constituency. Tayari sideline hao watu. Kwa sababu yule mbunge amesema no, ni yale amesema no ni kwa sababu ameambiwa na wale watu ambao wamemtuma kwamba nenda ukakatae kwa sababu sisi hatutaki.
Okay. Asante sana.
Sasa akiingia akisema kwamba eti hiyo.
Okay, endelea. Umepause nikadhani umemaliza. Endelea basi. Okay. Pascal, shikilia basi hapo.
Sasa akisema hivyo, hiyo ni kuonyesha kwamba anatumia ile
Pascal, ni kama niko na shida na mitambo yako, iko na mshiki kidogo, sijui itabidi umerefresh or something. Lakini namwona Esther Kemani yako ndani, ametuma ujumbe hapo, anasema ya kwamba watu walipe ushuru, wacheni wivu. Atkas now I see you, asante kwa maoni yako. Bonfas Ndirango, I see you my brother. Gitash D, na kuona uko ndani umejaajaa. Namwona Liz Shiko ako ndani, karibu sana kwa show. Namwona Tifa ako ndani. Evelyn Just, asante sana. Sylvia Nasimiyu, I thank you for being part of the show. Dr. Recap, I see you my brother, asante sana. Benedict Kieka, I see you. Wario Ali, ndio uliniomba nafasi lakini haukuingia kwa show. So ilikuwa vigumu mimi kujua nitakufanya aje uzungumze. Ingia kwa show ili uzungumze. Aha, asante sana Wario. Namuona Rose Gitonga ako ndani. Karibu sana dada. Sylvia Nasimiwa, asante dada, karibu kwa show. Na wengi ambao mnatuma ujumbe wenyu, asante sana. Na nakusihi tu like hii video kwa YouTube, like hii video kwa YouTube tafadhali, kwa hisani yako tu tufanyie ile kitu. Communist, habari ya leo?
Nice check. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
I'm good.
Aha, sasa kakangu, nakuuliza maoni yako ni yapi? Leo rais ni kana kwamba anaambia hii sheria ipite na wale ambao hawatapitisha macho yangu iko kwa kwenyu. What do you think the president is trying to do?
I think the president is right to say that.
Aha.
Because considering that these are people that believed in his agenda and people that believe that in his economical forum that would change the economy of Kenya, so they should be on board with everything that he says. So him calling out those that would vote against it is only fair, because we want to move as a single unit. So it is only fair that the people that vote against it are called out. It isn't a type of dictatorship or anything, but what I think is the right move to do.
Okay.
Yeah, and I wish Pascal was here. I was here to correct him on a quick note, but I think he's...
No, I have asked him to go out and refresh because I was having an issue with his connectivity. But communist, I know you listen to also Rigathi Gachagua. Rigathi Gachagua puts it like this: if you oppose the bill, don't ask for roads. Now, does it mean you must say yes to everything the government brings on the table? You as a parliamentarian, you have the ability to debate, you have the ability to have your ground, you have the ability, or rather, you have the right to listen to those who elected you and what they tell you. If they tell you to vote no, now what do? Do you still go vote as per the government, or you follow those who elected? Because in any case, these guys are employed by the voter. The voter is the guy who speaks through the elected representative. Now, in the event that the bill passes or it fails, should the MPs be victimized? Na hii barabara haijengewi mbunge, inajengewa wewe mpiga kura. Hii barabara sio ya mbunge, hii barabara sio ya... In any case, some of these even MPs come to their constituencies maybe once. So if this road is constructed, it'll benefit the millions who use these roads every other day. So why should they be blackmailed? If not, okay, you have said tusiwaite dictator, basi mbona wawe blackmailed? Lazima wapitishe mswada ya serikali, la sivyo watakiona ama watakosa mambo mengi ambayo serikali hufanya.
Because considering that this bill, this housing fund bill, this is not the first time that it was introduced. It was introduced, but it was not pushed with strength. Then it failed. That was the main reason that it failed. Right now that they're pushing it again, they realized where the mistakes were. And we have to realize that in Kenya, there is too much bureaucracy in everything that we do in our politics. So we should say that we're taking the MP routes where we listen to our MPs, and we might tunaweza kukosa on something big just because of bureaucracy. Because most of the people that tend to lose most on this bill are the people that earn the most, the big companies, the corporations. So these corporations are too bureaucratic in nature. So they can go hand out a little bit money to our MPs, and they can pass a bill that is against us. They don't see any type of dictatorship in it.
Now,
what I
but
think is a clever move.
To my question, when the deputy president, rather the government, tells you, you as an MP, if you fail us as the government, we won't do roads for you. Now, when they don't do it for the MP, are they punishing the MP or the voters?
What I think they would be punishing most, it will be punishing the MPs, because because
when
the
a
MPs
road
will
is
have to
constructed,
deliver
communist, when a road
from
is
the
constructed, is it only for the benefit of that one single MP or the entire constituents who live in that constituency?
such moves are are derivative in nature. They are concealed because when Rigathi puts out such a statement that we are not going to put out roads for you, it's like reminding their people that this is the leader that you elected. So it's because of the leaders that you elect that we don't get the contributions and the development that we want. So you ought to pick more bright leaders who are more focused on the economy.
Now, is it then not double speak when the president says that on one mouth that I want a vibrant opposition, I want to be kept on toes, I want, I don't want praise and worship, I don't want to be the alpha and omega, the know it all, the guy that whatever I say goes unopposed. Now, if an MP stands out and say, yes, Mr. President, this is what you have said, but these are my reservations, right? Is it wrong for an MP to have a reservation and actually oppose and actually even raise concerns on bills brought in by the president? Is it wrong?
The MPs are well within their rights to deny the bill. They are well within their mandate rights. It's within their constitutional rights. No, there is no law that forces them to pass the bill. If Ruto comes back to them by goodwill and he should provide a more awakalishe awaongeleshe juu they understand the law better than us citizens because he himself knows what the taxes will baada 15 years because hii plan ni yake. He knows the benefits of it. Sasa akikaa nao chini aongeleshe, then there is no need for all these shenanigans he's putting out. Yeah, because those are his MPs. He ought to live better with them.
Now, sorry, I'm putting you to tax in a lot. Why is Mwananchi as well not really embracing this financial bill? As much as the president says it's for Mwananchi's good, why is Mwananchi feeling that this, as much as you're calling it a good thing, seems not to be a good thing? Why is Mwananchi opposed to it?
Mwananchi is opposed to it first because of bureaucracy and because of bad politics. Bad politics like from the opposition. They putting it out as a bad bill, as a bad financial bill. But when you consider it, the bill that is fought the most is the housing levy fund. So this housing levy fund, it has different categories. It has the AHP projects, which are these disaster raising, the ones that are finished, and there are the ones in Kibera, those ones are finished too, and they are fully occupied. So the ones that are controlled, these informal settlements. We have to pay the 3% levy on. But remember, government has already built houses for the civil servants, and government has not paid them a cent. It's all government money. But for hustlers, that's when people are getting controversial about it, because now people have to get into their pockets to bill for the hustler. And Pascal was asking here, so where will the regular hustler get the money to pay for the rent, for the deposit from? The deposit is at 5%, and the houses at 3.5 million. 3.5 million at 5% rate, hiyo at 5% hiyo inakuja 175,000. 175,000 hiyo ni pesa ya mama mboga anaweza kupata kwa chama, ni pesa ya jana anaweza kununua nayo pikipiki ama nduthi. So this is very common money even to the common hustlers. So why is it like it's so much money that the common mwananchi can't afford it? Within our reach.
Now, why do you think, now I've asked you why Mwananchi is opposing it, why do you think some of the like the opposition, the Azimio team and some leaders, why do you think they are very vocal in opposing it? What could be their reason? What is informing the opposition? In fact, Omtata the other day marched to court, and tomorrow the deadline for Azimio comes into play. They say that they have given the president an ultimatum up to Monday tomorrow. or rather today, it's already midnight here in Kenya. Now, with the opposition of this bill and the politician coming out to oppose it, what do you think is informing the opposition, and why is the ultimatum also issued from the Azimio brigade?
What I think the opposition, the game that the opposition is playing right now, since that they have lost the Andamanos and they have lost everything, is that they play the stretching game. Now they want to stretch. They want to stretch the government, and they want to lag it, to train its movements. I think it's preparing itself for the 2027 election, and it wants to tarnish the government. Ikae kama there's nothing that is doing. Like the Omutata case, we clearly know the tycoons that are sponsoring these court hearings. We know who's sponsoring them. We know who's paying for the lawyers and stuff. But it's all in bad vein, because the bill will be passed on Thursday, and everything will go as planned. Because we elect him, and we can't have the opposition giving us an ultimatum that this is a better bill. No, this is our economical forum. You elected us, so let us give you an economical forum. We don't want it from anybody else, because if we want it from anybody else, then the Kenyan people will have elected that person. But the Kenyan people elected Ruto, so they should believe in him and believe in his economical forum. It will bring change. It might be not right now because of the situations and the inflations and everything and the living crisis. Like in 10 to 15 years, we might see the changes.
Okay.
That is the change.
Now you raise some points that now even raise more questions. Is Azimio blackmailing the government?
Definitely. Yeah, definitely, it's blackmailing the government, because the bipartisan talks have no avail. The bipartisan talks have failed. So right now, what the opposition is doing, is finding a scapegoat, anything that will lead them back to mass action. If you pass this finance bill, we'll go back to mass action, and we will reject it. So they're finding any scapegoat that they can, but there's nothing relevant to their story right now.
Okay.
They're actually coping up with the situation.
Now, the bipartisan talks have been halted for so many reasons. Initially, it was because Adan Kenan was in the list. He came out, or rather, he withdrew his name from the list, among many other issues they have been raising. Now it has stopped. Now, I ask myself, Pascal, or I think it was Nyagaka who said UDM won, either by whatever means they won, it is the government in play. But it seems the opposition is holding it hostage, in this sense that they are unable to move because they are being threatened. If you don't do this, we go back to the streets. If you don't do this, we go back to the streets. Now, is it a strategy? Is it a blackmail tactic that to make sure the government does not work? What is the game plan for Raila Odinga? Given that, in any case, if he lost squarely. Now that he lost, he makes sure that the country will not be governable. Hence, I'll be issuing threats left, right, and center. I'll make sure I call for protests whenever I feel like it, and there's nothing the government can do. Is it what do you think is the game plan of Raila Odinga in this, that the government wants to move on, it can't move on because there are always ultimatums, always deadlines to meet. If you don't do this by this time, we will do this.
That has always been Raila's game plan. We've seen it out through Moi's era and throughout Kibaki era, and now he's stretching out through Ruto's era. The plan with Raila is that if he's not made it to what he wants, the top seat is his aim. Then kama hajafikisha hiyo, he aims for something as equivalent to it.
Okay.
tukaona through the last government, through the handshake.
Mhm.
So through this government, everything was made clear from the first day, because regarding Gachagua, it might sound very politically incorrect, but the guy is a very honest man, and he says what Ruto cannot say. And
Mhm.
regarding clear from the first day that there will be no handshake in this government.
Mhm.
And Raila has realized that that is the fact that in this government there is not going to be any handshake.
Okay.
So the thing that he can do is to blackmail the government into anything that he anaona that he can oppose. It doesn't have to be the bill. If it was not the finance bill, then it could have been anything else.
Mhm.
So this game of blackmailing, I think Yeye is strategizing for 2027. And the
Okay.
way he's strategizing ni kwamba anajipanga na kura miaka tano, the way Ruto did. Aliona kwamba it was successful, and I think maybe he's applying the same tactic. This might be my view, but the guy is irrelevant right now.
Okay.
He
Now let me
doesn't
ask you.
represent the
Let me ask
masses.
you as we continue. When you think about it, he was vocal asking for the servers to be opened. It's like the call has dimmed kidogo. Now, if
Yeah,
he truly won, I don't think angeregeza kamba. Was it also a lie?
that too was a blackmail.
Mm-hmm.
Manake, because all of them, I think in this election, all of them stole.
Mm-hmm.
Asa, if he was to call out Ruto, let's open the blackmail, let's open the servers,
Mm-hmm.
all of them, they will have been exposed, because
Mm-hmm.
there were definitely dirty tricks in Azimio na kulikuwa na uchafu in both camps. So no
Okay.
one wanted their dirty laundry aired out. So no one would want the servers opened. So alivyoona that it got the bipartisan talks, then that issue was dismissed.
Okay.
So
Now,
right now is some other
now,
yeah.
Raila Odinga had a game plan. He came out strongly. He gave ultimatums. He began with he used to call them town hall meetings, and then public barazas. Then eventually do we call it metamorphosed to Mandamano, and then Mandamano was halted kidogo. Then there was the issue of him being threatened, his life was in danger, blah blah blah. Now all those gimmicks. If we now take stock, do you think it really bore anything?
Not really. I don't see any advantage tulipata from those hizo demo zenye tulifanya, all those things that we did for him. Actually, what we did, actually, we lost from it.
Okay.
Because we were a little bit divided than we were before. So we've known, ilibidi tujue kwamba this jirani yangu kumbe anakuaga mjaka au anakuaga nani. So he brings us back to those moments. It's such a shame that we let politicians play with our minds all the time. It's such a shame that we're living in such times.
Now, from what you say, do you want to bring home that Raila's strategy is that of divisive politics, tribal, and more of divide and rule?
Yeah, it's more of divisive politics. Aims to divide.
Now, what does he stand to gain when he has divided the country? Given that at one moment, I think a few days ago, he equally came out strong and said, Kenya, we should divide it, or rather, he called for the secession of our country. Now, even how do you even think about that? How do you even end up there to divide the country now that you have not won in 5 previous elections? You feel that now, since it has not gone my way, we ought to divide the country. Is it a strategy? What even informs that thinking?
I think this is more of a political strategy that has been used out through the years. Because when you look at it from a political angle, is that people tend to hate those people that are in power. And this term we refer to the Kikuyus and the Kalenjins. Those are the people that
Okay.
have been in power. And the masses have been resonating with these people that have been in power. So if you can't unite the people on love, then why not unite them on hate? Do you understand the Jakes? Because
Now let's.
it is easier to unite because he couldn't connect with them because they were already following their leaders. So to unite the other Kenyans, he had to divide them to gain the support of the others. Then we can unite together to hate on this one. So
Now,
that has been the Kenyan politics ever since.
if there was a time that Mandamano would have made sense, I think it's now. If there was a time that Kenyans probably would have united from with almost a common unifying factor, it's now. The cost of living is high and everything. Why is it that when we truly needed them to shine, why are they now dull?
Because this issue of the cost of living issue has been an economical issue in Kenya for a bit of time now because of our short debt time cycle.
Okay.
The short debt time cycle, the amount of money that we lend from our banks, when the lending becomes too high and the lender increases the rates, ile percentage ya rates za kulend money from banks, then banks cannot give out anymore because your short time debt cycle imekuwa too high. There's too much giving, there's too much that banks are giving out and there's little that is coming in. So people went on and invested in businesses, and people went and invested in capital and invested on in real estate. Easy view throughout 2008, 2009, and 2010, people were buying so much into real estate and people were earning so much money because there was so much capital in our economy. And naturally, in our economy, a short time debt cycle has an expiry date. It tends to take about 5 to 10 years. Sasa hii ni tumefika where we need an economical turn. Tumefika maximum, yani we can no longer overstretch the economy. That's where the inflation comes in. So to tackle an inflation, first of all, you have to put on strict measures kama hizi zenye Ruto ameweka for high taxes. When you put on taxes, you reduce the amount of people spending because kama Ruto ameweka 2,500, that's the cap for the richest person that anaweza kulipa on that living fund, si ndio? That is 2,300 less from your spending. So those zile vitu regularly unapenda kuspend, that is 2,300 less, si ndio? So believe it, in a million people, 2,300, it will bring down the cost of living. Not immediately, but within some time, within a frame period of time, the cost of living would come down because the taxes are high, people are spending less, and the economy would get better. So let's go to the economical plan and let's give it time.
Now I'll be coming back to you just shortly. I see my brother Jack Chris is in the house. Now just hold on, communist. I'll be coming to you just in a few minutes. But I equally see Samuel Ingavo is in the house as well. Jackson Gishoro, I see you. Remesu, sorry, Yegon Okondani. Gishoro, I've seen your comment and I have nothing personal against against Ruto. We are just having a good conversation. Jack, Chris, how are you?
Fine.
Good to have you, Kaka. You sound rested. Nikawa kwa bed. Now, what do you make of Ruto's statements today? Maoni yako ni yapi, Kaka? Jack, Chris, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
go ahead. What do you make of his sentiments today?
That one is like he's forcing people to enter kwa ile hali ya kusukuma wabunge wafanye kitu kwa lazima by force. Is using what we call divide and rule. That's what Ruto is trying to do, but we are not happy the way he was talking. We are so disappointed because he's a leader. He's a president of the Republic of Kenya, and you cannot force something that people have rejected. Most people have rejected that bill. That bill, most people, they have rejected it. And we are praying God to do a miracle. Hiyo bill ianguke, tuone ikianguka sasa watafanya nini. Hayo matamshi aliongea, hakuongea kama kiongozi. Lazima usikize wananchi wanasema nini. Lazima usikie watu wanataka. Nasikia wengine wanasema tumpe time, but true, unajua kiongozi unaonanga saini yake mapema. Tunaona saini zao mapema. Mambo yao, mahadi zao, vitu nyingi sana ni za uongo. Na Wakenya wote wanajua haya maneno. Wakenya wanachoka na wamechoka na wamechoka. So matamshi ambayo ametoa siku ya leo haijakuwa matamshi mazuri. Si matamshi ya kiongozi ambaye anaongoza nchi. Unaweza ongea style aina hata kama anataka bill. Kwa nini anaforce hii bill ipite? Wakenya wameipinga, mbona yeye anaiforce? Kwa nini wanaforce? Tena Gachagua akaongea vibaya sana, ati tusipende wako na majority. What is that? That's nonsense. Nonsense to us as Kenyans. We are tired. Na wakipitisha hii nchi itagawanyika mara mbili. Hata saizi mimi nimesikia Wakikuyu wanasema some places, nimesikia wakihojiwa wakisema we are ready. Raila aulize maandamano, tuko tayari kwenda kwa barabara. Umeona? So Ruto asiote kwamba ati Wakenya wako na yeye na hiyo bili yake hiyo. Ni wachache sana, wachache sana. So haya matamshi sijayapenda kama mtoto wa Mungu, sijayapenda hata kidogo.
Na nikuulize kaka, kimawazo tu unadhani mbona akawa na ugumu, yet wakati mwingine juzi tu alikuwa wa kwanza kusema watu wasipitishe BBI wakitumia kifua, wasikize raia, wasikize wananchi, wasikize maoni ya watu tofauti. Mbona sasa siku chache tu baadaye yeye ndo ameingia mtego tu ule wa BBI ya kutosikiza, ya kutilia maanani kile wananchi wanasema? Mbona amekuwa wa kwanza kuwa alichokipinga wakati ule viongozi kupitisha vitu kupitia kifua? Mbona yeye wa kwanza sasa ndiye anafanya vitu kwa kifua?
Unajua hata kwanza yale unasema kwamba ati BBI, wacha tuachane na BBI. Hii financial bill, Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta ambaye ni rais wetu mpendwa tunamiss, alikuja na bill kama hii. Hawa kina Ruto wakapinga. Hatujasahau. Musalia Mudavadi alikuwa mmoja wao, alipinga hiyo bill kabisa. Mbona wao wanataka kuileta na wanailazimisha, lazima ifanyike? Unaona? So wanajaribu kuonesha Wakenya vile sura zao zipo, si viongozi ambao wanajali maslahi ya Wakenya. Yale yenye Mudavadi aliongea, mimi na kwa hiyo kilipu niko nayo, yale ambao walizungumza yote na kupinga bili hiyo na kusema mambo ya kuleta bili na kusema kuongeza taxes kwa wananchi. Hiyo ukweli tu wa maneno, hapana. Hiyo walipinga na walipinga. Sasa unajua tunashangaa vile tunaona tena wamerudisha hiyo bill na wana force lazima ipite. Yani it is a must. That's how the government inasema. Sijawahi kuona kiongozi ama serikali ambayo inaongoza inalazimisha watu kupitisha kitu ambacho wananchi wanakipinga. Unaona? Hiyo ndio hali ambayo si mzuri.
Huyu ambaye anapinga kwa sababu ana feel kuna kitu ambayo haiendi visivyo, si ndio? Ikiwa hata sikika bungeni, atasikizwa wapi?
Sasa unajua kile kitafani action ya wananchi. Wananchi wa Kenya wenyewe ndio watachukua action wenyewe kusema haya mmeyafanya hivi, sisi kama wananchi hatukubaliani na tumekataa na tumekataa. Hakuna kitu atafanya. Hawezi kushika wananchi wote aweke ndani kama wamekataa. So ile kitu anachokifanya ni kitu ambacho kitamuumiza yeye, kitaumiza hata hao wabunge hao wanaongea hao. Ukweli wa maneno, wa Kenya wanasema wao wako na manyumba. Kama mtu ako mashambani kule, utamwambia kuja ahamia, kuja acha nyumba yake, boma lake, anakuja kukaa Nairobi kwa manyumba zimejengewa, na hizo manyumba atakuja kuimiliki miaka mingapi? 100 na najuaje kama watu watakuwa hai?
Na sasa hizi pesa ambazo wananchi wanaambiwa sorry
kidogo nikukatize. Unajua kitu chenye Ruto angefanya na kitu ambacho kingeguza wananchi na wangefurahi na hii serikali hii, hali anapigania financial bill, sijui housing, angepigania uchumi wa Kenya. Hapo hata kama ni sisi tuko Azimio na wengine wangekubali kusema hata kama tulikuwa tunapinga, lakini uongozi wa urais iko sawa, tunaunga mkono. Lakini sasa yeye anakuja kuforce na maongo ni mingi. Akasema gas cylinder, sijui si cylinder ni moto. Yaani unajua vitu vingi ukiongea kama president, ongea vitu facts. Ongea vitu pana, geuza ulimi. Sasa amefanya hata kama kuna wafuasi wake, amewafanya wamekosa kuwa na imani na yeye kwa sababu vitu anavyoviongea si vile anavyofanya. So sisi hatupendi, yani sijafurahia hata kidogo hata matamshi ya leo kutoa kwa mkutano kama huo. Hata wale ambao walikuwa na waongelesha walikuwa wanamwangalia tu. Sasa unashindwa, huyu ni president anaongea vitu gani? Why is he forcing? Inafaidi nini mwananchi? Yes.
Alisema ya kwamba yeye ajali watu wengine, mradi ako na Rigiji mwenye anamwambia ukweli. Rigiji naye akasema ya kwamba ikiwa utakuwa wa kwanza kupuuza ama kupinga huu mswada, wewe nawe usiulize barabara. Sasa akinyima mbunge, akinyima barabara katika constituency, amenyima mbunge ama amenyima raia?
Unajua yeye hao hawaelewi. Yeye akinyima wananchi barabara, si kwamba ananyima mbunge, ananyima wananchi, ananyima wale waliompigia kura. Na hakuna vile atakuja sasa. Ukweli hata nikwambie ndugu yangu, hakuna vile Ruto kwa sasa anaweza convince wa Kenya eti kwamba amefanya hiki, amefanya hiki, amefanya kile. Yeye akizuia kusaidia wa Kenya hajamzuia mbunge. Yule mbunge anapokea mshahara. Yule mbunge anapokea mshahara, anakaa maisha yake, na kuna wabunge wanasaidia hata pasipo serikali, anasaidia watu wake hata kuwapatia mabasi and whatever. Hawana shida na mbunge. Kile wananchi wanaambia wabunge wasipitishe hiyo bill. Hiyo ndo wananchi wanasema. Mbunge yote asipitishe. Mimi nimesikia juzi hata wakihoji ndugu zetu, dada zetu wapendo kutoka Central, wamesema yule mbunge atakayepitisha hiyo bill, yeye aenda kijua 2027 hawatamwamini kwa sababu wanaona kama wanafanya hivi na je wakirudi watafanya vitu gani? So hiyo kusema kunyima barabara, hiyo anaongea kama mtu mwenye ajiriwa, anaongea vitu gani?
Shikilia tu hapo Jack Chris, dakika tu dakika tu moja tu Jack Chris, shikilia tu hapo tafadhali. Ninaye Mbanja wa Ng'ombe. Mbanja, habari ya leo?
Safi, mambo vipi?
Niko salama, kamera yako sioni lakini ni sawa. Habari ya saa hizi?
Naomba niongee bila kamera kwa sababu ni usiku.
Haya kaka, maoni yako ni vipi? Mbona Ruto anajitokeza kama mtu ambaye anakazia watu kuwa na uhuru wa kujiongea, uhuru wa kuwa na maoni, uhuru wa kupingana, kwa sababu ni haki ya mtu kupinga, si lazima useme ndio kwa kila jambo.
Sasa kama ni hivyo, kama yeye anasema watu wana uhuru wa kuongea, maana yake ni kwamba watu wana uhuru pia wa kuchagua. Kwa nini anaambia wale wabunge ambao hawatampigia kura pale bungeni kwamba wataona? Kwa nini anawatishia? Unajua there is a kind, kuna nyoka fulani, yule nyoka anaenda mbele, lakini ukipiga kichwa anarudi nyuma. Sijui anaitwaje kwa Kiswahili. Ruto yuko hivyo. Ruto ni muongo, ni mdanganyivu, na mara nyingi hiyo ndio tabia ya madictators. Madictators wajawahi kusema ukweli. Ni watu ambao leo wanasema hivi, kesho wanasema hivi. Angalia clips zote tangu Ruto, hata kile kipindi nadhani ilikuwa ni 2000
yani unapituka mbio.
Kuna watu wanaongea.
Endelea.
Hata ukiangalia 2007 swali ambayo aliuliza wakati kulikuwa na vurugu ya uchaguzi, hilo swali 2022 alikuja akatwist. Kwa hivyo yeye ni mtu ambao ni kigeugeu. Leo anasema hivi, kesho anasema hivi. Ndio tabia yake. Kwa kweli ni mtu ambao huwezi ukaamini. Lakini sasa nikiacha tabia yake hizo za kudanganya watu na kugeuka, naomba niseme nilichokisikia kutoka kwa makamu wake. Makamu wake alisema kwamba wale wabunge ambao hawatapigia hii sheria ambao wanataka kupitisha. Makamu wake alisema mswada ambao wanataka kupitisha pale bungeni, kwa wale wabunge ambao hawatapigia kura, kwao hawatapeleka maendeleo. Hii ni kitu ambacho ni very funny kwa kweli, kwa sababu siamini kwamba watu watakuwa na uhuru kwa maana hiyo kujadili au kukataa hata ikiwa kitu ni kibaya, kwa sababu mwisho wa siku wataogopa kwamba hatuwezi tukafanya hivi, kwa sababu tusipofanya hivi tutaletewa maendeleo. Na mimi naamini rais lazima ajue kwamba kila mtu ana haki ya kutoa maoni yake, lakini huyo kila mtu kwa sababu ni mlipa kodi, yeye anafaa ahudumiwe vile wengine pia wanahudumiwa, wale ambao wanamuunga mkono. Kutomuunga mkono isionekane kwamba ndio kigezo cha kutopeleka maendeleo sehemu fulani. Kwa sababu naamini hata wale ambao hamuungi mkono wanalipa kodi. Na ukweli ni kwamba hela haitoki mfukoni mwake, hela inatoka mfukoni mwa wananchi, wale ambao wanamuunga mkono na wale ambao hamuungi mkono. Kwa hivyo kumwambia watu kwamba wale ambao hawatamsupport, wale ambao hawatamuunga mkono kupitisha ile mswada pale bungeni hawatapata maendeleo, nafikiria ni mojawapo ya kigezo cha kumuondoa mtu kama huyo madarakani. Na kwa sasa hivi nakubaliana na ile kauli aliyosema kipindi kile kwamba Kenya ni company. Na ni company kwa
kidogo tu nikuulize kaka, ni kana kwamba wakati ambapo wanakuja kwetu wana maneno matamu sana, lakini mwisho wa siku mbona iwe lazima tufanye jinsi wanavyosema? Ni kana kwamba wao ndio wana ujuzi zaidi, ndio fikra zao ziko safi sana, ama mawazo yao ndio imekamilika? Kweli kuna mtu ambaye hana is there someone who is complete that cannot be advised, cannot be engaged in a conversation where we debate and argue? You have your view, I have my view. So kulingana na mimi nauliza hivi, ni sawa wao kusukuma kwa kifua ya kuwa lazima iende njia yao, la sivyo mtaona cha mtamakuni?
Kwa upande wangu nafikiria sio lazima, lakini kinachofanyika ni kwamba bado tuna ile mentality ya Mwingereza. Unajua, nafikiria kwamba hatukuandaliwa vizuri na wale viongozi ambao walichukua madaraka wakati wa kupata uhuru. Walienda kwa njia ambayo sio sahihi, na kile kilichofanyika kwa kipindi hicho ndiyo bado kinafanyika hata kwa kipindi hiki. Ndio maana unaona kila mtu anataka kuwa na ubwana fulani. Ubwana ile kwamba akisema hiki hicho ndio watu watafuata. Kwa lugha nyingine wanaona kwamba wao wako juu zaidi ya kila mwananchi. Naamini kwa wazo langu, naamini kwamba kuna watu ambao kwa maisha ya kawaida wako chini mno. Lakini wangepewa nafasi ya kuongoza nchi, wangepewa nafasi ya kuongoza jamii, wangefanya vizuri kuliko hawa watu ambao wanaonekana ni mabwana hawa. Nikwambie, unajua hata shetani wakati anataka kitu chochote kutoka kwako, anakuja na lugha tamu. Kuna usemi fulani mimi katika kanisa langu tunasema, shetani anakuja anaweka kikapu ndani mwako, anakuomba umruhusu aweke hicho kikapu ndani. Ukifanya kosa ya kumruhusu akaweka hicho kikapu ndani mwako, atakuja ataenda akusanye vitu vingi, ataleta tena, atarudi hivyo hivyo. Mwisho wa siku atakwambia, mimi leo siwezi nikaondoka hapa kwa sababu wewe ndio umeniruhusu. Yaani usemi wangu hiyo najaribu kusema kwamba hawa watu kwa sababu wameruhusiwa kutawala vile wanavyotaka, wanaruhusiwa kutawala vile wanavyotaka, wataanza polepole. Walianza polepole, lakini kwa sasa hivi ni kama kwamba tayari wameshamea mizizi fulani, kuwaondoa inakuwa ni vigumu.
Nikuulize kaka, kwani Raila Odinga ameshindwa kumdhibiti William Ruto? Sababu tulimwona akiweza vizuri kumdhibiti Kibaki, Uhuru Kenyatta, Moi. Raila Odinga ni kana kwamba ameshindwa kumdhibiti Ruto, ni kama hajaweza kupata mshiki vizuri ya kubishana na Ruto.
Mimi kwa upande wangu ni mfuasi mzuri tu wa Raila Odinga. Lakini kwa upande mwingine naona kama Raila pia anayumba. Unajua, Ruto is very tricky, na Ruto anajua siasa ya Raila. Kumbuka wakati wa maandamano, ukweli ni kwamba ilishafikia tu ambao Ruto alishakubali mambo mengine. Lakini ghafla akamuita Raila ndugu yangu, rafiki yangu. Raila akafikiria kwamba kweli Ruto ni ndugu yake na ni rafiki yake. Bila kujua kwamba kwenye kisogo cha Ruto kulikuwa na jambo fulani alikuwa anajaribu. Kwa sababu nafikiria sasa hivi wanachukulia Raila kama ni mtu ambao ukimuita ndugu yangu, rafiki yangu, atakubaliana na wewe. Ndiyo maana akadanganya kwamba wacha tuende kwa majadiliano. Lakini hata mara kwa mara ile majadiliano ambao walikuwa wanaenda, wale watu wao walikuwa wanaenda kuongea, kama ulimsikia vizuri, haikuwa ya maana. Na tayari ilikuwa inaonekana kwamba kuna uongo ndani yake. Ndiyo maana kwa kipindi fulani alikuwa anasema, wacha waende bungeni wajadili huko bungeni. Kama kweli alikuwa na nia nzuri, mambo kama hayo yeye kama kiongozi alikuwa fai yeye aseme. Yeye kusema hayo yote maana yake ni kwamba alikuwa na kitu ambacho alikuwa anakificha moyoni mwake. Lakini mimi naamini tusimwangalie Raila peke yake, lakini tuangalie Wakenya kwa ujumla. Kwa sababu kama tukiangalia vizuri, Raila na chakula anaweza akala na familia yake. Lakini wewe na mimi ambao saa ingine wataumia, hawatasoma kwa sababu kwa sasa hivi ile free education is no longer there. Wewe na mimi ambao saa ingine kuna vitu vingi we cannot afford to buy, we cannot afford to pay. Tuwe mstari wa mbele. Kuna usemi mmoja Waswahili wanasema kwamba uwezi ukashinda umma. Hakuna mtu yeyote ambaye anaweza kashinda umma. You cannot defeat you cannot defeat the public. Leo naamini Wakenya wakiamua kwamba hatutaki hii finance bill, hatutaki hii serikali. Unajua ukisoma Ruto kwa umakini,
Aswito vipi? Aswito Kenya Rebel, how are you guys? Kabla jarudi kwa Mbanja, sijui amepotea vipi, lakini kidogo na kwake tu sana. Hai, sasa vipi kaka?
Mzuri, niambie, unanisikia vizuri leo?
Kabisa, leo sijui umetafuta mic mpya?
Nilienda nikachukua ile pesa Ruto alitupatia nikatafuta mic.
Aya, wacha nimsalamie dada yetu wa Sweet, tunaona amejaja kujaja. Aswito vipi?
I just wanted to sleep.
Karibu sana kwa show. Karibu sana. Sawa, zidi kufanya mambo yako hapo nyuma ya studio. Nashukuru sana Aswito. Lakini zaidi yote, maybe maoni yako dakika 2. Is Ruto a dictator ama sisi tunamwekelea?
You know what I would say to see, angalia Kenya nini ameanza kucheck. It's true, is a dictator.
Nacheka kwa sababu Alex ananiingilia huko kwa comments ati mimi ni scam.
Hiyo nywele tutaitoza tax very soon.
He forgets what he says. He talks something different. Why says that? But in whatever he has said, there's a lot, if you scrutinize, he means something different. Like when he said that mtungi wa gas will be from this amount to this amount. In the real sense, people thought ni gas cylinder. We didn't know it's gas cylinder. Yeah, but kusema cylinder, not without gas. Alisema tu mtungi wa gas itakuwa 300. You see, behind it, he had a lot in mind. Like now, pikipiki itakuwa ikitumia stima. Hiyo stima utatoa wapi ndio charge? Tokens are very expensive. He's a dictator. Whatever he says, if you don't, you just be clapping hands. But he's fooling me and you. But now where Kenya is, the youth are very educated now. The youth go back and scrutinize each and every talk that anybody is talking. They come up and and social media imefanya tuko well informed what is happening. For those when you're on a narrow mind. Because when he goes to people, he said, alisema nini? You understand? All these things he said, free, whereby behind that free, you are going to pay tax to get that thing free. He's a dictator whereby he doesn't say the truth. He's sugarcoating all his speech. Na tumemjua sasa. In fact, he needs to be in the record, Guinness Book of Records of lies.
Okay.
No, that's the main truth.
So he ought to be in the Guinness World of Records. Nakwambia hiyo lazima itafanya jamaa anaitwa Alex Media changamke yake yote. we sawa.
Awito ya
It is true.
Well, let me ask you something. Let's be very honest. Where did Ruto say all these things you are saying? We all knew Ruto was lying in everything he did, even his in manifesto. What has he done contrary to what we knew?
Nothing.
So why are you saying he's lying?
He's a liar. I'm just emphasizing.
He's doing exactly what he has been doing. He lied. He's governing in lies. So don't call him a liar. He told his people the truth. He lied. He was a hustler. He wasn't. He lied. He cares for Mama Mboga and Boda. Only to turn out Wetangula and Mudavadi, one of them was Mama Mboga, one of them was Boda. Where did he lie? Thank the guy. Tell sisi wacha ushuru iende juu, wacha house levy ikuje, wacha tu tax nyumba ya Kenya Rebel, hata yote nywele yake yote kutoka juu mpaka chini. We want to tax it. That is it.
Kuna jambo naomba mimi niseme. Kuna jambo naomba niseme.
Sema nisikie.
Asante. Sijui nini kilitokea na gadget yangu. Leo nilipitia tweet ya Ukuru nasema nilipitia tweet fulani ya Ukuru. Nafikiria hata serikali ya Ruto sio serikali ya Kenya kwanza. Ile ni serikali ya Kalenjin kwanza. Mimi sio mkabila. Na spendi ukabila. Kusema kweli kutoka moyoni. Mimi mke wangu anatoka kwenye jamii ya Wachaga Tanzania. Kwa hivyo swala la ukabila sitaki kusikia. Lakini kinachofanyika kwenye serikali, Ruto is trying to tribalize Kenya. I am sorry, he is not trying. He is tribalizing Kenya. Not trying.
You know, my friend, when you quote Ukuru Okot, and he said, congratulations, President-elect William Samoei Ruto. You are making Kenya proud. It is proven wrong that even a son of pastorist can become the president of Kenya. Dynasty waende nyumbani. Why are you quoting that guy?
My friend.
He was first people who congratulated Ruto and said, kumbe hata sisi we can put. Unajua saa ingine we keep on joking with the minds of people. Ukuru Okot is the one who said that for the first time, tumepeleka mtu nyumbani. When you quote somebody who keep on flip-flopping, unajua, let's say, kuna watu wamekaa Kenya Kwanza na Kideto, wanasema, this is what we stand for. Kuna watu wamekaa Azimio. Ukuru Okot does not know where he stands. You congratulate the president, you say, this is what we want. Mtu ambaye, who is for the first time a pastorist, when you call somebody a pastorist and he becomes the president, why can't he become a nomadic the way he governs the Kenya?
Mr. Alex, let me say this,
and a pastorist, govern Kenya. He's a liar. He moves from one place to another. He doesn't have one building. Who is a pastorist?
Alex, ngoja kidogo.
No, he congratulated and says a pastorist president. When you call somebody a pastorist or a nomadic, what do you mean? He has no stand.
I have the rights to substantiate what I've said.
He's a nomadic president.
He is a nomadic president. He doesn't have a stand. What he says he can. Leo ako hapa, kesha ako Kijiado, kesha ako wapi, kesha ako wapi. He said he's a pastoralist president.
No, we legalizing being a nomadic president.
My brother, if you don't allow me to substantiate what I've said, then I think you are doing the same wrong Ruto is doing. Let me just allow, let me clear the air. Lawyers have one thing which they always agree on. The wrong which is done today is not necessarily that it will be done tomorrow. Even in the Bible, there are those who are saved from their previous sins. And if you are saved,
that name Bible made us believe Ruto. Don't use it. Don't use that name Bible. He used it and we thought maybe he's saying the truth.
My dear, let me just use it because it is a holy book which is meant for everybody.
Yes, not everybody. Me, I think I'll go the Quran way.
Okay, but let me finish up my thought, if you don't mind.
That made us lose our country.
Oh, why don't I complete my thoughts, if you don't mind?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. What I'm saying, even sinners can be forgiven. That is the good sense of a human being. That I may sin, I repent, and my sin will be forgiven. You know, for the first time when Ruto got into power, I cannot victimize Okuro Court for having congratulated him, but I do victimize Okuro Court if he is still with Ruto up to this moment. Like right now, from what I've heard from the likes of Okuro Court, actually, it is like they have run away from him. But if they congratulated him during those times, I think everybody has the right to give his views on what he understands and what he knows.
So if I did not congratulate him then, and now I'm congratulating him, is it wrong?
It will depend with your view, but I don't think you should not be gullible like that. That you are a person who today you are here, the next day you are there. No, have a stand.
So Okuro Court have a stand, but because he congratulated him first, and now he didn't. Now I did not at first. Now I congratulate him. Now I'm gullible.
What I'm saying is this.
You are proving what you are saying. You don't have a stand. Thank you.
My friend, I think here we are supposed to create logic. We are not supposed to
Your logic
shut
is
down what
expired.
one
You are
says.
sounding like a scratched CD. Your logic is expired. Please allow the lady to talk. Thank you.
I don't think whether this space is a space meant for us to use such words. It's meant that we can just
My friend,
abuse
let me tell you one
anybody
thing. Logic does not say if it is one thing, then it's logic. The other thing is not logic. You know, I asked you simply. You have said that people can change their mind. They can say something before because they don't know. And now that they know, they can change their mind. Now, the question is now, simply, if somebody congratulated Ruto before, now they change their mind, it is logic. If they didn't, they start congratulating now. That is gullibility. My friend, what is that? It is what you are describing.
My friend.
Let me help you. Let me help you. Whoever is talking, please. Just a minute. Hold on. Alex, I saw the tweets by Okuro Court. Okuru Okot was basically criticizing the government. Yes, he voted for this government, but he was criticizing the government how they've chosen a lot of Kalenjin in the ministries, different ministries. Okay, then the policy, the tax. So there was this senator, what's his name for Kericho? I think I forgot his name. They were going back and forth and calling each other names. Cheriot, yes. It was actually a good exchange, but that does not mean just because he supported and voted for Ruto does not mean that Okuru Okot has no msimamo. His principle, he voted for Ruto because he thought he was the better option given the choices that we had between Raila and Ruto. And Ruto is disappointing him so far, so he's pointing that out. I don't think there's any confusion in there.
Sasa amefunguka macho. Wanapelekwa kuzama. So he's on the right track to criticize the government.
We should criticize the government.
Alex, that's not even what he's doing there. Alex, that space is not meant for abusing people. It is meant
Nobody has abused you. You are lying to us openly and criticizing William Samoei Ruto that he's lying. We are not going to agree that. Look, let me say, this is what we as we have been doing for a very long time. No, listen. You have a right to do that, but you don't have a right to openly start saying something that is not right. If we have to criticize Ruto, let's be honest. Don't say that Ruto has lied to us, whereas Ruto has not lied to anybody. What Ruto is saying is this: he did not know this is what he was going to expect.
What do you want? Maybe let us agree on what we mean by the word lie. We should not just open our mouth and shout when we don't even understand what we are saying. I think the lady was right to have said that Ruto lied and he lied.
Who is that is supporting Ruto? Let's ask him. Who is that is supporting Ruto? Not a liar.
Sister, okay. Continue with your thoughts. I am quiet so that you can continue with your thoughts.
You are saying that Ruto is not a liar. That man is a big liar.
That is why I'm surprised. I'm surprised with what that Alex.
Aswito, you misunderstood what I said. I never said anything about Ruto. This is what I said. No, jokes.
Kenya
Rebel. Just a moment. Ngoja na mimi just a moment yangu. Aswito, ngoja kidogo. I was saying this. Aswito, no, skia.
When somebody tells us tunaenda maandamano Monday, anasema tunaenda maandamano Thursday, anasema it will be all mother of maandamanos. Nothing happens. You don't call him a liar. Anything Ruto says is a liar. My friend, who is a liar? The person who's calling Ruto is a liar, but never calls Raila is a liar.
I was defending Okuru Okot, not Raila or Ruto. Okuru Okot, Okuru Okot. Ruto and Raila are both liars. All of them.
Raila will be a liar.
Raila the conman, the biggest conman in Kenya. Biggest conman in Kenya.
Jack, the likes of rebels are not even supposed to be in your space if you want to develop your space, because they are there to abuse and not to grow their points.
I can substantiate what I'm saying. Do you want me to? Whoever is talking, what's his name? I can't even see his face.
Just a moment. Just a moment. Actually,
amekimbia.
Ametoka kidogo. Alikuwa amerequest awe background kidogo tu. Alikuwa
aingie tu argue kidogo.
Alikuwa ametoka kwa sababu anasema kwao, anasema ako Kenya, anasema amelala ama ako kwa bedroom na sasa KK ameingia, ninaona Ashley ako ndani, namuona Deng Bull ako ndani, namuona Alex Media, namuona Swito Kenya Rebel na wenye ambao wanatuma ujumbe wao, namuona Cornerstone ako ndani. Karibu sana Cornerstone. Namuona nani hapa? Vimeli na wengine wengi. Sasa nianze na nani sasa? Nyinyi wanyama, nimewaacha dakika 2 nimekuta vimambo, so hata sijui ninaanzia na nani na naanzia
Alex
wapi.
amekuja hapa na moto, akaanza hii maneno ya Ukuru Okot na sijui nani. Mimi nilikuwa nimenyamaza nasikia Aswito. Aswito akaanza kuniingilia. Jeto kumeingia hapo na ukaanza mambo ya just a moment. Mnaniingilia leo. Wacha nikakunywe maji. Niko hapa.
Kenya Rebel, ninajua unakunywa maji. Hakuna shida ya kukunywa maji. Kenya Rebel, wewe kunywa maji, haina shida. Tutakunywa na tutapelekana. Asante.
Sawa, twende. Haya, niko. Wacha niongeze maji kidogo.
Haya,
guys, I have to leave you people. I have very excited in the morning.
Okay, thank you so much. Endelea na kazi yako nzuri ya Swito. Tunashukuru sana. Thank you for
But don't allow Kenya Rebel to rebel you people.
Asante sana.
Watu wangu wa Raila, msiruhusu huyu rebel our wash. Stand firm. Yeah? Rebel, I'm on your case. Yeah?
I can see.
Don't come here and call my baba is a liar.
Alex Media unaongea lakini
baba is a con man. Bye.
You don't want me to go. Why you say he's a con man?
My sister, there is no reason of you running away. Heat is
no. I have a very tight tomorrow morning.
No, but
I'm
Kenya is
starting my
bigger
shift.
than that date ya kesho. Sasa hata sahi bado kuna date. Wachana maneno ya date. Let's do this.
I'm not in
talk
Kenya.
To Kenyan Rebel. Let's talk to Kenyan Rebel. Pole and understand him maneno. Lakini at the same time, let us also stop this. Let us also stop this hypocrisy. No. Okay, let me tell you something before you go. Let us also stop this hypocrisy. That we keep on criticizing Ruto, but we cannot criticize. If you go back to where we used to be, right now, there Nuru Okanga were fighting today. Kuwa ati sijui Nuru Okanga amepewa pesa sijui ni lakini Nuru Okanga hataki kukubali kuwa nani amempea pesa. Anaitwa nani? Babu Owino. Let me tell you, hii maneno yote tunaongea maandamano, siasa, kila kitu. Ni biashara. Tukiacha hii biashara yote, tutakomboa Kenya. Tuache maneno ya biashara. Tuache maneno ya biashara.
Can you allow me to go now? Or should I speak Greek?
Sawa Swito, I thank you for your time and kindly zidi kufanya mambo. Asante sana.
Kenya Rebel, please, Jax, watch out this man, not to recruit my people. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sawa.
Yasu.
Okay.
Kalinita.
Bye.
Kalinita.
So, that's Greek. The language of Greece ni Greek. I'm not sure. Maybe. Now, Deng Bull, wacha nikulete, so at least now we come back to the conversation. Now, alikuwa nimwacha dakika 2, kumbe wanapigana tu. Deng Bull, maoni yako ni yapi? Usijika ulisikiza mazungumzo ya William Ruto. Leo William Ruto alifanya mambo. Sijui maoni yako ni yapi? Salama sana Deng Bull.
Ndio, nasalimia wengine. Leo nimesikia maneno kweli. Hata nilikuwa nafuatilia kutoka kitambo. Lakini nimekaa nje kidogo kwa wakati mwingine ilikuwa siku. Leo nimesikia mzee ameongea. Na katika kuongea kwake ameongea kama president, sio kama Ruto. So tunachukua hiyo maneno yake kwa uzito sana, sababu ukiona akiambia watu wenye hawatapiga kura huko wapitisha hiyo bill, itakuwa ni shida kwao. Tumeangalia hiyo, lakini haiko mzuri sana kwa the common mwananchi. Nimesikia wakina Alex wakisema mambo ya Nuru Okanga, mara Ukuru Okot. Wale watu we don't compare them na ile shida mwananchi anapata saa hii. Ile motion tunaongea juu yake leo ni kwamba Ruto amesema hiyo motion lazima ipite na wale wabunge lazima naye wapitishe. Na unajua president akiongea huwezi jua anamaanisha nini, sababu hako na powers yote. si askari, si polisi, si jeshi, si nani. Sasa hata kufichwa kama uta nini, ama iende kawa labda kuna kitu imetumwa kwa account ya hii watu kidogo kidogo, so inafaa sasa mtaangaliwa kesho kama that nani that Thursday ama when, na kwamba kama mtapitisha na ushapangwa itakuwaje. So najua ni kama kuwekea watu woga, alafu nayo wanasema ati sasa mzee aitise maandamano. Najua sio mzuri sana kwa nchi kutumia lugha zingine tough kama hizo. And tukiangalia kitambo wakati wa campaign, kuna ile Cheruiyot alikuwa senator wa Kericho, something like that, ama alikuwa senator ama nani, something like that, wakiwa anapiga campaign. Kwa naongea ni kwamba we are looking at you people who are talking bad, will profile, I don't know, will profile you kama mnafanya nini vile mnaongea kuhusu mambo zingine mbaya mbaya hivyo. So nchi haiendi vizuri. Siwezi danganya kwamba nchi haiendi vizuri. Nchi huwezi, sasa wa Kenya wako mbele sana. Watu wako social media, hata watoto wadogo wanaelewa ni nini naendelea, vile maisha iko. Sio kama ile wakati wa Moi, hiyo mwaka watu hawakuwa na social media, hawapati information, watoto wadogo wajui. Sasa hata ukiuliza mtoto wa class 3, class 4, hata utakesho utasikia, uliza tu mtoto mdogo hivyo atakwambia hapana, Ruto alisema hivi na hivi, na wana discuss pia. So sio vizuri kudictate kwa watu, kwa wananchi kwa wakati huu, sio mzuri sana. Inaleta bad picture. Tena inaonesha ni kama kuna wale kabila hiyo fulani, sababu tutalipa hiyo, ndio kuna payslip hiyo 3%. Kriteria gani itatumika ndio upate hii nyumba? Saa ingine wanafanya Garissa, saa ingine huko Isiolo, na saa ingine we ni mtu wa Kisumu ama huko Kakamega ama Mombasa, unakatwa ile pesa, na saa ingine umejenga pale kwako. At the same time, labda ulichukua pesa kwa bank, una service mortgage yako mahali, alafu bado unaforcewa ya kwamba lazima ukatwe hii pesa. Hii pesa itakuwa mwaka gapi ndio upate pesa? Yani saa ingine umeplan retire yako uende wapi, ukiende kwenu huko kae na kwenu. Si wafuate kama ile kitu Kibaki na Raila walifanya wakati wa nyumba hizi za Kibira zilijengwa. Kuna proposal walitoa, wakaenda wakatafuta pesa kidogo serikali, wakaongea na United Nation Habitat, wakatafuta pesa, wakajenga zile nyumba Kibira. Naona? So ikawa hiyo nyumba wakajaribu, watu wakanunua kidogo, ikawa ni nafuu kidogo. Hata ile ya Uhuru wamekuja na Wachina hapa wamejenga, ingine huko Syokimau huko ya China, ile Great Wall. At least unajenga, kama wewe uko na pesa yako unataka kukaa Nairobi ama ukae Athi River ama ukae Kibira, that is optional. Angefanya hii kitu iwe optional. Wewe kama unataka, serikali itakuongezea hii pesa, na wewe uongeze hivi na hivi, ujengewe nyumba. Kama utakufa kabla hiyo, unaweka next of kin yako. Lakini sasa hii unakatwa tu, wewe ukifa katikati hapa, nani atakupatia? Tena hizi vitu wanasema gas itakuwa hivi, ingine itarudi hivi, mtungi itakuwa hivi. Sasa tunakuwa hatuna imani sana ya kwamba hii pesa pia itatumika hivyo, sababu ni mtu ndio, ni kama hii uongo iko kwa jini yake. Secondly, hii huyu mzee Gachagua pia, ile sasa ni mzee, ile uongo anapiga is allowed according to his age. Anaongea juu sasa mwaka yake imeenda, lakini sisi vijana wadogo unasikia hapo ndani kuna uongo wengine unaweza ongea kama Alex, uone ni kama utalaniwa, sababu wewe ni mdogo, uruhusiwi kuongea uongo. But people like Gachagua, Huyu Ruto hizo
Unashtua
mbili
Alex na unaona
ziliisha.
na drive atalaniwa.
Lakini sasa kijana mdogo kaa huyu kuja uongee ulete uongo
Nani
na bado
amekuambia mimi ni mdogo?
unatafuta mambo vingi.
Unajua umelaaniwa kwa sababu umeniita mimi ni mdogo.
Unashtua Alex.
Nasikia sauti yake ndio najua sasa ni kijana mdogo. Afai
Sasa
alete
mimi ni
uongo
mdogo
sababu
aje? Sasa can you define udogo ni nini? Tell me today. Mara
mimi
Black
nasikia
anajiita mzee, mara unaniita mdogo. Can we define hii jina mdogo so that leo nijue?
nasikia tu sauti yako hujafika, kama umefika 30 35 hivyo haifai. Fika 45 ama 50 ndio uanze uongo kidogo, hiyo
My
inakubalika
friend,
sababu
acha nikwambie kitu kimoja.
thank you. Okay, patia Alex time.
Wacha niachane maneno ya watoto yangu. Ukiona nywele ya white imekuja tu kwa ndevu imeanza kuenda chini kidogo, anza kuheshimu mtu.
Inafaa Kenya Rebel inafaa ugawia Alex nywele kwa sababu ukosefu wa nywele inafanya
Kenya Rebel ni rafiki yangu. Actually I miss Kenya Rebel. Kenya Rebel vipi?
Mimi nafikiria hapa sio kwamba tuko kwa ajili ya kucheka. Tuko hapa
hatucheki ndugu yangu, acha nikwambie. We are not here laughing. Na wacha nikwambie ukweli. Wacha niweke hii kitu. Uone mimi sicheki. Lakini tunafika wakati mara nyingi, especially to the formation that I've subscribed for years. I did not start subscribing to Odingaism. Okay? Not even Ogingaism recently. We were mentored. When this guy used to come mahali tulikuwa tunaishi kule chini, tunaenda tunamuona, tunakaa chini tunamsikiza kama watoto. Tukitoka British Council, hapo Kisumu hapo. Tunakwenda kule Mudi ya Wori, kama tunaenda kule chini, tunakaa tunasikiza mzee. Then we didn't even know who he was in the country. But somehow the wisdom that he was using, we listened. So for some of us, it was not by accident. So we do not start subscribing into the political subscription or the political tenant of this guy recently. But when we start seeing some things that do not make us happy, it does not mean that we keep quiet. One of the things that we miss in our country is internal democracy. That when we see our formation making the mistakes that we have been critical to on the other side, then we start also subscribing on that. For a very long time during our campaign, we kept on saying, this is a lie, this is psychophancy, this is expediency, but we are seeing it now. I said maandamano ni biashara. Let me finish. I said maandamano ni biashara. Watu wakanipigia kelele. Leo Gaucho ameprove it kusema kuwa ati leo kuwa nani anaitwa nani? Ati Nuru Okanga anapewa pesa sijui na nani. Ye Gaucho anapewa pesa na nani? My friend, let's be honest in a conversation. If we have an honest, open conversation and communication, we can add somewhere. But if we keep on lying to ourselves, we think that tukiongea juu ya uongo, we affiliate it only to Ruto. Tunasahau kuwa hata sisi tumefika mahali tunadanganya. Maandamano Monday, maandamano Thursday, maandamano kila siku, tutarudi maandamano. Nothing of that has happened or has ever happened. It's just lies. Then we keep on saying, oh, it's because of Ramadan, it's because of Easter, it's because of this. And then we forget it's also a lie. So we keep on categorizing. This is a white lie, this is an elephant lie. If you're talking about lie, let us be honest. There is lies in both dimensions.
Alex, mimi naomba niseme hivi. Unaweza ukawa sahihi, lakini unaleta ujumbe kwa njia gani? Usiwe mtu ambao mwenzako akiongea unamuona kama kwamba hajasema kitu. Mimi naamini ukweli ni kwamba Ruto is the best liar. Lakini that does not
we have some of the best liars in Azimio.
Okay, I don't deny that. I've told you, give me time to finish my thoughts. That is what I want. Ruto is the best liar.
I'll give you time to finish lying to me. Thank you.
Yes, just let me lie to you. I have agreed. I want to lie to you now. So long as you can keep quiet and conceive my lies, it will be good. Ruto is the best liar. That is one. But I don't exempt Raila from being one of the best liars too. But maybe what Raila is doing is to bring the country to the understanding of the situation. That is why when you want to organize a demonstration, you have to study the mood of the country before you allow people to go for a demonstration. But for many times, Ruto has been lying to Kenyans in many things. So if you want to exempt Ruto from the fact that is one of the liars in Kenya, I think you are misleading the Kenyans. And it is like you are not in Kenya. Actually, I have to say that I'm not in Kenya right now, but I understand what is taking place in Kenya.
Okay, thank
because
you for lying that I don't, but you do. Thank you.
Maybe you are right. I will not deny anything that you are saying, so long as, because I am a person who is entitled to allow you to think the way you want to think. I believe I cannot deny you a chance to think the way you want to think, and I cannot make you think the way I want. But one thing that you have to understand, it is our responsibility as Kenyans, and more so as youths, to better Kenya. Not to leave it to Ruto nor Odinga, but all of us as the duty, as the role to do in bettering Kenya. Look at what is happening right now. I think the gentleman who completed his thought said one thing which, to me, I don't know what can be done. He said, maybe when he retires, he will feel like going to his rural home to live. And now he is forced that he has to pay some amount of money so that in future they will build for him a house somewhere. But the truth of the matter, will he be able to live there forever? Or will he too in future want to sell that house to somebody? If it were me, then this is what can be done. I think houses should be constructed in some identified areas. And thereafter, those houses can be sold, maybe in a higher purchase form, to those who would like to buy them, as opposed to forcing people to accept the deduction, so that those deductions can be used to construct the house. And I'm not sure whether that deduction will be enough for constructing the house. I'm not sure of that. Because the amount, if for example, somebody is earning let's say 20,000, and then you deduct 3% from that 20,000, that is a very big amount, which even after 20 years will not be enough to construct a house of substance. So I tend to think that
Mbanja, what happened to you?
Mzee, kwani shida iko wapi leo?
Sijui ni kwa nini yake imepotea, lakini vipi KK? Pia wewe uko kwa giza bwana.
Bwana, sitaki kusumbua mrembo bwana, anamkia kazi asubuhi.
Huyu jamaa the last time aliblash hapa akatoroka.
We.
Unajua juzi tulimwekea
Habari
Roga
yako bro.
akatoroka. Sasa
Anyway, I
wacha
miss you. Weka tu
relax.
kamera in a few minutes nikusalimu bro. Please.
Mimi nakusikia vizuri, mimi nakucheki
No, I
wewe
just want to
bonga.
say hi to you. That is it, man. Mimi sina
Say
shida
hi,
na
say
wewe.
hi. Smile nikuone.
No, just weka kamera nikusalimie, mimi natoka. Nilikuwa napitia tu. Mimi nasikizanga kutoka nyuma. But let me respond to that person Jex quickly. You see, this is one thing that I'm coming to find a headache in our country. We are so quick. For instance, I was very critical. Today, leo nimetukanwa na watu wengi sana Twitter na Facebook. My problem is a Kalenjin broke a record. And the people, the world record of maybe 1500, and everybody was from Kabogo to everybody was congratulating him. And I was asking, for the first time, do we really have a problem? When it comes to sports, we are Kenyans. When it comes to politics, we are divided. Which should better, bring us together to better our lives so that we can be better Kenyans. Now, I don't know. Maybe Bila amesema mimi ni mdogo. Probably I'm younger than I know because a very young man here usually calls me mtoto. And probably in Kisi, we say tarai torole ngeno. That's very deep words. That's a very deep Marxism. But look, let's be very honest. We refuse to distinguish between Christ and the sinner. Christ says this, that I love all sinners, but I hate sin. Until we are cogent enough to distinguish between a sinner and the sin, we will continue being critical even to issues that we ourselves will subscribe because another person is in leadership. When you look at some of the things that I have seen within our manifesto that made me love Azimio was the 1.5, and how maybe if it could have been increased for us to have affordable housing in Nairobi, today many of our Azimios could have subscribed into it. But if we flippantly come here and keep on lying that, oh, that is not achievable, let us criticize somebody on the level of trust, on the level of unachievability, on the level that there is nothing they've done that they have said, then I can understand. But just coming out that even something that you understand that we should have done like 20 years ago, we totally refuse. But if another person comes, he will get ahead of a problem to achieve it because we refused it, not on a matter of principle in terms of trust, but a matter of it can never be achieved in our country. Affordable housing can be achieved. It has been achieved in some areas. And if there was goodwill, it would have been achieved long years ago. Moi started the Nyayo houses long time ago, but corruption hit. Today, Kenya Kwanza, it hit by corruption. Panyaka told us that he was one of the people was asked 20 million. In Isiolo you saw today, I mean, this is a house of confusion. Let us accept that we have a problem within Kenya Kwanza that we can't give them a trust. But when it comes to the principle of affordable housing, let us agree, we like it or not, we are back. We are behind. It should have been achieved like yesterday. There is goodwill. Now, Jex, I come from the school of point of listening to what the PS for Housing Secretary said, that land is expensive, VAT is expensive. All these things are making housing very expensive. Now, we should be having a conversation that how can we make housing achievable rather than flippantly just saying that it is not. Yet, if another person comes into leadership, we start saying, now we want it. Jex, we cannot be in that periphery whereby we ask for this, we refuse for it, but we ask it because another person is in power, we refuse it because another person is in power, but the principle of the reality is that whether this one is in power, whether this one is power, Kenya needs affordable housing. And in a democracy, we are not going to force that if today another person wins against my will. It's democracy. It's not theocracy. It is not monarchy. It is democracy. Majority wins. and the majority must listen to the minority. And therefore now we should have a conversation. So if I believe they never won, but they have taken power, William Samoei Ruto is the president of the Republic of Kenya, and that is why he's bringing all these halaboos, because he has the power. He has the power, unfortunately. So what do I have to do as a person? Should I deny that he doesn't have the power to do that? Onyonka said it as I finish. We like it or not, this thing is going to pass. Now the question is, if it's going to pass, what can we do to help us? Because we can refuse. It passes. We keep on making noise. Does making noise help us? Thank you, Jax.
Alex, to some
Actually, kidogo tu. Just a moment, guys. Wait, KK, it's good. Just hey, kidogo tu KK, kidogo tu, shikilia.
Ai bana, tumekaa sana hapa bana, ni kama wewe kia wewe unaanza
kwa wa ndugu Ashley.
Oh,
hata Ashley alikuja mapema.
Yeah, what I can say but I wanted to complain the same. Let us just do like 3 minutes or 4 minutes each and rotate, because some of us have been like almost 40 minutes. What are KK and Mbaya?
Okay.
So unasikia huko fair mse. Unasikia wewe dictator.
Peteteo, acha story mo, bendelea. Unaweza time endelea.
Sasa wewe nakwambia bili na pass kesho asubuhi mwanze kurusha mawe kama mtaka kurusha mawe. So umesikia rais, si dictator. Ulisikia Azimio wakisema pia na wao wanataka hakuna secret ballot. Tunataka kuangalia ni nani ndio wana betray Kenyans. Sasa rais leo amesema nini? Pia mimi nataka kucheki ni nani anaenda kupika kunyima vijana kazi nini. Umesikia hakuna dictator hapo. That is politics. So there's no hii maneno na you or nini uongo. This is politics. Kama upendi language ya politics kaa kanisa. So rada ni hiyo mse. Kesho wanaenda wana table hiyo bill. They will talk a few things here and there, kusanitize na kuformalize. Alafu itapita tu, then it is a bill, it's a law. Then hata ulisikia Kalonzo amesema nini? By 30th June, government inahitaji kuwa na a law in place, a bill in place ndo kurun government the 2023-2024 what do you call fiscal year or what? I don't know those terms. So form hiyo kesho, this week we will have a bill in place, we will have a consensus. Hizi vitu zingine we will fix as we go. Wengine watarusha mawe, wengine watakula tiagas. Maisha ni hivyo.
Kenya Rebel.
Nilikuwa nataka kusema tu kitu kidogo. And to me personally, I'm supporting Omtata. I like Omtata how he thinks. My question is this: before even we get to the wrangles and the intricacies of this bill, the question Kenyans should ask themselves is this: of all the corruption cases that we've had since Ruto came in office, can you name one case that has been prosecuted where money has been brought back, repatriated, ile pesa ilipotea Kemsa, mtu alishikwa, walirudisha pesa? And if you can answer that, why should Kenyan people approve a 3.6 trillion Kenyan shillings budget to pass, which we are going to pay for through our taxes? Why should we trust him on that? If so far I haven't seen of the corruption cases that have been happening, and the corrupt people who are in his government have not been prosecuted, why should we pass and ratify this bill, which is a 3.6 trillion Kenyan shillings?
Jex, let me take that. Jex, let me take that. Please.
Go ahead.
Jex, acha nichukue hiyo. So, story ya Kemsa. Kenya Rebel.
Tukifanya hivyo
Rebel.
kidogo tu.
Yes.
Tukifanya hivyo akina Ashley si bado watazidi kukaa sana.
I just wanted to take that.
What's up?
Only apply Alex akiongea. Just know that.
So that
Yes.
I actually
Yes, Ashley.
just before Ashley comes in, let me take that for Kenyaribo because I think I'm the only one here for the government. The rest of the guys are against the government. So let me take that. So I think as we speak right now, we are running on a bill ya unye because of hiyo maneno ya future and what and present commitments. If a bill is already there, inakwanga na hizo implications za future and present obligations. So tunatumia bill ya unye. Sasa it was how much? It was about 3.2 trillion. Na ina work sahi. So why don't we have another one? We must have another one anyway. It has to be there. Hatuwezi kaa kama nchi bila bill ya raise taxes na revenues and all that. Here is your cancer. There was no money lost. You had the fund, the global fund walifanya nini? Aliangalia the irregularities on procurement process. Wakasema nini? We are not going to award this we are not going to fund this program juu kuna hizo irregularities. What did they do? Wakasema wao wenyewe watafanya tendering na watalipa kutoka na huko. So we end up losing that the camps and wali end up lost because they were not given that they want to do the procurement and tendering and all that. So there was no money lost. What happened is that because of that itch and which was really messing our country in terms of reputation with our partners, the government responded like fire watu. People went home. So there was nothing like to reclaim money, repatriate money. The other issue of sugar. Sugar has been there kwa stores for 5 years. They were supposed to be destroyed to being turned into what do you call ethanol and something like that. I don't remember what the destruction process. So what happened? Ilikaa kwa stores for long. Then watu wenye wako na ubaya, because those are animals, those are not people. How do you the sugar itself was really not fit for consumption. Wakaanza kuuza because of their what inhumane character. That is not even looking for money. That was just basically trying to kill people. What happened? The government responded. Ikafaya watu. Yes.
Okay.
Ashley needs to talk. I think Ashley really needs to talk.
Okay, but I need to rebut
very good
your stuff. Lakini nitawacha Ashley aongee.
Kidogo tu Kenya Rebel, because mtaenda hivyo uta raise point tena KK will want to respond. But yes, Ashley.
Finally. Anyway, thank you. I think I want to reply to KK. Yesterday he was talking about, or the person who talked before that. I think there is a misconception that the people who are removing the 3% are doing so with they were told that they are doing that in order to get a house, but it's not. They are putting the money in a savings, but it's not for them to get a house. Anybody, once the houses are built, will be able to go and buy the house. You don't have to have remove the 3%, and you'll be treated the same. That's why you're being told that your money that you're putting in there is a savings that you can get back. So it's not like you will use that money to go and buy the house or as a down payment. So I think there is a misunderstanding there. So nobody is forcing you to buy a house. I think that was another lie, so that you can think that you're doing something for yourself. Because some people started asking, if we have a house, then what's the need of me removing again? And he says, so now you don't want those people without houses to get houses. You see, it's so stupid. Even a kid will be like, okay, so since you're selling the house, how is me, who is paying a mortgage, being uncomfortable with paying a housing levy, me refusing someone without a house to get a house who is unemployed? If someone is unemployed and the houses are not free, how are they going to get this house? So you see, they are playing a lot with our minds. They're not being abstract. They're not being upfront. And that down the line, people will say he lied to us about the houses, but it is
And
evident.
there's a down
Right?
payment, actually. There's a down payment also. They want you to pay down payment.
Yeah, when we get, but it's not that this money is what you use for down payment. Whatever the house after it has been built, then whatever the down payment at that time is, that is what you will pay, whether you will remove the levy or not. But that's another discussion for another day. I just wanted to correct that person who was talking like that, because it seemed like he thought that once you remove the levy, then it is an automatic guarantee that you're going to qualify for the house. And it is not, to the best of my understanding. My other concern that I have not had anybody raise, they keep saying there's a 3% for the for housing levy, but it is not on everybody. It's only on the poor, because this levy capped at 83,500. Anybody making above that is not paying 3%. I did my calculation and saw that if you're making $500,000, you're only paying 0.5%. If you're making $1 million, you're only paying 0.25%. From my understanding of taxes, the more you have, the more you should pay. And the less you have, the less you should pay. And actually, some salaries should be exempt, non-taxable. Like if you make certain amount, which you're almost working poor, you shouldn't be expected to pay this tax or tax. There's an amount which, like 10,000, let's say, should be exempt. Because remember, this person paying 3% housing levy is also the person who is going to buy these expensive, the hair, beauty products have increased. They've added VAT. That means even the food will increase. Travel prices will increase. These people, imagine having a kid in college, or 1 or 2 or 3. That means your children will not go to school. What sense does it make for you to save money you get 7 years from now, yet you cannot even take your kids to school? So KK yesterday was saying that the reason these people making over 83,000 shouldn't pay 3% is because they are paying a lot of NHIF. I want us to come here with, like we know how much a senator makes. Let us do the math and we'll see. Even after they pay the 3% and the NHIF, remember these people also get allowances. They are still left with disposable money. This person making 83,500 will not have any money even to buy food, let alone any disposable money. Remember, this person may be supporting those jobless people we are talking about. So if you force them to use the very little that they may be having to help somebody who is in their family is jobless, what would that jobless person in their family do when you tie up their money so that you can build houses? What is this tax? The tax that has been already removed from the income tax, that they have already been taken out from their salary or from their wages. Where is it going? What is it doing? Is it used? Now, my question is, why can't Ruto look for other ways to solve this financial crunch? He can also he can try and catch those people who are financial cheats. Someone like Kerochi was given a payment arrangement. Why can't you go and ask her to pay up or close her company, sell everything, and get let them pay up what they owe the government? Another thing they can do is cut off the wage bill. We have now, they promising opposition an office. He has 50 CSs waiting to be hired. He can cut off those if the government is that broke, instead of taking money from the poor, from the working poor. Because anybody making below 83,500 is a working poor. I have not had the people, because the people who are telling us about the finance bill make that money, so they won't talk to you about it. So it is for you to now become also clever and think for what is in your best interest. Most people who make under 83,000, we are not the ones going there screaming. Akina Sifuna, they are making 1 M, so they will not advocate that for the 3% to be across board. It is us. And also another way they can use to get money is to recover money that is stolen. Because once they recover money that is stolen, then the debt will reduce, because this finance bill, they said a lot of it is going to pay debt. So if they recover that money that has been stolen from people they know, then that means the finance bill, the debt is going to be less, and that will open more money up. So they have ways to get it, but they have seen that the people who they can push is the people at the bottom. This bill, the Ruto ran on hustler, putting money in the hustler pocket, but he has found that the people he can push around are the hustlers. If they take 3% from people making over $1 million and that money is eaten, they know they will be in trouble. So if they want to push the bill, we have to insist that everybody pays the 3%, and that is the security for the person at the bottom. If those people, those CEOs, those senators, if their 3% is gone, especially from ODM, and it is Kenya Kwanza who ate it, they will go to fight in court, in parliament. They will not play. So you have to insist, if they were going to take 3%, it has to be across board. Whatever wage you make, whether it is 1 trillion, you have to pay 3%, just like the person who is making 10,000 that is paying 3%. Last but not least, I've even forgotten what I wanted to say. But that is my submission. I've forgotten the last thing I wanted. Sure.
I'll make a very short one. I'll be very brief, Jeff.
Kenya Rebel?
Jakes.
As not Nancy actually remembers what she was to say.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to say this. And this
yeah, go ahead, Kenya Rebel. As Alice at Ashley. I have my business too. Nasema as Ashley retraces her thoughts. Na kusikia endelea.
And this one ties in with what Black said yesterday. Black was saying that the way to get out of a financial deal is to raise taxes, and I want to correct it. There's a big debate. President was saying that he posed this question when he said, why do we were in the same place with Singapore in 1960s, where Singapore actually came to benchmark in our country, and now look at them. What happened? What's the difference? And he said it was, I think, poor planning. That's what his reason is. But he failed to understand that the biggest elephant in the room is corruption. That's why I keep on saying this. We have these wonderful ideas. We tunafinya mtu wa chini without 3% and all the percentages we can put on our bill, but they affect. It's the money that we collect from the poor, these hardworking people, that always get siphoned by these corrupt people. So what I'm saying is this. Instead, you have a nice bill, 3.6 trillion budget. You want to do all this stuff. I keep on saying, and people, there's no political will because everyone has a stake in this, both Azimio and Kenya Kwanza. Let's go to estate duty tax. Let's go to Kenyatta One, Moi. These people are trillionaires, billionaires, okay? Let's go back and repatriate that money. It is more than enough to pay for our national debt and to pay for this financial bit that he's proposing, okay? There's no way around it, because that's why I keep on saying, when he came to answer KK, when he came here and told us that, I don't know, KEMSA, we never lost money. Okay, he was in government in 2013 until 5 years from there, 2017, okay? They were looting money, okay? They were looting money. Even from 2017 to 2022, I understand that he was ostracized, okay? But still, they were looting money, billions and trillions that were lost. Go recoup that. It will take time. Angola did it with De Santos. Her daughter, I gave that example. Her daughter's assets, the trust, they went and took her money, the money that she was storing outside the country. Okay? And that was what Mtata was saying in that press conference. And that's what I'm advocating on. We can come here and have wonderful ideas and give our 3% by the employer and the employee. But at the end of the day, these people will steal money and get away with it, and we'll keep on going on that circus, that vicious cycle. So we are wasting time. That's why Omtata is saying, I'm going to court, and there's a better way to do this. You are not going to force this through our throats, okay? So to answer your question, Black, that I didn't get to answer yesterday was, yes, there's other ways we can pay for this without actually charging these low-income people. We can go after the money that has been lost is so much. And KK, you mentioned, yes, you're right, we are under the Uhuru's tax plan, okay? Has it really worked for you? it goes us to debt. Really?
That's why.
So you want to have another 3.6 trillion disaster where people will eat.
It is not actually.
Money.
Kenyarable. It is not actually. It is. There's no. What we have done right now is just reorganizing the bill, so that what we are doing is we are moving money from those low labor intensive projects to high labor intensive projects, so that there is a return in investment. What Kounyesha did was really misplaced priorities. Like you remember what he did with opening the gun factory with almost 100 billion, which hires about 40 people. You know, you go to projects like the, what do you call this?
KK.
Yes.
KK, before you go any further, before you go any further, why should I even start a new project if you haven't even addressed those hundreds of projects that we started before and they stopped and there was nobody prosecuted? They looted money of it. Why should we start another one while we haven't even recovered money from the projects that were done before that money was looted from? Why does it make sense?
I remember I told you about the present and future obligations. You see, money was already appropriated. There's nothing you can do. This is law. There's nothing, you have to pay that. If it was a debt, you have to pay it. There's no excuse.
I agree.
Money was used to build the railway. There's no debate about that. You have to, whether it was misused, you have to pay that.
Yeah, but
then when we come to when where we are right now is we need to start up our economy. So that is why we have to reorganize our investments. We move from roads. We move to projects that have long value chains, like agriculture, like housing.
And they will,
that is what we are doing presently.
Because the same people will take
Why
money from
can't
it. That's what I'm trying to say.
Don't we have a government that can recover this money, because they know who stole the money, they know who was responsible for that money. Let me finish my point, and then I'll just let. What I wanted to say is, Ruto was threatening the MPs, which is the topic of today. What we find, if you look at Uhuru right now, he's running to Raila to cover him. Ruto is nothing without those MPs. So those MPs should not be worried about him. Because if as many as half leave him, he's going to be toothless. So he shouldn't be worried about not having MPs on. They shouldn't be worried about the threats from Ruto if they gang up against him. So they should do what they need to do without fear. They should fear the people, not the president.
Actually, there was also some points you raised about raising more revenue and taxes, and trying to meet this 3.6 trillion budget. I want you to remember that right now, almost 1.5 trillion is to what we are obliged as a nation. That is debt alone. We have not even talked about education. We have not talked about healthcare. We haven't touched military. And
right
now with this bill of Unye in Aisha Sai in about 2 weeks or I think it ends on 29th or what. Right now we have a deficit of 660 billion deficit. Yeah. Those are money that was budgeted, but the money is nowhere. The only thing we can do is to borrow to bridge that deficit. What do? Then you talk about ZG going and telling Karoje to close
usually up. The pending bills was budgeted in the previous finance bill, but somehow it is not available, so they have to pay it with a new bill. So why don't they follow to see where did that money go if it didn't pay whatever project that was supposed to be done? And then sometimes they say they go to this project and there is nothing. Money was paid and nothing that was done. There is no project. So why is government dropping the ball on stuff like this? And then if they tax this person so much, assuming someone is making 30,000, which is a lot of poor people, and then you tax them 3%, and then you increase the VAT to 16, the fuel to, or is it VAT to 16 and the fuel is up? How is this person going to be able to educate their children? So watu wengi wataenda kwa mjengo. Is that the idea? Because how are people going to go to school? I've heard universities not going to get those grants anymore. How is someone going to take their children to high school? So the people who put this budget together, did they consider that person making under 83%, who they require to pay 3%? And why are they letting off those people who are making more, who actually have the income that can be able to you know, like they have a booster, they have disposable income that they can pay the 3% levy? Why did they stop it at 2,500? Can someone explain to us? Last, I want to request Jakes. They say that they've extended the committee that is taking views on the finance bill until Wednesday. I would pray that he could get or bring someone here or two people here to get our views.
Jakes cannot do that because Ruto will put some tax on content creators. You see, Jakes have ran away because he will not be able to pay the tax.
Where Rebel, it was already revoked. That one was revoked. Yes, I think it was the day before yesterday.
But anyway,
so the issue of taxing the digital tax was revoked. It is no longer there. It was not. I don't think it was not well thoughtful. It was very rushed. But eventually, we are going to, all of us, we are going to pay taxes. Well, actually, like you said.
Can I say, I'm sorry, just 30 seconds. They spoke very clearly for themselves. The people making under 85,000, because Raila will not speak for you. All these MPs will not speak for you because they are not in that bracket. They need to come up and ask, this tax should exempt anybody making under 50. Because under 50, you're already hard pressed by the high economy. This tax should start for those making over 50, for single, and 85 for married. That's where it should start going up. And they should pay from 50 going up. And until you advocate from yourself, you're going to be oppressed.
I don't know. Are you talking about the tax or the levy? That is not a tax. That is a saving. That is a saving.
That savings, because they don't need it. Because if you already, like, you have children in school, in high school or in college that you're paying for, and you don't have disposable income, what are you saving? So that's why I'm saying that if we come with a budget here, we bring someone making 50, come with a pay slip. Let us break it down and assume that person have 2 kids in high school. Tell me where that savings is going to come from.
What is 600 shillings going to help you with high school fees and whatever? Even if you have a kid, well, are you going to? You cannot do anything with 600 shillings. You are surely. Actually, yeah, I think you're not being honest now. You can't tell me 600 shillings.
People who sleep without eating. And you're saying, tell me what is 2,500 to a person making $1 million. Now, if you argue, imagine people are sleeping hungry. 600 shillings of their earned income cannot be forced to be saved if that person is going home and they are not eating. They don't have food. So you can't say 600 is a lot, because it will make the difference between if they eat today or they don't. So if they were to wait 20, maybe lunch, only dinner, by taking that 600 shillings, you've removed some of the meal from the table, actually, for real. I wish we would get someone who makes around that much to come and give us a breakdown of how they live. So we can.
I'm very sure this is our country, all of us, and we are going to make sacrifices, compromises, and that is the plan. The bill is going to pass, and we will go back and forth until we are all on the same wavelength. It's very difficult actually convincing you, because you're so much. I think you already have a position on this. You already have a principle on this, and
no.
There's no way we can.
Let me ask you this: what is 2,500 to a person making $1 million? Honestly,
let me tell you. When you look at the formula of allocating these houses, in fact, you have realized that a person making $1 million, they're going to pay 5%. I hope you know that.
And they can afford that, and that's why I say let's come with an actual pay slip.
And then again, the person earning $1 million, most of you guys have a mortgage at less than 3% guaranteed. So you cannot compare that with someone who is living in the ghetto.
I don't think we need to go and start with what is saying.
KK, let me tell you one thing.
3%.
The problem we are having, KK, is that we refuse to listen to the elaborate debates, and we take cliches. And nowadays, we don't really listen to elaborately what is being offered to us. We take snippets from probably social media and probably house media outlets, and we cannot understand in totality. For me, when I listen to the housing PS speak about it, in many forums, and some of it was actually tense to a point that the guy was profusely sweating, but he still made a cogent, persuasive argument on how the 3% came into. So let us not flippantly talk about 3% without understanding how the 3% come. Let us have a show on how the 3% came in, why it came in, how it's going to help. Because without the 3%, we Kenyans should never, ever, ever talk about. We either take this or never, because there is no any other way. Because we have refused totally to acknowledge the issue of land speculation. Land has been speculated so much that land is in Africa, land is the most expensive. Just to buy a land in Nairobi is like 40 to 50% of everything of your house. If a house is 11 million, 5 million is land only. So let us put all these things into factors.
Actually, Revolution said that with the money that has been stolen, when it comes back, I think would have enough to build those houses and then sell them and then get the money. That way, the fact that we are giving the money and it's the low-income people giving the money, the history will repeat itself. That money will get into hands because they know the people they have taken the money from are people without a voice. And ask me when that happens, because it will happen.
The issue of recovering money, I don't know. What do you mean? How do you recover that money? Where do you recover that money? Or where? Which kind of approach? What system can we use to recover the money which was stolen? If it was, how was it stolen? No, it doesn't make sense to me, because you say money was stolen. They were stuck outside the country. How do you, what? In fact, some of these overseas accounts, they are untouchable. Those on Swiss banks, you cannot even think about that. Another thing, this is a capital. Our countries, I don't know. We are not like countries like Tanzania. Property rights are protected by law. You cannot go around saying this land you took this land from our mount, you now take it. That is it. There is an implication on our own investors. There's a lot that comes with that. So I don't know. I don't know what you mean recover this money. How do you do it? It is not practical. It is not feasible.
Jax Black wants to come in.
Okay, sorry. Hello. Pole, nilikuwa nimetoka kidogo. Tumefika wapi? Black ako ndani, asante sana kaka. And Ellie as well, KK, Ashley. Naona pia nyuma ya studio kuko na nani? Kuko na Alex Media. Very good, very good. Now, Alex, unauliza Black ndo huyu?
No, alikuwa amekuambia ati anataka kuingia ndani na huko umeona. So I was just saying.
Pole. Nilikuwa nimetoka alafu
several times nikaona umemuignore as usual. Nikamtetea. Mzee lazima atetewe.
Black anajua siwezi mweka kwa ubaya. Nilikuwa nimetoka ndio ninarejea. Unajua niliacha mchambuani. Sijui kama mmepea Ellie na Black kwa sababu hao wawili hawawezi jitetea. They don't argue so much. They allow wapewe time. Mwapea time. Ellie, wamekupea time ama wamekukausha tu mpaka nikutetee?
Hello everyone. Me, I'm only just in, so I was listening to the debate. I'm not into the arithmetic of this and that about what's going on. I just want to hear what people are saying.
Get a feel of what people are saying.
Yes, I'm not very comfortable with this debate because I think there's a wider picture here about this because, the financial architects, the World Bank, IMF, these global organizations, they try to kind of standardize VAT across the world. And many countries have resisted this in the past, Even countries like Nigeria, where their VAT stands at maybe something like 7 or 7.5. Many countries have resisted this kind of thing. I think that we're having a debate which is very interesting, but there is someone just pulling the wool over our eyes, which is what this fake government in Kenya is doing. And I'm surprised that people who used to torture us in this Mutembei during the campaigns are now taking a serious look at what is going on, and they're eating their words. People like Ashley. I really want to clap for her for, changing her tune, especially on those issues about housing. But I'm also interested to know why people are not focused on the issue of housing in terms of inheritance of land, property. These age-old African traditions are not at the forefront of our discussions because this, like in a country like Kenya, are very serious issues, In a place like Kisii, for example, where the population density is obvious, we know what's going on there, and land is a very serious issue in Kisii. People literally lose their lives because of family wrangles about land. It's a sacred matter for them. But here we are discussing something which is purported to be housing and housing for low-income families, which is not what it is. And we're trying to use arithmetics about 3% and all this nonsense. We know what's going on. Someone said there that there is money stashed out in various banks around the world by different people in the regime and in the so-called opposition. We know that is the case. And here we are discussing about something that is being organized by cartels. We're not thinking holistically about what can benefit Kenyan people. Okay, so we are actually part of the problem because we are shy to address the real problem. And I think this is something that we should do. I'm not trying to point fingers to say that this has to be a moral discussion. No. But the reality is a person living in Madare, right? Or Kibera. And now there's many Kiberas in Kenya. Kibera is not the standard slum. There are so many slum or informal settings in Kenya. These people are listening to these debates and they know that it is nothing to do with supporting their welfare for the future. Those are the things we need to address. Is it housing that is more important now? This so-called low-income housing? People are flaunting mortgage ideas to people who cannot even afford to stay alive for the next, say, 5 years. So that's why I listen to these discussions, and I'm interested to know: is it an appropriate discussion, or are we just trying to ban things about like we're experts where we are not? But we know what the problem is. We know that these people who are even the people who have been proposing this, plus they're being backed by international financial cartels like IMF, World Bank, and their targets are both in Kenya Kwanza and the previous regime. We know how this is being organized from outside Kenya, right? To standardize things so that it looks as if those organizations are doing something relevant to poor countries. Those are the questions we need to ask. What is really going on? And I want to make apologies if I didn't make any sense in my submission, but I think what I'm trying to say is we need to discuss this as something beyond Kenya Kwanza or the so-called opposition. This is something very, very lethal. It can either be good or it can really, really turn nasty, because it is something that is going to touch on how people have been living in Kenya for many years, in terms of, like, say for example, their traditions and things like that. Thank you.
Black, ulikuwa umepewa nafasi ama walikukausha hadi? Black, are you there? Umejifreeze. Aha, go ahead. Washa mic.
Niko lakini nilikuwa nimerealize kwamba kumbe nilikuwa nimefungua screen mbili.
Okay.
Yeah. Unajua lazima uangalie watu kwanza waongee, ndio unapata morali na yeye. Unajua washa set the pace. Sasa unajua sisi wazee tuna take time kabla engine ishike moto bwana. So mzee, naona kijana yangu Eli ameingia. Mdogo wangu. I see Ashley M, Alex Media in the background, and everyone else, wherever you are watching us, I hope you're all doing fine. Kama kawaida, nawapenda sana. I've been listening to what my fellow panelists, very worthy and very knowledgeable panelists, I must say. I've been debating on the government in various aspects, from the issue of politics, of Odingaism, as per Alex Media was calling it, to the finance bill, yote as a whole. And I must say that there are some that I agree with, and there are those that I do not agree with. For instance, the idea that Ashley M came about with, I heard her saying that yesterday, and she said the same today, of putting the 3% across board, whereas it would just be a fixed percentage deduction instead of having a fixed amount deduction for the housing program, affordable housing program. I think that is well informed. I would agree to that, and I fully support that. Now, by saying that, it then pushes me to a point that I'd been trying to say for a long time, that unaona idea kama hizo sasa. Now, instead of our fellow brothers and sisters from the other end just entirely kukataa that program or the finance bill in its entirety, it would be best to point out where they believe that there are errors, and also bring about suggestions as to how these policies can be made better. Because either way, these policies that we are bringing up now are not only for us, but for the future. It will affect the future, our future generations to come, you see. So wanasemanga, when you plan as if you will never die. But of course we know we will die, right? That by saying so, it means that you plan for the sake of the people that are going to come after you. So when we say right now that the finance bill should be thrown outside in its entirety, are we being patriotic to our nation? I think the answer is no. Do we believe the finance bill has some good things in them? I believe the answer is yes. Do we think we can still work on a few things on it? Yeah, the answer is yes. Now, that is what now our members of parliament and other leaders from across other areas, let's say the Senate, should be advocating for that. They should be advocating for these suggestions and the corrections to be made. And that's why we have this parliament. But unajua wakiwa na ile fixated mind that we are going to shoot it down, you know, it now becomes you versus us. It's not anymore about us Kenyans. You understand? It's just about showing who's superior to the other one. And that's where now they go wrong, and to the expense of us Kenyans. Because utaona sasa, for just that purpose itself only, utaona the government side or the majority side will want to just push through it just so as to show that they are superior to the minority side. But that should not be the case. So I believe that it has come a time that our leaders need to mature up in the way they approach issues pertaining to what is best for the nation, and to throw out these partisan politics just for the sake of showing who's superior to the other one. I heard also Kenya Rebel talk about repatriation of money. You see, that's a good idea, but it's going to take a long process, because first of all, it will include court cases. You know how long court cases take. You have to prove that those funds were actually stolen. I mean, it will take a long time, but at the end of the day, right now, we need these projects. We need these developments. Now, are we going to wait until all these cases conclude? The answer is no. So in the meantime, what can we do? We still need to have funds, and these funds can only come from the taxes, right? Supende to sipende. This is the only way. So I think the discussion would be and should be around us now suggesting better ways, or better ways of fine tuning this finance bill. That's what I can say, and that's my view on it.
Now let me come to Ashley. Ashley, after all is said and done, there's this clip I'm about to play about Rigathi Gachagua, where he says,
Before you do, let me reply
Ivan-
to Black, if you don't mind.
okay. Yeah.
So, what I would suggest, because I was thinking about where money can come from. These people who have cases, you remember Moses Kuria said he can do something and have a case for life. What we need to do, when you're dealing with crooks, you need to become hard. These people who have cases, once you have a case and it is almost known that you took the money, you should put that money in as bond or bail, and it should stay there until your case is up. So if you decide your case is going to last 30 years or indefinitely, then you should never get your money back until that case ends. This will encourage people who have been caught in corruption to have their cases end quickly so that they can have their money released. Like now, the other day, they had freezed 30 accounts belonging to Pastor Ezekiel. I don't know why they are going after him. I don't know why they had freezed. But in such a case where you have a case, so that your case can end quickly, they need to keep that money frozen and use it as long as that case goes on. And that is going to discourage people who want to continue and postpone their cases indefinitely. So that is one way. If someone has money owed or they have money unexplained, that money should be freezed until their case ends. And then when it ends, they can get their money back. That's one of the ways we can get money back before, like you're guilty. Once it is about corruption, you should be guilty until you prove yourself innocent.
But then, Ashley, if you do that, follow that approach of being guilty until proven innocent, you are again breaking the law, because the law is law. You're innocent until proven guilty. Number two, when you talk about freezing assets, have you looked at the kind of people whose assets have been frozen, and the kind of people who have cases but their assets are still, they still possess their assets? I don't know if you get the picture that I'm trying to draw for you. In Swahili, I will put it again. Umeona wale watu wenye pesa account zao zenye zinafungwa kama kina Ezekiel, alafu compare na wale wenye kesi kubwa kubwa zenye account zao bado hajafungwa. Jibu imetokelea, utatoa jibu kutoka hapo. So my point here is this. That is another case. It will take a process, But do we need development right now? Yes, we do. So in the meantime, as we are trying to push for those cases, because kumbuka, most of these cases are, some of them are politically instigated and some of them are politically protected. Sijui kama umenielewa kutoka hapo. Kuna wale watu ambao because they are politically correct. This is the unfortunate issue about Kenya, the unfortunate situation about Kenya. If you're politically correct, you might get away with a lot of things. If you're politically wrong, you might not get away with a lot of things. That's the unfortunate situation about Kenya and Africa as a whole. That's the reality. You understand?
Yeah.
But that aside, since we know that they're going to play these games being politically correct each time to ensure that they do not go through this issue of the court cases, and what can we do as a whole? Because we need to move on either way.
I think one of the things we should do, if you look at the US, like Medicare, it doesn't matter how much you make. There's a percentage everyone removes. When you come to Social Security, there is a cap. But you know, Social Security is money saved that when you grow old, you will get. So in order to safeguard the 3%, we need to have it across board, because anybody making like $1 million, half a million or 500, all that up, if you take that money and misuse it, they will go after the government. And that is why the government is capping at 83,500, because they know those people under that will not follow them. So to me, I'm already reading mischief by where they're capping that amount that is required from the people that are actually suffering, from the people that actually can't afford the houses, is who they are requiring to pay the 3%, plus all the other taxes they have increased. So there is a certain demography that they want to stay poor. That is my thinking.
But then again, it would be so if that money is irrecoverable. But you see, this money can be recovered after 7 years. Now, the question that should have been asked, which I've had Jakes asking so many times, is why 7 years? Now, maybe that would have been the discussion that we could have been having. Why 7 years? Why not 5? Why not 3? Why not, you know?
They haven't even set up where they are going to put the money once they get it. What if it goes to people's pockets? How are you going to recover it? In order to safeguard that money, you have to include everybody, so that if it is lost, those everybody's will go after the other side that has stolen the money. Otherwise, if it's people who are low income earners or middle income earners, they will not afford the lawyer fees to go after that money, so they will not. It is not going to be recovered. We have been told it's going to be recovered, but let me tell you for free, anybody who knows how Kenya works, it's money. Once it's gone, just forget about it.
And I agree with you completely. I do not dispute that. And that's the reason why the discussion, like I said earlier on, that we ought to be having is how to make this bill better. For instance, whatever you've just said, we could have our leaders go in parliament, debate on the regulations, because they're the ones who are going to set up the regulations. Now, as part of the regulations, the concerns which you've just raised, they should make sure that those concerns are looked into, right? Who's going to be taking care of it? The regulation is put there. What's the consequences? What are the consequences of any of the funds goes missing? It should be regulated. Which institution is going to be taking care of the funds? It should be regulated there. I mean, now those are the kind of discussions that we have to push the leaders for. That I hope even the leaders in opposition side ought to be talking about that kind of language. No.
But even those leaders themselves should be paying. They should be paying 3%. If you look, the leaders are not paying 3%. The people who are setting that bill have made sure they have put where they are themselves paying 3%.
Unfortunately, they are paying 2,500 because that's the maximum. It's very unfortunate, and that's why I agreed with you from the beginning when you say that the 3%
of a million, that is a quarter, a 0.25%.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said I agree with you with the fact that the 3% should have been on the salary on its own, and not putting a fixed amount whereby a minimum would be 1,500, a maximum 2,500. That does not make sense for someone who earns $1 million, right? Because someone who earns $1 million, that would be like 3%, it will be like around 30,000. If my math is not wrong, correct me if I'm wrong. It will be around 30,000 per month if he is gonna be contributing to the housing.
That's like for them, a plate of lunch,
They are
2,500 is just lunch for them, one lunch.
there are over 300 plus leaders in parliament. Now multiply 30,000 by the number of leaders that we have in parliament. That's going to be a substantial amount that they're going to be putting into the fund per month. Now that is the discussion we ought to have been having, instead of having the discussion of telling that this finance bill should be thrown out in its entirety. Let us have the discussion and push the idea whereby the 3% should be on the salary earned, instead of capping the amounts to the minimum 1,500 and the maximum 2,500. Let us have 3% deduction on the salary that someone earns, inclusive
And then
of the
you see how
leaders in
many
parliament.
MPs in UDA will vote for it.
It's not about UDA voting for it or not voting for it, because at the end of the day, these people that are there in parliament, like I'd said here earlier on, if we are aware of, rather civically educated or civic educated, then we would know that they are not there for their interests, but they'll be there for our interests. Now hizi maandamano tunaendanga, watu wanasema wanaenda kufanya for the sake of server ifunguliwe. I think that's rubbish. What if there's anything that they ought to have been talking about? If at all you do not do these, you do not put up these suggestions or the concerns which you have into the bill. For example, ile ambayo tumesema 3% should be on the salary of a person earning, badala ya kusema eti kwamba kila mtu maximum awe tajiri ama nini, maximum analipa 2,500 na tajiri wake 2,500, then we will tutagoma. Unajua unagomea vitu zenye ziko substantial, vitu kama ile nilikuwa nasema jana, the turnover tax, instead of kusema eti the amount capped as the minimum turnover to be taxed, the 3% in a year, instead of it being 500,000, let it be 1 million shillings as it was in the past, right? That way mtu mwenye analipa ana 1,388 right now per day, na hiyo ni inclusive capital yake ama nini, it doesn't, because they're not deducting from the profit, they're deducting from the entire money that you've made. That includes the money that you had put in there. For example, mama mboga, umeweka tao, umeenda umenunua mboga, umefanya biashara yako, at the end of the day umetengeneza tao moja so 8, they will do 3% of that 1,800. They have not put into consideration that 1,000 of that 1,800 was the money that you had put in to go buy those items from the Sokoni. They have not put in the money that you had paid for the transport for you to go to Sokoni and come back. They have not put in the kibanda. There's so many things they have not put in there, because, for example, in course, people pay 50 shillings per day for trade licenses, right? They have not considered all those facts. So if they could reduce, they could consider doing the 3% on the profit, then that would have made sense. Just like they do with the corporate tax, they do that on the profit. But you see, say your 3% itakuwa on the entire money that someone has made, 1,300, let's say. Hiyo imeunganisha ile pesa yenye mtu aliekelea kutumia buy stock now. It doesn't make sense. Now those are the kind of discussions that those are the kind of discussions that I would want to have, and I would want to push our leaders to go for, right? Now, other minute issues like servers, you find someone going out there told to go throw stones because server haijafunguliwa. That is sometimes vitu vingine unaongeanga hivyo na chini na unakasirika haya.
But you see, our leaders are taking care of themselves. That's why you hear about the corporate tax. They have it all well organized, but everything that comes to the hustler, they pretend to be naive or clueless. And that's why I say the people in that age bracket, these middle class and low income earners, need to talk for themselves. Because if they keep letting the leaders talk, that's why they're talking about servers, because that is what is important to Raila. You see? So we are going to support him on his cause, but who is supporting us on our causes?
Because, like I will always say, lack of civic education, lack of knowledge. Even the Bible says, I'm sorry for those that are not Christians, lack of knowledge is the reason why my people perish or my people die. So you see, knowledge is power, like someone said,
Well,
right?
Black,
So we're trying to
Black,
instill this knowledge into people's mind. Right? Yes, my brother.
you guys, is there anything you can do without mentioning Raila? Raila this, Raila that. Anyway, that's a passing remark. But um, first of all, the issue of corruption, okay? I can dare ask you all, the panel here, are you corrupt? Have you ever taken a bribe? Will you take a bribe? It's a subjective question. And I'm sure you'll have an answer which probably I will not like, you know? So this thing, you know, it's deep rooted, okay? But every regime post Moi, I've tried to address it, you know, with lip service. But the one that we thought that might change things was Kibaki, and it didn't work. For example, even when Kibaki suggested, and in fact he enacted something called lifestyle audit, and everyone was running around being audited. That was something that if we had a serious person running the country, you know, in the likes of the Asian Tigers, Singapore, how they did their, you know, anti-corruption moves back then I think we could have had a serious change in the country. Because when someone tells you that they're earning, say, for example, 20,000 Kenya shillings a month, and yet they have lots more money every month or quarterly, which the source cannot be verified, then that person is corrupt. There's no question about that. Don't tell me about loans or anything like that. Okay? So it is the problem of a regime, a person who is leading the country. It is not really an issue about how the legislature works or the judiciary. We're lacking firm leadership, you know. Someone like Thomas Sankara, for example, in Burkina Faso, he tried and he did make bold moves to stop corruption in that country. We're afraid to have a leader who can make bold moves against corruption. I can say that, for example, in Kenya, the political class, there is no one who can deal with corruption in Kenya's political class. We can talk about any individual in any opposition or so-called party in power and look at the people around them. There is no one who can stand up and say, this is the end to corruption, because it's like a revolving door syndrome. This person is in the same board or a shareholder in the same corporate company with the other person in the different political party, but they share the same interest in terms of business. We know that, for example, KTN, and you can quote me because this is a fact, KTN, Standard Media, has always been led by, you know, has always been owned by corruption cartels, the Moi family, and other individuals I wouldn't want to mention, right? And yet it's a powerful media company, right? And yet KTN also has a dalliance with the ODM, Azimio, or in the past, COD, and you know. So what I'm saying is there is a kind of relationships. I think Ashley said about the political class, which is what is the problem. So while you're trying to address the issue of corruption, there is this kind of symbiotic relationships in between these people who run the country. And that's why it needs a person, I don't know who at the moment, can just get to a top seat and do things differently. Because lifestyle audit, for example, for me, would have been one of the most obvious things to do. And then secondly, maybe making public office very unattractive to join. So if we had some kind of powerful um, um, statutory or legislative arrangements where the law can change how much these people earn, these people in high public offices, the allowances to be limited, no chauffeur driven about with bodyguards on toes, So if we had such arrangements, which are pretty obvious, okay, and say this would the consequences would be public office would be very unattractive for many people to join. This would be one of the obvious ways of dealing with the corruption. My third point, this one really pains me because when I hear every time we're discussing the issue of corruption, and we know that most of the money has been laundered abroad, and the banks in Kenya, international banks as well, are involved in this problem that we have. And then we say that we cannot trace the money. We also say things like not guilty, innocent until proven guilty. This is just I really can't describe it because we know what we'll do to a person who is a pickpocket in the streets of Nairobi. We know what happens to that person. It's very clear. That person is going to die. That person will be killed in the streets of Nairobi or elsewhere. So, can you imagine that when we're discussing or we're trying to find out how did Chris Okemo or Chrysanthus Okemo and Gichuru of the KPLC nightmare, how did they manage to wriggle out of not presenting themselves in the courts of Jersey for the last 20 years? They're still wanted to date. The courts in Jersey want Chris Okemo and Gichuru for the last 20 years. How is it possible that Kenyans can just chop someone into pieces hadharani, wanamwekea taya kwa sababu wanasema huyu jamaa ameiba sijui mobile phone? So this thing about us not being able to repatriate such people, it does not make sense. But the only place where it makes sense is because the people who are running the country, across the board, be it in the so-called opposition or in the so-called government, they're in cahoots. And they know how they benefit from these people who have repatriated money abroad. But then again, the question is it the Western countries where those monies have been, laundered to, or is it something that is lacking in terms of who gets into power? Is it the vacuum of power? Is this the problem? Because we already know that the political parties and presidential aspirants, they don't give they don't really care about taking Chris Okemo or Gichuru to Jersey. They don't care about that particular issue, right? This is a moral question because the opposite end, yule jamaa ambaye ameiba simu, we're going to chop him to pieces. So it is something that we should be able to articulate, but also find a way where this is possible to do as wananchi. You know, how we're going to do it is at the moment, it's difficult for me to even think of, because parliament has been captured. There's no way this particular parliament, for example, can introduce laws which will make it possible for these monies to be returned or those people to be sent to other countries to face the law. But by the way, America, for example, has managed to, to get the Kenyans they want, either drugs, cartels, and things like that. The UK seems to be having, UK Jersey seems to be having a kind of, romantic rapport with the with Kenyan governments. So it's impossible to get these people to face the law in Jersey and other tax havens around European countries. We know, I mean, because I live up here, so I know what has been happening. I mean, I can tell you stories of Kenyans who were involved in massive corruption, their bank accounts, even students, in cities like London, their bank accounts being used by top people in Moi's regime back then in the 90s for money laundering. These are cases that are known, yeah? But it is hard to find out how is it that this is even happening now in the internet age. Back then you could say analog, these things are possible. But now, how is it possible that in this kind of internet security and backs payments and things like that, that money is still being laundered by our African regimes? I really don't have an answer, but I've given some speculation there about what is possible and probably what is not. This is a moral question. This one about corruption and where we're not getting it right. I think the last line, what I would like to say there is, it is a question about who is at the top of the leadership. And in that case, we don't have such a person who can enforce this particular intervention in terms of corruption, unfortunately. So we'll keep talking about it for maybe the next generation. That's time by which I'm 50 now, so 25 years from now, I'll be 75, and I'll probably be talking about this towards my death. It's very sad. Thank you.
Ashley, you have a response to that?
I'm digesting.
Ellie has a way of sawa. Hey, naona hata Black anajikuna kichwa. Black, wewe utakuwa na ngapi? Ellie anasema atakuwa 75. Wewe utakuwa Stone Age, eh?
Mimi nitakuwa nimewaacha bana.
Unatuacha kaka mapema aje bwana?
Nitakuwa mia na
No, Black bwana, you can't leave us. Don't say that.
Naongea ukweli bwana. Ashley anasema nini?
Words have power.
Anasema words have power. Usituage mapema kaka.
Do we see ourselves living 120 or 100 years like Metusela? Kina Metusela wako naitwa nani hawa watu? Who was the oldest guy? I can't remember the. Yes, I mean we have to put it into reality as it is. Hii dunia venye iko, it's very unfortunate with the things that we eat and all that right now. It has made our life expectancy not to be as long as it used to be in the past. That's the reality. But back to matters of for our nation Kenya, now that tumeongea kuhusu mambo na afya na life expectancy, imenirudisha kwa hii issue yetu ya NHIF card. I think they were saying it was supposed to, as of when are they not going to be covered, patients? Kesho ama lini?
What have you asked?
Kenya right now, NHIF card. Wamesema from when wataacha kutumia hizo, hospitali hawataki tena because they have not been paid their money by the insurer.
Siko sure, sijasikia hiyo news unless nilikuwa busy nikiprepare hii ya Gachagua, unless niende niangalie hiyo.
Yeah, because they were saying that pesa vile haijatolewa kuna venye hizi kadi za NHIF hospitali wanakataa kuzichukua. Sasa mtu ajisort. So I don't know when that was
but
gonna
mara
be.
mingi hata they don't, at times kuna hospitali huwa hazichukui hata.
Kweli?
Yeah, kuna some hospitals they don't do NHIF, like Nairobi.
Maybe they are not listed.
Nairobi women at times wanakataa NHIF. At times.
Are they
not
listed?
Always. I don't know. Unajua some of these people wanakuwa na issues, so wanajitoanga hapo wasema wao ndo hataki na kumbe NHIF ndio iliwachuja. So I'm
if
not
they're
sure.
listed, if a hospital is listed, they take the card.
They used to, they were there before. I don't know what happened.
Especially with the universal health care, it's supposed to go to any hospital, right?
Yeah. Can I bring in other issues that equally happened?
Okay.
Rigiji said if an MP fails to push through the bill, as he asks for projects, is that even supposed to come from government? Because by the end of the day, it's not a must that everyone should support the government in everything they say. It's not a must. And that's why it's called democracy. Why is it that now when one decides to practice democracy anaambiwa anakuwa victimized, na wenye hata wanaumia sio huyo mbunge, juu mbunge ni mmoja, the constituents ni wengi sana. Kama constituent ya Ruiru, Rwaka and all that, what do you call this, Githurai, wakiambiwa hawatapewa service juu mbunge wa hiyo area hakuvote for the government, it will be wrong, it's criminal. In fact, anything, Gachagua should apologize, given that the people who took that MP ni wengi kuliko huyo mmoja mwenye anakuwa victimized kwa sababu ya yeye mmoja kuvote yes ama no. That's my take. What do you think, Black?
I will want to be the devil's advocate on this one, that maybe he may have meant that akikataa hii bill, msitarajie projects mweneweke serikali itakuwa haina funds za kutosha in regards to funds.
But hii bill
So mtaitisha project toka wapi?
No, hii bill itapita. So mbona sasa after the bill imepita,
that's how I'm translating it.
Victimize MP mwenye akuvotia hiyo bill?
That's what I'm saying. I'm hoping that's what he meant in my translation. But otherwise it will be very unfortunate if it's going to be translated just flatly as the way it sounds. It will be very unexecutive, if I can use that word in quotes, instead of or unpresidently, because that's a vice president. So unpresidently, if whatever he said should be taken into context flatly by what he said, that hakuna maendeleo itapelekwa huko, like that would be so unfair for the people of wherever that the leader voted no will be representing. That would be very unfortunate. I think that's why I always say it's about time, and I still keep saying this every day, it's about time the government considers putting in a strong spokesperson Like in the days of Kibaki, when we had Alfred Mutua coming up every day to come brief us, you know, that's someone that will be very trained on that position, on performing that role, than having these leaders say some things wanajipata wamesema mambo mengine yenye hawafai. It's about time the president considers a spokesperson that is strong with skills like that one of Alfred Mutua. Yeah.
Okay. Now let me come to this other issue. There are people who have an issue with the contribution, given that they feel as though this money is itapotelea. What are the safeguards that you think the government should come up with? Because somehow itapita, of course itapita, but trust will be the issue yenye bado they haven't earned it, and they really need to work hard to earn it, because by the end of the day pesa ni sensitive na na mahali kuna do, hapo ndio mambo huwa inaanzia, vituko huanzia hapo. So what are the safeguards that the government should put in place so that this thing can generate trust from the public? Okay, as Black is coming back, I think amechangamka na sauti akajileftisha. Eli, in where you are, how does the leadership there, how does it make you as mwananchi feel that you trust it? Like, because I know you are vocal in saying you don't support the government, but how can the government or any leadership bring in the trust that it has lost to the public? Case in point, Ruto, because this is an issue that really needs trust. So what can the government or what do leaders do, or what can a government that is questionable in terms of its ethical standing, especially in the fight of corruption, how does it create safeguards?
Just before that, Jex, can I request? I've seen Makafila there, Juliet. She's very vocal. I don't know if she can also join us. It will be interesting.
I don't know. Let me ask her.
Juliet.
Makafila, you can come in. Nimekutumia link ndo hiyo. Pia ni mwana mwingine ananitext ananiambia anapark gari alafu atajoin in live. So that's why I have not even ended the show. But anyway, let's go on. But Juliet, you can come in. Black has a one-on-one for you. But let me have Ellie answer that. Then Black, I had asked you ukatoka. Ukakuta nimerepose kwa Ellie. Ellie?
Okay. Jex, I think you can predict my answer.
And that's why I said, I know you normally say, I know you normally don't support the government. That's why I put it broad, even from where you are. How does the government or the leadership there, how does it earn the trust of its subjects?
You know, I'll tell you something, right? I voted for the first time in a Kenyan election, last year. So I'll just leave it there. But anyway, going beyond that, sometimes it's very difficult to compare, you know, how different countries make interventions on serious issues like corruption, or serious issues like plans that they have in their budget, okay? Or the plans that they have, a 5-year, 10-year plan. Sometimes it's very difficult to compare, you know, say, for example, not because it's an African country as opposed to an Asian nation, or Australia or Europe or something like that. It's not easy, because when you are making these comparisons, you have to pay attention to different, you know, subgroups in society. You have to pay attention to the quantitative data about things about economics. You have to pay attention to so many things before you decide to compare these countries. But in Africa, today I was having a chat with a friend of mine after a game of tennis. So this guy was telling me that, hey, me, I cannot invest in a country like Kenya. He has a company that is involved in environmental related planning of towns, urban centers and development of rural areas. And his company is doing very well. He's employed scores of people, and he was just wanting to know what happens in Africa, right from the point of recruitment to how that person delivers their work. And he was telling me that he doesn't want to believe that in Africa we're just known for corruption. But he says that he has read the indices about corruption in Africa, and he says for that particular reason, it is a nightmare for him to even think about investing in Africa. And that's not to say, in fact, he was saying that there's corruption here as well, and he accepts. But he said from what he has read, our corruption in Africa is very open, pretty obvious. It's not sophisticated. I'm not saying that we should have sophisticated corruption, but so these particular elements in our society make it seriously difficult to trust a government and to trust each other. I tell you now, if I open my inbox and I say, for example, share with you the messages that I get, and I'm sure you've received such messages as well, of people telling you their relative, something is happening, or they're in a difficult situation. She or he is a student, he wants this or that money. So the first thing I usually think about is, what is it that our governments back there are not doing so that a person who is really in need is trying to introduce themselves on social media to get some help? It's a very, very, very simple, common sense thing that needs to be addressed. Not only Karambes, not this issue where, for example, you said that this man, Rigathi Gachagua, has threatened not to support development projects by people opposing their plans, because it's not him who should be, putting those development projects. We know this.
Correct.
Right? So why is it that when we know this, we cannot, the persons who are in charge of development in the counties, if they know this, why is it that they have to rely on someone coming from Nairobi to tell them what to do? This person will say, oh, by the way, I have forgotten to give you a school bus. Now, patia sijui how much mununue bus. Look, wait a minute. Who wants a school bus? For what? So those are the issues. If you ask me to compare one country and another country, you ask yourself, which other countries are doing this thing where every school needs a bus? Some schools do need a bus. This is very true.
Mhm.
But not every school needs a bus.
Mhm.
So we have this problem where I don't know if it is we're afraid to speak
Mhm.
straight
Mhm.
to people who are in power.
Mhm.
And if we're afraid, why?
Mhm.
You know, so you have
Mhm.
a situation where people who are powerful speakers, people
Mhm.
who were never captured before, are now captured. You can
Mhm.
see people like PLO Lumumba
Mhm.
for the last better part of the last 10 years.
Mhm.
He has been singing a different tune from what he was professing before about the
Mhm.
state of Africa.
Mhm.
He's just going around, being paid for supporting regimes that are unfair to the people.
Mhm.
And so we have an intellectual corruption in our countries.
Mhm.
And this intellectual corruption by academic elites is a very, very serious problem. And I
Mhm.
can tell you a host of people, even those that I know,
Mhm.
that are part of this problem. They go and speak in media houses
Mhm.
as experts. They
Mhm.
lie to people.
Mhm.
They get paid. And
Mhm.
they don't spend much time actually teaching in those universities. There's no research papers churning out from their brains. No.
Mhm.
So we do have this problem of intellectual corruption, and
Mhm.
it's one of the serious problems that the country such as Kenya is facing. So the rural areas are left out of top discussion about what Kenya needs to do. So
Mhm.
this is why I am not surprised.
Mhm.
I'm not surprised that people are calling for dividing the country.
Mhm.
This colonial creation called Kenya, because
Mhm.
people are saying that they're marginalized in many ways. And we might laugh at this thing, but if this thing is not watched carefully,
Mhm.
it might happen. That
Mhm.
people will say they're fed up, they'll
Mhm.
be fed up of paying taxes, and they'll say their
Mhm.
regions are out of that picture.
Mhm.
And I think that it is a discussion that we should continue having
Mhm.
as people with open minds,
Mhm.
so that we can influence other people who may not have open minds about these issues, because we know what is the problem. It's not just mere words. These particular discussions we are having here, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
Those people are watching and they're listening to these
Yeah.
discussions.
Mhm.
Those cartels, those power elites, they know.
Mhm.
But they will continue lying to the people of Kenya.
Mhm.
But I also blame the people of Kenya for accepting those lies.
Mhm.
We are part of the problem. You look at the comments you see there, the comments,
Mhm.
people are having short minds about what has happened to Kenya over the last 20 years. Look at the
Mhm.
comments. A lot of these people, I don't want to blame them by saying they were not around during Moi's time, because I don't know who they are. But
Mhm.
there should be serious discussion where people accept that we have a problem and there's a way that we can fix it at our individual levels, right?
Mhm.
This is
Yeah.
possible. Me, I deal with Kenyans here, right?
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, they're some of the hardest people to work with
Mhm.
abroad. And even Kenyans out here, a lot of them have been captured, you know, by the cartels that run our embassies abroad. It's a nightmare that even people who decided to leave the country for so-called greener pastures, so-called, they come here and they also have been captured by state machinery. They know who is doing what. You know, for example, I give you a very quick example, right? I'm in a WhatsApp group, which is basically Kenyans who are always trying to look for the quickest way to get their birth certificates for their children or generation of their new passports and things like that, you know. So they're there talking about how
Umekanyaga live wire.
Ni kama amekanyanga live wire ya birth certificate. Aya, Black, same question. How can the government bring back trust? Because watu hawana trust na story, especially ya do, and because e-bill as much as iko ama itapita, issue hata wengi ni hizi stories that they don't trust this government. How can this government bring back trust?
right, something happened there. Yeah, there was something wrong there with your internet.
Okay, I thought maybe vile
so the last line,
I thought maybe tulifikiria pengine umekanyaga wa live wire. Ulipoanza kusema mambo ya passport.
I know. I do that all the time. You know, I've faced off with the ambassador and the high commissioner. Sorry, I've told them the honest truth. You know, because they need to hear
maybe
these
it's
things.
easier just stepped. We thought we had stepped on live wire.
No, the problem. Look, bro. Look, the problem is not just in Nyayo House. These problems are in the embassies. Imagine someone has been sent here as a civil servant, you know, with a certain role in the embassy, and they will ask you to give them a bribe. Do you know the legalities of that is that these diplomats have immunity in these countries. So there's those laws that you cannot apply in these countries that you can apply in Kenya against a corrupt government official of Kenya is another problem that we have. And this one is a problem that it's not about tribe or it's everyone. This problem is across the board in our embassies, you know. And sometimes I think that some of our embassies are just totally unnecessary. We shouldn't have them, you know. So again, my last submission is a leader who would do what the likes of Singapore did, you know, many years ago. Countries where if you just chew a big G or some chewing gum and spit it out, you just face the law. That kind of mentality, culture change. So it's not like those ones in Nairobi who are waiting for you to spit or throw litter and they want a bribe. So we just need some kind of culture change which is enforced by a powerful leader who is not, you know, let's say just a benevolent leader, dictator, sorry, who can, a cross between Paul Kagame and something else. And I'm not saying that Paul Kagame is the best in the box, but some kind of hybrid leadership that does not entertain this kind of behaviors that we have. You know, when Kagame took over, he was saying that those civil servants, they should be in office by 7 in the morning. And he was not joking. Watu walikimbia kwa ofisi nakwambia. And those guys, they still are well disciplined. Except that, of course, Rwanda invited a lot of expatriates from different African countries. Kenyans, they're there, teachers, gee what, wakaleta hiyo corruption yao huko Rwanda, and they were swamped with it. So, it's hard to see a specific African leader right now who is dealing with these issues correctly. I wouldn't trust anything about William Ruto. Anything. I wouldn't trust anything about him. Even when William Ruto was in ODM, those days, nakwambia Jex na Black, 2007, William Ruto in ODM. I didn't have that time for that guy. I still have a VHS video. Unakumbuka zile siku za VHS? I have a VHS video I recorded
Yes. Nakumbuka.
of Ruto
I was a young man
making
then.
this speech.
I remember that.
Making this speech in 2007. He was told to read out the constitutional plans of the Orange Democratic Movement, and he read a whole list of things which he contradicted years after. The man might have some good things about himself, I don't know, but the things that people like Cyrus Jirongo have said about him is enough. I remember during the campaign period, we were here in Mutembei, and I was talking about Ambassador Florence, what's her name? You know, this woman who was one of the earliest sitting MPs from Western Kenya, and the daughter went to be an envoy in the United States. They're from Western. I can't remember the full name. I forget her name. I'll think about this. But this Florence was a very she was a stalwart member of KANU, and in 2002-3 there, when they were doing a selection of candidates for KANU, she wanted to stand in Westlands against Fred Gumo. I think at that time Fred Gumo was still in KANU, if I'm not wrong. But William Ruto was in charge of KANU nominations, elections, and so on. And they had a bitter argument with Mama Florence. And William Ruto akatoa bunduki, just removed his gun and threatened the woman. Everyone knows about this story. But people think this man is a saint, you know? But again, you can say this is William Ruto in the past, you know, you can say things like that. But the fact is, I personally don't have, time for William Ruto because his record speaks for itself. But it does not mean that people like Raila Odinga, Kalonzo Musyoka, that they're totally clean. That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm not suggesting that at all. But in the lineup of leadership, the worst possible you can choose to lead a country is someone called William Ruto. And the facts are there. But it's too late to try and convince people like Black and Jake. It's too late. It's too late.
Now, how do you convince James, the moderator? How? Yet is
Mumeshavaa hiyo viatu, muko na hiyo viatu, hata na socks ya UDA. By the, you know this UDA, yeah, this UDA that you guys, this UDA is a creation of Yoweri Museveni. Angalia hata even the colors yellow, you know. So
but
I feel
Eli hata URP ilikuwa na yellow in 2012.
yeah, but URP was sponsored by Museveni. Just same thing as UDA.
Oh, okay.
So you know
if I
that.
may
You know
respond,
that's the problem with
ni
Kenyans. You know that, but you don't want to accept. You know that.
Wacha Black ajitetee.
angalia, when it comes to political colors, one picks up colors that are easy to stick in the minds of people. Naona ndo unaona kama ODM ile wakati wa Orange Party, it's orange. When you see orange, just now unaona kama ya Wiper blue, it is not so what do you call this, inakaa kitu ya kawaida. I don't know if I'm making sense. It doesn't strike someone so much. Ndo unaonanga hizi maparty zina picking colors zenye zina strike orange, red Jubilee, yellow, sijui kama unanielewa, UDA, such things. So maybe Ruto in his capacity, he always believed that yellow stands out because already orange imeshachukuliwa, red ishachukuliwa, red was already associated with KANU, so picking red again would, maybe he's the best
So
person
what was
to come
that you were
and
saying about
explain
Alfred
this.
Mutua?
Now saying it's about time that the government considered bringing up a strong spokesperson that's well informed and articulate in public speech. Unaona, like the mistakes that we usually find our deputy president coming in the public and akiwa na ata he talks, then we end up correcting so much and he gives a wrong image of himself to the public. It's about time that unaona sasa a spokesperson like Mutua, I'm just giving an example of how Mutua used to do it for Kibaki. We would rarely see Kibaki and we'd rarely associate Kibaki with any errors when it comes to public speech because we'd see him mara kidogo sana. Ni ile mara moja moja ndo ukisikia akitokelezea unasikia wewe kubafu. Mavya kuku, like it's only once ulikuwa tukimwonaona, but assuming if we'd be seeing him a lot more times, he would have been, tungekuwa pia tukimpata kwa makosa kama hizi za Gachagua, unaona, but he was smart enough to have come up with a spokesperson that was well informed like Mutua that would come up and sort of clean the government kama laundry. Yeye alikuwa anasafisha mambo ya serikali, so perhaps this government is the same, someone equivalent as that.
So you just want someone you just want someone to sanitize
PR, yani to keep a good PR.
Yeah, to sanitize, to just wash up the truth, just to do propaganda and sanitize things. That's what you want.
It's not propaganda. It's not a propaganda. It's, like PR. We were talking about, the question was, what should the government do that was the question by Jex, if I may, and correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Jex asked,
yeah.
What should the government do to instill some confidence in the public?
Gain trust, yeah.
Now that it gains trust, that among them is one. Two, to deliver, to deliver on a few things without actually saying them first. Because now, for example, if we already have a perception of whatever Ruto says is a lie? What if it came from a different mouth and whatever that person said, it comes to be true? So in the future, when that person would come again in the public eye, in the front of the media and tells us that there's a certain project hivi, itakuwa tayari ile perception ya watu watakuwa najua okay, mtu akisema hivi inakaa ni true, because all the things that it comes out open and tells us happens.
No, Black. Let me ask you a
Yes.
question. I'll give you an example.
Ask.
A most recent one.
Yeah.
When that person purported to have helped a business person to secure a loan from Equity Bank, and Equity Bank denied that that's what happened. How would someone like Alfred Mutua cover that lie?
Now, it's not about covering a lie. Understand that. The government
No, but
spokesman
Equity
comes
Bank
out and
said,
gives out the policies.
Equity Bank said they did not get directions from this, that it was a then deputy president. They said nothing like that
Please
happened.
bring up the whole story again. Nikuelewe, yani. Just tell me the story first. Nikumbushe.
Jex, do you know the story what I'm talking about?
Where he said that, you remember ule jamaa alikuwa anaitwa ule jamaa mwenye alifurushwa Kenya. You remember ule jamaa wa the Turkish guy.
Yeah.
And then at that time Ruto akasema there is a way alisaidia establishments of I don't know what factory, na akanegotiate akapewa loan na Equity from Uganda. You remember the story during campaigns? It was a story. I'm forgetting.
So what's the issue now? I'm trying to relate.
The issue is because Jack said something quite very important, that one of the ways of addressing these issues of delivery of or getting public confidence or making public speech is to use a government spokesperson, right? So I'm asking Black
Yes.
that in a case where Ruto said that he influenced the giving of a huge loan to that Turkish businessman, and he said that he made a call to Equity, and that was it fastened things and the loan was given. Equity denied this. How would you have a state spokesman cover such a lie?
Equity denied giving the loan, or what? Equity.
Even the correspondence or the communication between Ruto and Equity, that was something that never happened, according to Equity. You can check the archives about that story.
I'd have to go back to that story first to be able to respond.
So what
to
I'm
that,
trying to say
honest.
is this is a seriously corrupt person who, when he makes such speeches or whatever he says, you have to take it with a big pinch of salt, and to even suggest that you need a spokesperson to cover his tracks is just ridiculous, because you're going to try and cover everything.
Okay. I did not mean it in that sense, the way now I'm getting the
Black, what I'm saying is
the angle
you can't
it's not to
defend
cover
this.
the track. It's to come
Yeah.
and explain and articulate the government policies, because now, sometimes the messenger matters. The issue that I've come to realize is the messenger that people have issues with, not the message, the messenger, right? Like, for example, the housing fund, Raila had come up with the same plan, but the only difference was 1.5% was supposed to be the deduction. Now, him being the messenger of that message, he did not elicit any problems with people, right? Now, the same message come 2023, being brought about by Ruto, but the only difference now is 3%. The same message now all of a sudden is perceived wrongly. You see now, so when you look at that, I think the problem is not the message, but now the messenger. Now, what if we change the messenger instead of the message? The same message, but now we bring about a different messenger. Now that messenger being the government spokesperson. I don't know if you're getting my point, because he might come up with ideas that yes, indeed they are good, and try to articulate them in public. But already, since you have that perception about this messenger Ruto being all the negatives that I hear you people saying, then none of you would like to listen to anything that would come out of his mouth. You see. So let the government change the messenger. Let him work in the backgrounds to ensure that everything is achieved according to plan. But the person that comes out in the front to pass the message, let it be a strong and articulate government spokesperson. That's what that's what I meant. I mean,
Anyway, look, thank you very much. Me, I've enjoyed this debate, and when I start thinking about Ruto, I just give up. I can't talk. I need to quit this debate because
we are almost wrapping up because we have done 5 hours, close to a half. But what would
and
be
I
your
can
message
see
to the country?
I can see a Yegon there. The Yegon there is he sounds very emotional. That guy chatting there is Yegon.
I don't mind the chats. Ellie, what would be your message to the country? Because by the end of the day, at times we are quick to sell hopeless. As much as times are hard, times are difficult, the bills are there to be paid and all. And as you have rightfully said, hautamaliza wiki without someone asking you for some help. Now, I'm sure it's also not a walk. It's not just a walk in the park where you are. Everything is not rosy, but how are you coping? And as you are answering that, is how would you encourage someone? Because there are people who watch this. Some are really in bad states. In fact, they are even watching this to pass time, because hapatu singizi, like
Yeah.
there's nothing to encourage them even to sleep. So they're here. They're listening. I'm not saying that's what they're doing, but there are people who are hopeless tonight. The government seems not to be talking their language. They came with lies that they are the voice that would listen to that hustler guy. But now the hustler man is there on his own. They have no one who they can turn to. I don't say that you're I don't know which word to use, but you're not religious, so you wouldn't be the source of hope to many. But I'm sure you wouldn't lack words to to, to speak about what I'm asking you, sir.
Okay, you see, you asked me how do we cope with these things even out here. Number one, I live a very, very simple life. I live a very simple life. And I can even say, as compared to many Kenyans out here, I live a simple life.
Okay.
The car I drive is a simple car. It takes me from point A to B. This is important because I need to get to work. And in times when I'm working from home, that's fine. But it's important that you live within your means. I have seen Kenyans who have literally suffered a lot because they are being harassed constantly by family or people back home demanding that they must pay their dues. And the due is you're a relative or you're a friend or not even a friend. I think that it's a personal decision how people want to do this. The diaspora, for example, is also being targeted by Ruto and his regime. They're targeting the diaspora. They want the diaspora to be taxed in many ways. And this is so unfortunate. But if you ask me, how is it that people are going to intervene to help those who are having difficulties back home or elsewhere? It is so difficult because you have, for example, multiple universities in Kenya now and colleges. So people are being churned out. It's like a conveyor belt. And as soon as they're finished, there's no job. Me, I was against universities being created left, right, and center. It seems like we were competing with Nigeria or something. And this just happened after Kibaki's time. During Kibaki's time, these university charters were a disaster because it means that so many young people finished their degrees and so many young people wanted work. So something has to be done to reverse this problem. Okay? I know that there is things like Konza City, there's all these development projects that might bring hope, okay, if they're done properly. This is good. This is something positive. But I think that many university charters should be recalled. This is one way of addressing this problem radically, because some of these universities don't even teach what they profess to teach. Their objectives are not clear and so on and so forth. So they're just money-making machines where students and their parents, it's actually something that Kibaki should have tried it as an experiment, alafu aanze kuzifunga. We should have not more than 7 universities. That's enough. In an economy like Kenya, having all those universities about is a nonsense. So I think this is part of the problem. The next thing is those social security benefits that, let's say, Uhuru or Kibaki introduced for the elderly, the disabled, all those youth funds and so on. Those things should be returned. They should be put back in place until such time that they mature enough to be a national thing that Kenyans can rely on if you're jobless and so on and so forth. This particular point is one of the reasons why I voted for Raila and Karua, because they said that they were going to make sure that the poorest of the poor Kenyans get their 6,000 shillings. And it is something that I can tell you would have changed this country kabisa. Because I think the next thing they were going to try and see how to improve on that. But of course, those countries that bring the charity industry to Kenya, those Western countries, and the IMF World Bank, they didn't want that. They did not want that, because that means their people will lose jobs in Kenya. Because our people will have sufficient safety nets. I know 6,000 shillings sounds small, but no, Black, let me finish. Wacha nimalize. Because you don't hear such arguments, such comments, so you are shocked. It's the truth.
Anyway, where would we get the money to pay 6,000 shillings to? How many millions are jobless? Remind me again, Jex.
Where?
If you have the numbers.
Your pesa iko. Your pesa. Do you think Kina Raila were running around saying things they don't know?
Then why would we borrow if we have it? Why do we borrow money if we have it?
Okay. How much have they spent on their car that Justice Koome is being driven about him? How much? You saw that in the
Oh,
newspaper the
listen.
other day. No. Answer me. How much?
You know,
How much?
listen. Cars,
So let me get back to my
magari.
point.
Let me ask you a simple
Yeah, ask.
question. Do you think when they buy a car, that car will stay there for 100 years, that no other car will be bought, that each official that comes in on that particular position will still use that car for the next 20 years?
Do you know how many government cars there are in Kenya?
Just ask a simple question. We have, let's say, from the time of Moi, right? We had someone on that position. Now, hiyo gari yenye ilitumika hiyo time, it would have been a mistake for the person that came during Kibaki's time to come and buy another car.
Okay, let me put this in a different way. I'm of the view that these judges should get home in their own cars. Kenya should
But you see, that's when
should be able to save money by stopping this nightmare scenario where public officers that they must have government-owned cars, which are there in their thousands. Useless project that is.
I think the discussion or the argument of that should be on the type of car and its worthiness in regards to value and consumption should be less than what they get. That would have been a practical argument. Like, okay, sawa,
Me, I'm
mnahitaji
driving.
gari
Listen,
hatukatai, but the value of that car, let the value of that car
Ngoja,
not as much as it
ndugu
is.
yangu,
I think you can manage with half the budget of what you. Let's say if a car is worth 10 million, why don't you work with a car that is worth 3 million instead? Yes, we'll buy you a
ndugu
car,
yangu,
but let that car not be more than 3 million instead of 10. Kitu kama
ndugu
hiyo.
yangu,
Ndio,
aside
nakusikia.
from security, aside from a security of a judge, I think it's actually criminal to have this kind of expenditure on those people, right? So my point is this, right? My point is the social security that was promised by Raila and Martha Karua would have addressed the current poverty levels that we are currently experiencing in Kenya, because they said they will do that. So if they were not going to do that, people would have been up in arms today, because it's one of the things they were saying all the time. Sijui Baba Care, Mama Care, whatever, 6,000. Why would they say they're going to give 6,000 shillings for a joke if they were not going to do it?
You need to put something catchy there. Then later on they come back and give us some other long stories as to why it would not be possible. Because that is the unfortunate situation. That's the unfortunate situation about African campaigns. Both sides and all sides usually they mix truths and lies in it. That's the reality. All sides. I'm not defending any side. Wanachanganyanga ukweli na uongo. Wote.
But the international financial organizations like IMF, World Bank, and then the charity industry and the so-called international community, they were not happy because they thought that this was like a kind of a socialist, radical, ideology by Azimio, okay? And
that's conspiracy.
Despite the fact that many people in Azimio are as capitalist as it can get, okay? But this was an issue about social security for Kenyans who are suffering a lot of poverty.
That's a
So
conspiracy
I
theory.
think for me, Jex, no, it's not, because it was in their manifesto. So I think for me, Jex, this was for me the best way to solve this problem that is affecting Kenyans. In fact, right now, I when I see those inboxes people are sending me, and I'm telling you, They're there, they're Kalenjin, Kikuyu, they're Luos, they're people from various walks of life. And even you guys, you receive such texts, right? And I'm telling you, people who are Kenya Kwanza Damu, who were thinking that this 6,000 shillings thing was a big fuss. But now, they're the same ones who are sending people texts saying that they're starving to death. Me, I think that Karua and Raila Odinga were serious. But I think that they were also going to do some very unpopular things so that they could achieve that 6,000 shillings objective. That's what I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Asante.
I respect you. I respect your beliefs. I respect your beliefs. You have a right to do so. But in my view, I'm looking at what the country economically is, in which position, and I'm thinking that we would not have been in a position to manage such a budget of paying 6,000 Kenya shillings every month. For I needed to have the actual number of people that are unemployed in Kenya, Jex. Do you have that in your back of your mind, Ama Eli? So that
Hiyo
then we can get a
demographic ina
calculator,
change. At times wanasema
and then we
ni
can multiply that with 6,000 Kenya shillings a month.
hiyo 6,000
That's how
ilikuwa
many
inaenda
billions.
to 2 million. They said it was for 2 million families.
They said the unemployed.
They didn't say unemployed. They said walichange wakarudi wakairevise wakasema ilikuwa inaenda kwa needy homes, not needy, to the vulnerable, and walikuwa wamecap sijui at 2 million if I
Yeah, the
remember
poorest
correct.
of the poor.
They
Yes,
had
they had capped it at
during
around
the
2
campaigns
million.
they said mtu yoyote mwenye hana kazi, umemaliza shule university, you'll be given that 6,000 Kenya shillings. Correct. I mean, I need someone here. Maybe where is Alex Media and Ellie? Both of them, because during campaigns
No, me, I
they were
don't know.
both
No, I don't.
Azimio.
No. Me,
They could tell us exactly
where?
what they had promised to give us.
No. Me, I can just repeat
Yeah.
what they said. 6,000. I don't know
Okay.
any arithmetics beyond
What are the
that
details?
was said, but I know it was 6,000, and it was an open statement that it was targeting the very poor, the very vulnerable people, just like Jack said.
Yeah, it wasn't for
The
all the
problem,
unemployed. It wasn't for all the unemployed. It was for the most vulnerable. I think it was for the most vulnerable.
yeah, but
And
it's
they
a
had
start.
said, yeah, it was
And
a
who
start.
said
And
that
they had
we
said
were?
it was
Who said the
equally
most
to,
vulnerable is 2 million?
I don't know what informed the demographics they were raising, but they said
And how do you define someone is vulnerable?
hey my friend, we guy, kuna watu kwingi wanaumia bwana.
Exactly. So believe you me,
even
yes,
that word needs to be redefined kwa sababu
yes,
vulnerable is not even the word. They are living in harsh issues, my friend.
exactly. So that's why I'm saying when you look at that statement, it was just to pull people to their side. But believe you me, there are so many people that are having trouble right now that is way beyond that number they were saying. And if you multiply that by 6,000, that number by 6,000, it would make it virtually impossible for the government to have been able to manage that kind of budget. Because if already walikuwa wanasema hivyo, and yet Raila was talking about the 1.5% to be deducted from watu mishahara yao, then why not have just directed whatever money that they believed is there available to the housing plans that he had without having to deduct that money? If alikuwa anajua mahali pesa iko inatokea, angeleta hiyo mpango ya kudeduct 1.5% ya watu majumba zijengwe, right?
Right.
So
Let me
that's
answer
why I'm
that.
saying
Yeah.
some things
No.
are just
Let
said.
me answer that. Okay.
Okay.
No, let me answer that. Why I think they were not lying. Okay. remember when Raila Odinga was housing and public works minister? Yeah.
In Moi's time.
And in fact, no. Hey, you, Bwana, you're too young,
Kibaki.
Bwana.
In Moi,
Kibaki's time.
Moi alipoa
Kibaki's time.
no, Moi wakati wa Moi alipoa no, I'm asking Moi time alikuwa ni
Energy.
energy. It's Kibaki's time, yeah.
And in fact, that energy that he was given, there were two ministers, him and Chris Okemo.
Yes.
Moi just gave him energy ministry, while Chris Okemo was already energy minister. So it's like that one of Anyang Nyong'o and Beth Mugo being education ministers during Kibaki's regime. You know, that bloated government. But let me answer that question, right?
Okay, go ahead.
I would like to try and answer this question, right? When Raila was public works and housing minister, then he was demoted during the Grand Coalition. They gave his powers to one Amos Kimunya to become housing minister. Anyway, when Raila was that public works minister and they were talk about how to do some development projects around the country, roads infrastructure especially, they then started targeting the way-leaves and removing people from the way-leaves. And some of these were serious encroachments onto the roads, including huge houses that were built by corrupt cartels in Nairobi especially. And what did Raila say? He said, I am going to demolish these houses. What did he do? He demolished those houses. It's one thing that people are always afraid to speak about because they then made it look as if he was targeting one tribe. But the owners of these houses in Nairobi came from different tribes, not just one community. But this particular event made me believe that Raila is a man of his words. There is no other person who would have done that. Most of those other leaders, they would just demolish kiosks and informal settlements in Nairobi and elsewhere. But this guy decided he is going to demolish houses that were costing millions of shillings that were on the way-leaves because the road encroachments, the lands were sold and so on and so forth. And there were hundreds of houses. Yeah, so this made me believe him that this man will do what he says. Now, Martha Karua, I never used to like this person, right? Especially a role in 2007. But Martha Karua also did some very, very significant things when she was Minister for Justice. And she walked away of the Kibaki regime when she found out that she could not deal with the corrupt cartels in that government. Okay, so these were some of the reasons that made me vote for Raila Odinga and Martha Karua because they do what they say. Now, is that enough for you?
Now you see,
because those houses that were demolished in Nairobi.
1 minute. You know, whatever a minister does, that's a government position, not an individual's position. That's one thing you ought to understand. So that was not his position. That was the entire government position.
Where there is something called collective responsibilities. Collective responsibility, even though it sounds a very foreign, thing that governments have, borrowed from Britain, but it is there anyway in governments. So ministers make a decision that has been made in cabinet, and it's a collective responsibility decision. So Kibaki knew that Raila Odinga was going to do this, and he did it.
This is a position made by the cabinet, right? Like we mentioned, that's the right word. That was the
You
government's
just
position,
okay.
right?
Nyinyi watu kazi yenu ni ngumu. Yani
It's the
just
reality.
the fact that Raila did this is something you cannot swallow.
I'm not saying. No, what you're trying, the picture that you're
Kazi
trying
yenu
to
ni
paint
ngumu
here is
kabisa.
this. First of all, just to kusafisha venye unavyosema, I appreciate number one his efforts in that docket. That's number one, and his achievements in that docket. I totally appreciate. Elewa hiyo. Now that does not mean
and the roads were built.
Saying what I'm saying, I'm not saying that because of my position that nakataa eti kwa sababu ni Raila. No. Kuhusu achievements zake nimekubali. But what you're trying to say here is, you're trying to paint a picture here is because he achieved all that, because that makes him a man that does what he says. We had Michuki, right? Michuki performed, but he also had his ghosts, his own ghosts and his skeletons. We had what do you call it? Karua. Karua did what she could, but she had her own ghosts also. So let's note what someone has done as per government's position. They have just delivered what they ought to have delivered as per whatever mandate they were given.
Please, stop that, Bana.
Be a reason to
Raila
push
was
someone, put someone on a
Raila was
pedestal,
public.
to put someone on
No.
a pedestal.
Raila was public works minister. No other minister has ever done what he did in terms of removing those houses from the way he lives. No one in Kenya.
Because at that
accept
moment,
it.
that was what was supposed to be done. No, listen. Because at that moment, we needed to have roads, and that was had to be done. Had it not been Raila and someone else was in that position, do you think that job would not have been done?
So after that, and he resigned, or he was kicked out by Kibaki after the banana and orange referendum. Whoever took over, I think it was called Shoita Sitanda. Okay? Did the exact opposite of what Raila Odinga did.
What?
In fact, even Amos Kimunya, they did not touch those houses, the remaining houses on the way lives. Nothing. So then what am I saying?
Hata saa hii kuna nyumba zenye zinavunjwa hata saa hii kuna manyumba zinavunjwa. Hata saa hii hii barabara ikitengenezwa ma express highway na nini. Boss, Mulolongo, Jakes, you are in Nairobi, right? Or houses not demolished along the way.
Zilibomolewa kiasi.
Haya basi, wacha tu niseme Raila ndiye alianza hiyo program.
Okay, what Raila did and Raila was able to face those big, those guys who are like, he happened to
the untouchables.
Those the untouchable ones, eh? Raila was like, manze, hii mnaenda tu whether you like it or not. So, so yeah, and then I think he was like among those fast, because during most of these things during Moi's time never used to happen. Eh? So he comes in, and now that he's in that docket, he brings something that not many are used to, that at Nakumatt inaweza ekwa chini, atimewekwa kwa barabara and it has to calm down. So it was a shocker to many, and then with time ni kama tumezoea that if the government wants to do a road na kwa road you just park and leave. So Raila took the, what do I put it?
He was a pioneer.
Yeah, he had the pause then, and I think many have taken a cue from that. And on a black ameanguka. But even as we wrap up, because now we have to wrap up, we have
Thank
like
you.
13
Thank you.
minutes.
Yeah.
We have 13 minutes. Thank you once so much,
And by the way, before you conclude, the lady I was telling you earlier is Florence Ojiambo. She's the daughter of Julia Ojiambo.
Julia
And
Jambo
she's the
was
one who,
the running mate for Kalonzo Musyoka in ODM Kenya.
at some point, yeah. But
Was it ODM Kenya or ODM? Those things was Nanchanganya. What was the party of Kalonzo before Wiper?
hey, me, I get confused with those Kenyan parties.
Because
but
there's a party he had in 2007. It wasn't Wiper, right?
no. But what I was saying there was Florence Ojiambo, who is the daughter of Julia Ojiambo.
Ojiambo, okay.
And Florence Ojiambo is the one that Ruto alimwonyesha, you joke with me, I have a gun here. Everyone in Kanu knew what happened. This guy, don't mess with him. Don't mess
So
with
even
him.
as Black was saying, Black was also equally saying that we have also seen some ministers wamekuja, wengine wamejaribu, others walikuwa tu ni jina. We knew them as cabinet, we didn't see them much.
Yeah.
But
kuna
wale tunaweza sifu, Raila Odinga did well, akina Mishuki, they did well, that even after they have left their dockets, we still remember what they did. And it's what I always ask.
But Jex, that was not the mission of my statement. What I was trying to say there was that issue of social security that Raila Odinga and Martha Karua captured so well. It was going to be implemented. It was not going to be easy. They said they know where the money is. But issue of social security.
But also on the flip side, they as well would have still found, because if the coffers were robbed, let's assume that is true or false. If there was no money and the debt ceiling already, Uhuru had kind of hit it, and the burden of the loans would still have come bagging. Of course, the drought would still be there. There are things that if everything is constant. So equally, they would have been mad with a lot of challenges, just like Ruto. How they would have tackled it, maybe would have made the difference. Maybe they would not have tackled it like Ruto. Maybe they would have continued with the subsidies. Maybe they would have not appointed the judges. I'm not sure what they would have done. Maybe they would have continued with Uhuru's legacy or his way of doing things, or they would have had an overhaul of everything. But the bottom line is, even them, they would still also have faced myriad of challenges. That's what I believe.
Of course, yeah. Because social security is difficult in every country, in most countries anyway. I think the Scandinavians are the ones who get it right with the social security if you compare to other parts of the world. But it was a good step that they even spoke about it, even just to suggest that you're going to give people 6,000 shillings. And it was going to have major ramifications in society. I think they were going to close down many things, like what I was suggesting about considering the closure of universities. This was something that was part of the plan that they were not talking about. There were things that people were saying inside us, how money was going to be saved, So I don't know. This is something that should have been tried. It's unfortunate because when you see those Kenyans, when you see someone asking you to help them, even when you don't know them, but they're genuinely asking you to help them on social media, even if you don't know them, then you start thinking, why did people not listen to Martha Karua and Raila Odinga?
Okay.
I have a problem, a serious problem with that. Kenyans, we are very difficult people. Yeah? Someone is telling you,
Black.
we, black wewe, uko ngambo, so we hata usiongee kwa hii maneno. So,
Acha tuambiane ukweli. Tuambiane ukweli. Number one, acha nikutolee tu mfano moja just so that you can see this would not have worked. Simple example that you've seen. Just recently, kila siku nawasikianga mkisema watu wenu wamenunuliwa. If someone can be bought, what does that make them? Are they genuine leaders? Simple question. If
that was
they
a
can be
policy in
bought
their
like the way you're
manifesto,
saying
bana.
wamenunuliwa. Now listen, sikiliza. Do your members in parliament?
Stop
If you are
mixing
saying they could be
issues.
bought, leaders. I have a reason why I have a point where I'm heading to.
Okay.
If you are saying your
Yes.
members could be bought, does it mean you have proper leaders?
No.
Do they make proper leaders?
No.
Good. Thank you for your
Because that
honest
means
answer.
he has allowed
Now,
himself
if
to be bribed.
they do not make proper leaders, that would mean had Azimio been in power, exactly, had Azimio been in power, these are the same leaders that you'd have been having. Now, do you think you'd have been having a proper government then? Knowing that
Look,
these people
don't
right
mix
now,
issues.
they are...
Me, I was talking about
See
Raila
issues.
and Martha Karua
Were they going to be
and
the
their
Minister
manifesto.
of Finance? Were they going to be
No,
the
their
Minister of
manifesto.
Finance, the Minister of Lands? Understand one thing. They are not going to be the ones in those offices. The Minister of Finance, Minister of Lands, Minister of this, being down there again. They would not be, right? So you still have rogue people in your government.
Of
How do you
course,
expect to achieve?
the Minister of Finance would have been Oparanya, Minister of Lands would have been Joho, Minister for Agriculture would have
If you
been.
have, so if you have rogue people,
I love
how do
one
you
thing that
expect them
Raila did.
to
Raila
deliver?
announced his cabinet.
They would
It was interesting.
they would steal. Wale, the rogue leaders that you'd be there would still steal. They would not deliver. So understand your kitu
So,
ambacho hamkioni.
are you saying that we better deal with your rogues, the ones who are in now? Is that
Now,
what
me, I
you're
think
As
suggesting?
it is
what
right
I'm
now,
hearing Black
if
saying,
you are saying,
Black anasema hivi, if I'm hearing him correctly, is that these guys, they're all bunch of the same feathers, that they are the same, whether
that's
it
the
was
point I'm
Raila
trying to
or
tell you. So
Ruto.
there's no,
What,
yes,
we would have still been in the same situation, whether Raila or Ruto. It
we
doesn't
will
really
still
matter.
be in the same situation. So when you try to exactly,
No.
so when you
That
ndo
one,
unashangaa nakalianga watu nasema watu wetu wote wamenunuliwa, nashangaa okay, wamenunuliwa. What does that make them? It makes them crooks. Now if it makes them crooks, it would mean had you won the government, you'd have been having the same crooks in your government. What would you expect? I mean,
okay,
do you get the point?
That point you made, point you made was addressed here earlier on by Ashley about the political class hoodwinking Kenyans. That one we know. But me, I was talking about two people who in their manifesto
That's why I
spoke
asked you a
about
question.
social security. I'm not talking about the minions
And I
in
gave you an
their
example.
power games. No.
That's why I asked you. Were these two individuals which you mentioned, were they gonna be the ones running these institutions by themselves, or would they be having these people employed there, or are not really employed, positioned there
that
to
social
perform these tasks for them?
that social security thing has to be revisited one day, okay? Because it was something that was possible. Because when these people were saying that they know where the money is, I don't think they were just talking, out of the blues. It is something that was possible, right? It has to be revisited one day, and I think one day
But Eli,
it
I
will
agree with
it will
you.
happen.
I agree with you. But even Ruto had the same
Eli, I
statement
think
saying,
hujanielewa.
Ruto mwenyewe pia alikuwa anasema I need this government because I have been in government. I know how to run government. Like you would say, I am the deputy president. I have been on the table planning. I planned Jubilee, so I'm the best person to continue with the work because I've been working. These other guys wanatoka nje, or rather they have been out. So them coming in, it's like they'll be relearning how to run government, how, you know. But me, I'm already the deputy president, so I am equally best placed to continue with the affair. So these politicians can say anything to suit their function. So Raila Odinga can equally say, I know where the money is, as a statement. Not really that he, because the question would be if he's truly I don't know how to use that word, but why doesn't he come out and say, you know what guys, pesa ziko hapa na hapa na hapa. Anasemanga hata angekuja afunge
Simple.
akuje aseme mashimo zenye zimekuwa zikipoteza pesa ndio hizi, na Ruto amekataa kuzifunga. That's why taxes zitapanda, you know. That's why, you know, like coming out and say these are the loopholes where money is lost. Hata kama ni corruption, naseme it is through ABCD, and Ruto and his government, this is how they are using these loopholes to continue stealing money. If I was in parliament, if I was in government rather, I would have sealed these loopholes. So Eli, how comes he's not coming out as well strong and showing us that I was the better choice, I was the best suited candidate? Unfortunately, we did not choose me, or rather I was rigged out, but this is how I would have done. Why is it not coming out and giving us the alternatives?
Because he has already spoken about it during the campaigns. Why does he have to repeat himself?
Let me
No,
ask you,
Bana,
Eli.
please.
He's a
Aye,
Kenyan,
no,
right?
no,
He's a
no.
Kenyan. He's a Kenyan. He's a Kenyan. God-loving Kenyan. Let me add
Very good
God-loving into
Kenyan.
his profile. Is into his profile. A God-loving Kenyan, right? Now, him being a God-loving Kenyan, he wants the best for Kenya, right? Now he says if he was to be a president, he would do 1, 2, 3 things. Now, unfortunately or fortunately, he's not the president. Does that stop him from doing any good for the sake of Kenyans? E.g., what Jakes has just mentioned, point out where this money is going, how this money is flowing out, and how it could be stopped. Does that stop him from saying that? Just because he was not elected? If indeed he has the love
Or
of
he only
Kenyans in his
cares
heart.
about the servers, the
And
IEBC,
people are
you know,
blinded.
is that the only thing that he can speak about on when the unga goes up and not when it goes down, you know?
Politicians.
And then, is that the only speech he can give? You know, just ask.
Continue that way. You guys
Politicians.
be dismissive. Be dismissive mpaka sijui 2020 what. That's your
I know,
problem.
Ndugu yangu hujui
Me, I'll never
I know,
vote in
unajua
Kenya again.
politicians lakini
I know, I know. Eli doesn't want to hear that, but anyway,
Eli
Me, I'll
those
never vote. Hizo
politicians.
elections, your
We.
elections ni shauri yenu.
Usha left
Politicians.
group.
Ai, mi
Wanasiasa. Boss.
nilikatakata ni ya IBC zamani sana.
Okay.
Wanasiasa boss.
Sawa
We,
sawa.
acha jokes.
Guys, our time is up.
Huyu Karua that you are saying is incorruptible, and you know what? She's the same one who went and saw in Kibaki at night kwa giza. Wanatumia candle na torch.
Nani? Sumata Karua?
Kuapisha kina Emilio. I mean, you're so naive, ndugu yangu. And you know that means it makes you
Listen, if
it's
you
not
listen to me
a bad thing.
earlier.
It's not a bad thing. It's a compliment, but it means you have a kind heart, a genuine heart.
No, ngoja.
It means uko na roho safi sana as a person, Eli as a person. But si wote.
Hapana, earlier on, nilitamka hapa ati this political class, they all know each other, they work together, and it's like a revolving door syndrome. I said that.
Yeah.
So don't try and make a statement where, yeah, exactly. I said that, you know, and I said that only because.
Eli, you know, it will be interesting that soon you would find Ruto and Ruto and Raila, kuna issue itawa unite, and we will forget all these debates you're having here. There is something that you see, like handshake united Uhuru and Raila, and they almost became blood brothers. These guys have ways of uniting and disconnecting. And
who said that they don't even talk? Who
They're
said that
even
they don't
neighbors
even
for
talk?
crying
These
out
people
loud.
talk.
They are neighbors.
Oi,
Yes,
They live in
bye,
the
yes,
same neighborhood.
my friend.
but that's not the issue here. That's not the issue here. Anyway, mimi ninapiga asante sana,
Sasa
nishaweka submission
asante
yangu.
sana Eli, kama
My
kawa
friend.
mi wana enjoy time yako, mi enjoy tu sana. Thank you so much for being part of the show.
Asanteni.
Umejengea Black si corona, hatujaimaliza Black akiwa
Black, wewe
amefurahi.
tutapatana kesho.
Hatujaimaliza show Black akiwa amechangamka hivyo.
Okay, ile ana roho safi sana. Ndio maana wanamchezea hivi. Hapo politicians wanamdanganya lakini. He's a nice guy, I can tell.
Black.
Eli is a good guy.
No, Black.
Eli is a very clean-hearted guy. I can tell that. That's why he can be easily.
No, mimi nimewaachia. No. You see, that's again you're taking a position that you're not manipulatable. Me, I am. Because I'm naive. Wewe acha. Acha hiyo.
Already amesema una roho safi.
Because I have challenged, you know, I have given you guys examples. I've challenged you. I have challenged you. You will not accept the things that I've said because you know the things that I've said. You know them. Lakini mnaogopa kusema. Hiyo ndio shida.
Okay. So you guys are just amazing. Thank you guys, those who are still wait. Kuna watu wengi bado wanawatch. Asanteni sana ambao mnatuwatch.
Raila is cool because alibomoa barabara.
Raila Koviti bwana alibomoa Nakumatt. Ikweli tu Nakumatt what? I'm forgetting even the name. It was a famous Nakumatt. Ndio ndio iko downtown.
Ndio nimekutolea mfano. Before nipoteze network saa ile ndio nilikuwa nasema hata hizi barabara mpya kuna expressway zikijengwa. Hakuna manyumba mlolongo zimebomolewa.
Hata kuna miti zilikatwa, miti zilikuwa special kwa watu.
Yes. So this is just a government position and whoever is there would still have to government position, whoever is there would still have to perform it, whether it would have been Raila or someone else. Raila is not there, but whoever it is there right now had to ameperform hizo task. So akija akisimama upresidency siku moja tuseme alibomoa barabara. He is the right person to.
You know,
that's what I'm
you
saying.
guys are becoming petty now. You're becoming petty. You're becoming petty, and I have given you guys a technical knockout, and you don't know how to deal with it.
Eli ana roho safi sana.
You guys, nimewachapa mpaka.
He's very kind.
Nimewachapa mpaka hata mwezi. You know, there's no way you can come out of this.
I'm gonna come back.
I have given you.
But he's a nice guy. Nice guy.
No, the points I made about what needs to be done, you still don't think it.
I agree. No, I agree.
It's a.
I agree.
You know, I always look at what needs to be done. Yeah, there is too much being spent on rubbish.
Correct.
Yeah? I agree on that 100%. Hizo zote nimekubaliana. Mahali nimecheka tu ni
nimetosheka bana.
And one thing,
stop winding me up now.
Makosa ya kujenga university. Do you believe university? No, before we go, do you believe kujenga university nyingi is a mistake?
They need to be regulated. Amesema ziko nyingi, they need to be regulated. Ziko kibao tu sana as per Eli.
Oh, regulated sawa. Okay, wacha tuongee kesho. Maana sasa hii naona unataka kufunga.
Ala si hivyo alafu Eli anataka kuondoka pia.
Yes.
But anyway, thank you guys.
Let
you guys are just amazing. I've done 6 hours, lakini zaidi yote imekuwa fiti. Naona Cornerstone na wengi ambao wametuma ujumbe. You guys are just amazing. Na many ambao wana watch na wengi ambao wame like. I can tell you the list iko na wasee tu kibao. Mugonjue, John Museu, Zakayo Kibet, I see you. Alex Musumbi, Grace Mahinja, Zakayo Otieno, Nyakar Opapi, Vincent Odwor na Patricia Sihole among many ambao mume like hizi videos zetu kwa YouTube and kwa Facebook. Thank you so very much. For those who have tuned in, asanteni sana. This show has been made possible because of you guys tuning in and keeping up, watching hadi hii masaa. Nakwambia si mmefanya kazi fiti, na the panelists wadau mmefanya kazi poa. Nakwambia tunamaliza show still laughing enyewe. Eli na Black wamenjengea siku, Hope wamekujengea siku pia. And we do this again tomorrow at 10. I'm sure Raila Odinga today will give a speech, and it will be interesting. Yeah, so that one will be covered among many other things. So tune in jioni, tuko na show moja fiti. Wacha tujue kama maandamano inarudi ama vipi, lakini let's wait and see what Raila Odinga will say, because he had given a timeline ilisha. So leo lazima ataongea. Wacha tutamsikia baba Raila Odinga akiongea nasi. Allow me to end with a song. Ilikuwa requested tangu jana kwa sababu mulisema iliwajenga sana jana. Nitaenda tuna hiyo song yenye mulini request. Asanteni sana wadau. Nyinyi watu ni wale watu ambao mumefanya hii show kuwa kubwa. Mimi kama Jex wenyu moderator, nashukuru sana. Asanteni sana. See you at 10 p.m. Be there. Yeah, like this video, those who watch later, and always watch Mtembei. Mtembei has so many videos from Bunge la Wananchi utaikuta hapa, to games, to very interesting programs coming soon, especially I think this Saturday we have one, so but anyway, it's yet to be fully prepared, but mtaona. Otherwise, thank you so much. God bless you. Take good care of your sweet selves. Bye bye. Love you all. Asanteni.
Bei ya mkate hawajui, ona bidhaa zinazidi panda bei, wameshikana waumize masikini, wanakoroga katiba iwafaidi. Ameuza mayai huyu hatatuelewa, anajua shida huyu hatatuelewa. Hasla ndio wetu, hasla ndio wetu huyu, hasla ndio wetu, hasla ndio wetu huyu. Wameshikana waumize masikini, wanakoroga katiba iwafaidi. Ameuza mayai huyu hatatuelewa, anajua shida huyu hatatuelewa. Hasla ndio wetu, hasla ndio wetu huyu, hasla ndio wetu, hasla ndio wetu huyu. Vipi tuwachague, vipi wote. Kiongozi mcha Mungu huyu, huyu ndo wetu. Akina mama mboga, makanga na wengine, kiongozi huyu, huyu ndo wetu. Anataka pesa iwafikie wanabiashara wadogo, huyu ndo wetu. Ni wakati wetu sasa tuongozwe na mmoja wetu, huyu ndo wetu. Ameuza mayai huyu, atatuelewa. Anajua shida huyu, atatuelewa. Hasla ndio wetu, ndio wetu, ndio wetu. Hasla ndio wetu, ndio wetu, ndio wetu huyu. Hasla ndio wetu, ndio wetu, ndio wetu. Hasla ndio wetu.